Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius, Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising Sign. Welcome to the month of June 2026. Today's overview talks about some of the epic and very beautiful rare events that are occurring in our sky during this month, especially Chiron, after spending forever since 2019 February in the sign of Aries, bringing us a new story in the sign of Taurus. And that's going to begin as a tiptoe into Taurus around the 19th and 20th of June. We're also going to talk a little bit about how Jupiter and Venus are coming together in Cancer, a sign of his exaltation. Jupiter's powerful here. It's a 1-year reset button, and it brings incredible positivity to the world. And number 3, Mercury will enter into Cancer in this time frame in the month of June, on June the 1st, retrograde on June the 29th, but that means he spends 7 weeks in Cancer. And not only that, he hasn't been in Cancer with Jupiter and Venus together, the three of them, let alone trining the North Node of Fate. That combination, that positive and fated and destined combination that's quite auspicious, has not happened since 1895, summer of 1895. In fact, I've just done a video recording on that, the day of my recording, which is May the 22nd. And you can go watch all about that news and what you want to do with that. That would have come out on the Sunday. You're listening to this video. Would that come out Sunday? That would have come out on the Thursday. And you're listening to this video, I would imagine, on a Sunday. I think it's on a Sunday. When are you going to see this video anyway? But anyway, let's talk about, I know. You're listening to this video on a Saturday. So Saturday, this is an intro to the all signs, individual signs video. So stay tuned. If you can click to the timestamps, you can go to your sun, moon, and rising. And I'm going to help you navigate through every single thing that is happening in the month of June for your sign, including the lunations. Yes, a full moon in Capricorn at the end of the month and a new moon in mid-month in Gemini. So that information for your sun, moon, and rising is already available, and it's appended to the intro for this half hour, where I give you some of my thoughts about this month of June. And one of my biggest ideas about this is it's going to feel a lot lighter, I hope anyway, than May. There is a video coming out with my colleague, Donny. He and I are doing world astrology political overviews every single month. And that video will be coming out the day after this one. So on Sunday, the day after this video drops, please check out that video. It will be Sunday, the 31st of May, where you can listen to the world astrology in depth as he and I discuss some of the stories. More or less here, what I'm trying to offer you is the overview. What is the main theme, gist, vibe of June as a broad brushstroke, and some of my softer thoughts about it. Because when I look back, I'm recording on Friday, May the 22nd in the afternoon, and it's very possible that sometime tonight, Friday the 22nd, Saturday the 23rd, Sunday the 24th, even into Monday the 25th, as Mars and Pluto form a square in our sky, that we'll see a huge escalation of conflict in places of war. We may see things like unalivings, decapitations, red rum, massacres, or really bad devastation in war settings, where the world is going to be going like, oh my God, did that just happen? Of course, the major places where this can happen, because Mars and Taurus in debility, is crossing over the midheaven of Iran, and it's also crossing over the sun of Israel. There is a possibility. What I'm introducing to you here is stale dated. I'm talking about what might have been happening in the last 10 days of May is a re-escalation of war in that part of the world. Of course, dragging the United States in, or United States jumping in, which way it goes. So now we're past that, because I don't know what will happen in May 22nd, add like 6 or 7 days. But we're going to talk about June being kind of the relief, or the feeling that after all of that, something good may be trying to happen. Jupiter is the guru. He is a dispeller of darkness. He can be good and bad. He can bite off more than he can chew when he's in his zenith expression, in the highest place he can be in terms of fulfilling himself. That is a sign of Cancer. That exaltation of Jupiter is different than Jupiter in Pisces or Jupiter in Sag, his two home kingdoms. This is Jupiter in the temple of the moon. And the moon is the people. And the moon is the patriot, and the moon is the home, and the moon is the homeland. And Jupiter is in that condition of focus around those matters. And there's other meanings to Jupiter in the moon's temple, but his exaltation here because he is the god of children and the moon is the archetype of the mother, is an important consideration. Ideally, guru, wisdom, dispeller of darkness, is able to mitigate any of the storms of the last week of May, the last 10 days of May. And as we head into June, his exaltation in concert with Venus on June the 9th, co-joining him. She did this with him last July in a rare double dip. Usually it's once every 12 years. That coming together of those two planets is its own blessing. But when we add on June 1st, Mercury entering in to the sign of Cancer and merging his energy with Venus and merging his energy with Jupiter, then we're talking a whole other ballgame. The last time he was there with those two planets was 1895. And the last time when also at the very same time, there was a trine to the North Node and a sextile to the South Node in the sign of Pisces and in the sign of Virgo. That particular type of sky lineup, again, is extremely rare. So in 1895, there was a poem that was published on July 4th, and it was called America the Beautiful. America has its Jupiter and Sun in the sign of Cancer. And that poem then became that song. Someone put it to music, to tune, some kind of preacher guy or whatever, some kind of like organist or church guy. And you got the famous song, America the Beautiful. I can't sing it, but it's an interesting time because patriotism and America and Americana, these are themes that would be Jupiterian in Cancer. And the United States has its sun in Cancer on the dog star Sirius. So we'll see energies activated about patriotism, America, Americana, American idealism, perhaps, but also maybe some blessings. Can we just all cross our fingers? Maybe some blessings, not just to America, but to the world. If saner heads could prevail in matters of war, right? And maybe there will be something around war de-escalating, becoming like declared a victory, just so that the whole darn thing, the complications of it, meaning the lack of transport of oil, fertilizer, helium, and other important substances through the Strait of Hormuz, can begin to open up again. Yes, if it does happen that way, it's probably there's going to be a toll that Iran will create a toll booth effect, like a Suez or Panama Canal, for that piece of waterway real estate. But we shall see what happens. Okay. Mars is moving through Taurus over Iran. Mars is moving through Taurus over Iran's midheaven and over the sun of Israel. At the same time, Mercury has moved into exaltation in Cancer. That's what I meant to say. When I referenced Israel and Iran, it's because Mars is activating both of them. The sun, the leadership of Israel, moving over right on the Taurus midheaven of the revolutionary 1979 chart for Iran. And so there's a lot of intensity here. You know, Mars, right? Cut and sever, pow, pow, decapitations, unalivings and stuff like that, but also just war. And Mars is a bulldozer in the sign of Taurus. He likes to move the earth, right? Feel the earth move under my feet. He's slow, he's patient, but he can rage out when he's frustrated. And so he's there like pushing the earth, so to speak. And that could be something that does displace a very large amount of soil or earth or rock or mountain, like anything like that, in either the countries of Israel or Iran. Well, at the same time, the sky is trying to open up mercurial blessings with Jupiter and the sun in the sign of Cancer, where the USA has its natal sun as well. So there's those broad themes that I'm seeing in the sky for sure. One of the things that I'm just talking to you guys, I'm not going to spin the wheel because you're going to watch all videos after this, your sun, moon, and rising, right? Sun, career and purpose, and the true you, like the actor, because the actor role that the actor plays in the movie is your ascendant. It's your avatar. It's your simulation character. It's your body. And then the energy of your moon is how you feel and think about life. It can represent your home and your nest and matters to do with property. And so listen for all three, please do. And cast your chart in whole sign houses to really follow along. Free tutorial down below. Did I tell you I'm celebrating? I reached 150,000 subscribers in May. And because I'm so happy that I did that, my code CELEBRATE, all caps, see below, 40% off every course I've ever taught in a shorter form. Things like how to do a solar return, perfection ages, things like finding your past lives in the chart, finding your family in the chart, your siblings and your people, your spouse, finding love cycles, finding your talents and gifts in your career in your chart. Those mini courses are all 40% off. Check it out below in the description box and come celebrate with me, and like, subscribe, and hello, welcome. I am Lori Lothian, and this is Western Tropical Zodiac, and I'm in the middle of moving my house. So our box is everywhere as I record for you in May 22nd timeframe. So I'm talking about what might have happened behind me. I'm hoping, praying not. I'm hoping some godsend happened, that nothing really decimating happened. And I wouldn't discount Lebanon from the decimation, by the way, okay, with shocking stories of loss of life or something that could happen. But also, we're talking about Mercury moving into Cancer June 1st, staying until August the 9th. There's a glorious lucky window for every sign. I will have addressed this in the all signs probably, but that you're going to watch next, I hope, and like and subscribe. But there's a window for the first 2 weeks of June where both Mercury and Venus are together in Cancer with an exalted Jupiter. That is the best possible time for peace. Mercury carries the staff of peace, not the wand with the one snake. That's Asclepius for peace. The two snakes, the caduceus of Mercury, could put people to sleep if they were awake, put awakening sleepers awake, but it also was used for peaceful negotiations. Mercury, the planet of potentially peaceful negotiations in the sign of Cancer, with Venus, the goddess of all things good, including harmony and peace, and also Jupiter, goodness, truth, wisdom, knowledge. Cancer, the temple of the moon, home and homeland, can speak to a turning point here in this story. When Mercury enters into this part of the chart and for the first 2 weeks actualizes peaceful negotiations, on his ingress or movement into the sign of Cancer, we're going to notice the moon is in a condition of detriment. She is in a condition of exile in the sign of Capricorn. Anybody who has a Capricorn placement, Sun, Moon, and Rising, we're going to have a mixed bag, that you guys, because you're going to feel the moon is contracting emotionally or just contracting, while at the same time, there's all these good things happening. And the first week of June, you'll feel that more acutely. But I will mention that countries that have strong Capricorn placements, for example, in the chart of the nation of Israel, Capricorn represents its territory, its land, its home, its boundaries, its borders, its homeland, and also the people of that country. And with the moon in detriment as Mercury enters into Cancer and works for 2 weeks on peaceful negotiations, that contracted moon may indicate that Israel is not winning in this game, and that maybe its people, who are 90% in favor of everything, including the war in Iran, are going to be discontent. So it could be a good sign for the world that this aggressive nation is being tempered in the first 2 weeks of June. I can only hope and cross my fingers. When Mercury enters into the sign of Cancer, and Donny and I will probably talk about some of this, and stays there for 2 months. Remember, he starts to retrograde on June 29th, right? Then throughout the first 3 weeks of July, there's a backtracking in all things, and it could even include like a ceasefire peace agreement that then turns back and backtracks again on June the 29th until about the third week of July. But then he will go forward again and maybe able to reconstitute agreements. I'm not sure. That can include Lebanon, that can include Iran, that can include US and Israel, most likely. The other thing about what's going on here with this story in June is that there is a possibility that Chiron, because he's finishing up, I call it his grand finale. Chiron is in a time where everything he's been doing in Aries, your Chironic wound has been on the table, and you've been like inspecting it, right? Capricorn's rising sun and moon, probably wounds about domicile, home, nest, childhood, mother relationship stuff, right? And because I've already put a video out on this, it's about Chiron ingressing into Gemini, but also the grand finale through Aries, and talking about what you've been through. Please go watch that video. I'll put a ding here for Stella. Ding, Stella. Can somebody please watch that video? In the description box below, I'll put a link to that, because that video is extremely useful for understanding what you've been through since 2019. A chironic wound is the key to purpose, but first you must go through the wound, right? And then don't scratch it when there's a scab, and let it heal, and then be superpowered because of it. And Chiron had a wound that wouldn't heal. And his primary wounds, not metaphorically, his foot was wounded by a poison arrow, but for real, was unbelonging, being an outcast, didn't belong to the centaur community because he was civilized. He wasn't a randy sex horse, half man, half human. He wasn't out there partying and sexing all the time, which is Chiron wasn't that. He was civilized. He was raised by the healer Asclepius. He learned the art of healing. He was about noble war and fighting only if necessary, not killing or maiming animals unless you needed to eat, right? It was nobility in war if war had to happen. Chiron mentored Achilles, a hero and a warrior, and told him about all the good things to do instead of all the bad things. So when we talk about war crimes, we'll say Chiron is the opposite of that. So Chiron in Aries has been trying to mop up war crimes since 2019. I think we've seen quite a few war crimes, right? And then Chiron even tracked with the asteroid Child during the entire summer of 25 when we were having Chiron and Child together in the sky in a sign of war. And what did we see? We saw energy connected to children not being fed in Gaza and perishing or emaciated. And a famine was declared by many institutions about what was going on there. And also when Chiron has been through Aries in the past, we've seen the unaliving of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy Jr., for example. And we've seen some serious unalivings of major political figures or popular figures as well, such as Charlie Kirk, right? Such as the elder Ayatollah. So this kind of and many other decapitations as well. So this and attempts apparently on Donald Trump. So we're coming to the end of the wounds of war as the noble warrior Chiron is leaving that sign and now moving into Taurus. And just for a heads up, Chiron and Taurus overlap with Jimmy Carter's presidency, the Iran-Contra scandal affair, and getting hostages back from Iran, but also the massive rise in interest rates and lines at the gas pump from the oil and gas crisis. So we may see some of that, unfortunately, coming through our summer, because when Chiron moves into the sign of Taurus on June 19th/20th, time zone dependent, and doesn't leave till September 17th, it does not bode well. It could look like a repeat of themes that we all heard about and lived through if you were alive during the Jimmy Carter era, for an example. And then after Carter came, I believe, Reaganomics, right? A solution to the problem. I like the idea, though, that Chiron's month of June until about the 19th is to declare the end of an old story and help you see it. However, you probably are saying to yourself, well, what do you mean he's only in Taurus until September 17th, girl? Now I'm confused. That's because he's going to retrograde back into the wounds of war for a grand last touch point there. And he will do that on September 17th and continue to travel retrograde. That's a bigger story. That's what happens September 17th through to April. And then Taurus, it's all about Taurus again. When Chiron moves back to 27 degrees of Aries, it's just repeating themes of the wounds of war that we've all experienced and placements. Planetary nations with strong Aries, right? People like Iran has an Aries sun in the 79 revolution chart, for example. And Taiwan has an Aries sun. Yeah, okay. So Taiwan and Iran will be reactivated September through to April, perhaps. Don't forget, I'm trying my best for you guys. Like, subscribe. Okay, the last thing I want to say in the preamble to your all signs is a couple of stories about this month ahead from my cheat sheet. Don't forget, you have everything you need to know about the month of June already ensconced in this video, second half. Those videos came out as individual videos on a podcast playlist, but now we add them again for people who missed it. This is my new gig. So you get a second chance if you missed it. It's re-airing with my introduction. One of the things I like about this month ahead is there's a huge amount of sextiles and there's a huge amount of trines, right? What that means is that more things flow than less things flow. The only retrogradation other than Pluto, who started retrograding May the 6th, and that's deep shadow work over months, 5 months, is a retrograde on the 29th of the month of June of Mercury stationing retrograde. That is not something to think about yet. And also, even as he stations retrograde at the end of June, you're really feeling the thick of the retrogradation in the first 3 weeks of July. What I want to mention is how, energetically speaking, the only times we have square energy, because Venus, and the best part of the month is on the 9th when Jupiter and Venus co-join at 25 degrees of Cancer and will initiate a year-long reset for each of us. Is very blessed. And I'll be doing a new video on that. I gave you a preview video, the best 25 days of the year or something, but this is going to dive more deeply and specifically into Jupiter and Venus co-joining in the sign of Cancer. But the only square energy we have is on the 10th and the 13th of the month. So this is kind of like Everything's sextiles, everything flows, everything's trining, everything's glorious. Even Mercury trine the North Node on the 3rd, which I just covered in a video I just put out about Mercury. I just recorded and will have come out the Thursday before this video. Oh, whatever day this video comes out. I can't keep track of my schedule. The video I'm recording today is for Saturday. Go back to Thursday. I talk about Mercury trining the North Node, activating the triple thresholds goddess, a threshold crossroads that's destined but positive in each of our lives. That's important. And that video came out Thursday. This one's coming out on a Saturday. So go back to that Thursday video. This comes out on a Saturday, the 29th, the Thursday just before that. That's an important video. It's really about the archetypal blessed fated change that's coming through a crossroads moment in each of our lives that will be active not just when Mercury ingresses on June 1st into Cancer, but over the course of the summer through till early August. So go watch that video. It's a deep dive for your sign. It's a 2-hour video almost. Lots of content. But what about this? Everything is really flowing and everything's wonderbar, except that on the 10th and on the 13th, more or less those dates, we have 2 squares. And I want you to go, when I say the 10th, give it a day or 2 on either side. When I say the 13th, do the same thing. But around the 10th of the month, Mercury will square Saturn. Well, Mercury's in Cancer, remember? It's going to be there for 2 months. But only one time, I think, is he squaring Saturn. So he will square Saturn. He may do three passes, but for now, this month of June, Mercury's information, Saturn is hard. Hard news, difficult news, constrained conversations, measured and responsible conversations, contractions or containment around speech, around maybe peace negotiations. So while I was offering up the peaceful staff of negotiations that Mercury carries, and it's with the sun of the United States, right, in the sign of Cancer. So the U.S. is trying, or factions of the United States are trying to make some peace agreements happen. There's a strong chance here that there's going to be a hiccup, where there's going to be a blockage. And Saturn is going to be in Aries, and it's going to be with the sun of Iran. And there may be a non-agreement, a compliance issue, a disagreement around directions of peace that could emerge. So look for a backtrack hiccup or a difficult story in world peace around the 10th. And in your own life, of course, if you listen to your all signs, it'll be about those difficult moments of bad news, communications that are difficult. Saturn is in Aries is not well. He's not well. He doesn't like it at all. He's in a condition of fall, and he can't be exalted in like he loves to be in Libra for justice and all the good things that can happen with new structures, right? Exalted justice, Jupiter's, Venus's kingdom, Libra. He doesn't mind being there. He likes to create fair structures, justice structures. But you put this guy in Cancer and it's structures for war. And he's not in good shape. So failing structures for war. What would a failing structure for war be? Especially with, Mr. Pow Pow in the bulldozer. Supply issues. Not having enough of those structures for war or devices for war that could be useful. Saturn can contain things in the sign of war. What is going on around the 10th of June, where containment issues, edifices and structures to contain something connected to war are having some problem, and it's in the news cycle. There are a lot of mountains and land in Iran and a lot of things underground, and bulldozer Mars is digging it up or blowing it up. And unfortunately, there can be leaks of substances that are toxic to the body, that are radio active. So I could be concerned about that around the 10th of June. I really, really could. Okay, so just a thought, be careful what you detonate, because you don't know what's exactly underneath. You may contaminate the soil or the area around as well. And then on the 13th, Venus is going to square. And don't forget, I think Taiwan's sun, if I remember correctly, in Aries, there may be some Taiwan stories, but I think China's just pulling back, knowing it has the upper hand. No way China's going to force that issue right now. That's their trump card, so to speak. That's their ace in the hole. So they're just knowing that, Taiwan makes all the semiconductors for USA. They've got potential, what do you call it? Park Place. They got Park Place on the monopoly board, Taiwan Semiconductor Central. And because of that, China's holding that Park Place trump card until they really need to use it. Ace in the hole, call it with full hand, flush, whatever, full house. So, but we may see some news about that coming through around the 10th of the month. And don't forget, Mercury still has this peaceful staff of negotiation. And he's in Cancer, where Jupiter and Venus, peace goddesses, are. Israel's leadership is, by the way, Cancerian, the 10th house of Israel is up there in the chart and it's midheaven, there may be a forced peace agreement because Mercury is the negotiating and Saturn is the force of it all in the sign of Aries, the sign of war. Kind of like you think about, crossing your arms and saying to the children in the playground, like the school principal, Saturn in Aries is Aries is youth, children, the young people, the warriors. Saturn is, constraining something, maybe. Sober-minded realism, even in a sign of youth. It's funny because Austin Coppock mentioned that there was like a child king during Saturn in Aries, like, one of those situations where like a French king, was put in power and he was like 4 and really who was running the show for that French king. I don't know if it was French, but a king was put in power. Like this is historical Saturn in Aries. And the king was not in charge, right? Because he's 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, and who's around him are the people what do you call it? There's a name for that. The people who are in charge until he's an adult. Well, I wonder what's going on. Who's really in charge sometimes when it comes to the United States, Where's the adult in the room? I do not have TDR. I do not have Trump derangement syndrome. Okay. I didn't like Biden either. I'm Canadian. I'm just saying, like, people are wondering if everything's okay up here, right? Let's bomb a civilization to decimations and let's, it's crazy, weird stuff. It's like we're talking about the temperament of somebody who sounds like he's 10 years old in the playground trying to shout out bully statements in the world. It's just really weird. And from my Canadian perspective, it's weird. I'm just saying, guys, it's weird. So, I mean, I'm in the majority in terms of opinion polls in the United States, and I'm a Canadian. So, like, there you go. Finally, the point I was trying to make, because I'm going to move on to letting you watch your all signs, is that Venus is the next problem child, where she squares Chiron, that wound in Aries, the sign of war, at 29 anaretic degrees. Chiron is at a very intense, turbulent, and challenging degree, 29 degrees. There's a square from Venus in Cancer. She's trying with Mercury, the peaceful negotiator, in his staff. And she's the goddess of harmony and peace. And she's working with an exalted Jupiter, which can be not necessarily like the sun of the United States is there, but Jupiter can be any exalted leader trying their damnedest or something, or some exalted leadership energy to work some kind of peace deal. But Venus and Chiron square brings us back to the wounds of war. And this is on the 13th. Well, we have a new moon on the 14th at 24 degrees of Gemini. And that moon will be right smack dab on the sun of President Donald Trump. So we may see a lot of Trumpian stories in the news that look like a wound, like a war wound, look like an Aries wound. This is not necessarily good or bad for Iran. It does have a sun up there in Aries, for example, and a Leo rising. But Venus is in a conflictual relationship backed up by beautifully big Jupiter and also Mercury working together. Mercury is in what we call a mute sign, and there may be from the United States natal chart, Sibley, some backroom deals and negotiations ongoing. It's hidden negotiations, backroom deals and negotiations that Venus is trying to pull off, but the Chironic wound square is intense. I want you to all travel in time backwards with me, please. Can we all go on a time travel mission together? I'm getting air conditioning in my next place. Let's go back. Time travel, please, with me. Why? Because if you go all the way back in your imagination to March or April of 2023, there was an eclipse at 29 degrees Aries, 29 Aries. That eclipse was solar. That means that what unfolded after that eclipse, and the node was in Taurus, was Joe Biden's moon. That's the son of Israel. Biden didn't make it, did he, to the election, and nor did Israel do well, because what happened was we had an eclipse at 29 degrees of Aries with the node of fate in the sign of Taurus. And what transpired from that spring, March, April, could have been March 19th or April 19th. I just can't remember. But what it transpired from that eclipse was the unfoldment of the war in Gaza. Then what transpired from that was what we have today. So the domino effect. So we're going right back to the beginning of the catastrophic situation in the Middle East. This is going to bring us back to that particular ouchie, all of us collectively and individually, and we'll bring Taurian entities into the mix. Iran, Taurus, midheaven. Israel, Taurus, sun. Joe Biden, maybe he'll be going to the next life, right? Taurus moon. As I record this for you on May 22nd at 3:50 p.m., as I talk to you, I haven't heard any news in the news cycle. The USA likes to drop BOMBs on people. the best I can on a Friday when they somehow imagine the news cycle is not going to notice it. So I will see what happens. I'm not going to add anything to this video. It's going to my editor. This is your 2026 June all signs videos for your sign, going through every single itty bitty thing that you need to know. Please go watch it and enjoy it. And I'll see you guys on the next video. And what is the next video? I don't even know. It's something coming through the sky. Big hugs to all of you. And I'll see you soon. Like, subscribe, and celebrate with me. 150,000 subscribers, and get the codes there. I have a new website, LoriLothian.com. Don't go to my old Padaya. Everything's being migrated over, and you'll see it down below. And I'll be making sure that any of you who have bought these courses on Padaya, I'm going to hold that site open for a year or two, but I'll try to get you to migrate over to my new community over time, and I'll be explaining how. I am so warm. I am so warm. See you guys soon, and enjoy the rest of this video. But this is going to set in motion an entire year-long cycle, basically. All right. A little bit shy of a year, in which you're going to experience extraordinary good fortune. Lunatic astrology. Hello there, Aries. What a month you're going to experience in June. It's going to be feeling like a heavy weight of turbocharged chironic energy that's been on your shoulders since 2019 has finally lifted, and you're going to feel a new energy as Chiron leaves your sign, and you get some sort of sense of having learned a divine healing lesson and moving on. At the same time, it's a powerful month because the Lord of your sign, Mars, is moving also out of your sign. And finally, another big piece of this month is the luckiest part of our year, and that is in June, Venus will join together with the planet Jupiter in exaltation and kick off a huge amount of luck and fortune for you in your world, particularly when it comes to what's going on in your home life, in your nest, in your domicile, where you live and with whom you live. In today's video, we're going to take a half an hour to go through the highlights of the month of June for Aries Sun, Moon, and Rising. Welcome if you're new. My name is Lori Lothian. I'm using the Western Tropical Zodiac, and this is definitely the place to be if you need all signs content. My channel puts out dozens of videos every single month, and they are all signs delineations. So just try me out, sign up, see if you like this channel, and I'll see you guys hopefully in the comments. Now, one thing I want to mention before we do the whole deep dive, 30 minutes into April. If you need to know more about me, everything's in the description box, website, everything else. Also, my Patreon community, my members only platform here. But more importantly, I have a couple of call to actions I want to make sure I let you know about before I forget. I'm doing a really big deep dive into the Chiron into Taurus webinar as we get into a new 7-year cycle of where the wounds will be healed and we'll find our special purpose and gifts. And if you want to know more about that, in the description box below, you will find either a sign up waitlist or even the enrollment link, depending on when you first watch this video. Come join me in June for that webinar and find out information in the description box below. Also, perhaps you might be kind of curious or interested in my Divine Timing Masterclass. I've been teaching it throughout May, and the very last weekend of May, we still have a class that I'm teaching called Distributions Through the Bounds, and you can jump in late for that class with 2 Q&As the first week of June. And if you jump in for the entire program, you're going to get a big discount on the modules, the 5 lessons you've missed, but you get those as a self-study, and it's on my teaching platform at LoriLothian.com below. And lastly, I'm so happy to announce I made 150,000 subscribers in the month of May. I'm recording this for you guys May 11th, and I'm so happy to finally get to that little peak period of success or whatever that means. And if you want, I'm giving you a 40% off code on all of my courses that I've taught already. These are replays of those courses, and there's more than a dozen of them on my LoriLothian.com website. And you're going to use the code CELEBRATE, all caps. And if you want to just study those courses yourself, they are all 40% off at this time. So go check the description box for that as well. Let's get started, shall we? I'm going to show you the chart because I want you to see your sky. I have an Aries sun and moon, so I really relate. Oh, how do you tell the difference between sun, moon, and rising? I hear you asking that question. Your sun sign is your career and purpose matters and represents the true you. The moon is how you feel and think about your life, but represents your home and nest. Like an eclipse to your moon will eclipse your home, change your home or who you live with. And the rising sign is your avatar, like your simulation character. Leos have big hair and beards, right? And that kind of thing. And so it's going to be how the spirit of you, the sun, your true self, moves through the character, the ascendant. However, the ascendant is very accurate for most people most of the time. and the sun next. And some people don't really jive as much with the moon unless they're going to be moving. Try all three, see what you think. Let's get going. All right, so we've got 30 minutes. I'm going to keep it to 30 minutes because I always go too long on these. You know, I do put out a lot of weekly content that dives into all of this. So you can check it out on the weekly videos as well. So you don't need to think about it as just listening to this video, but please keep this information handy because it does delineate the highlights of the month of June for Aries. Now, it would be good if I moved us into June. So let's do that. And I bet you hear those sirens. Lori's moving. She is. Are we in June? June. And let's move ourselves back to the right sign. And here we are, June the 1st. Now, I think that I want to make sure that we don't lose us. So let's take that ascendant and see where we are and go back another hour. There we go. So Aries, sun, moon, and rising sign. First off, you want to remember that you've been dealing with Mars in your sign for a long, long while. In fact, Mars is your ruler. He's turbocharged. He's full of like you being strong, willful, directed and motivated, passionate and purposeful all during the month of May. You might have noticed you worked very hard or you were very decisive. Well, this is May 19th. Sorry, this was May 19th. Or was May 19th behind you, where he moved out of your sign and into Taurus. So as we go into the month of June, you're having that sort of new focus and where Mars is driving you forward, the ruler of your sign, as of May 19th, and we'll be doing that till the very end of June. Till June 28th, is in your money house. You may be passionately driven to make money. You may be working hard to make money. You might be spending more money, but you're very focused on money issues. And you might be also very willing to curtail your diet, change your food style, get rid of habits and addictions as well during this cycle. And some of you might do some dermabrasion or treatments to your face. Now, this is true for all, like facial rejuvenation or facial treatments or dental work. All of this was true and is true May 19th to June 28th. And then Mars is off to the races in Gemini. We'll cover that in the month ahead, July. Backtracking to Chiron, this baby has been with you since February of 2019, giving you a career wound and a key to purpose. If you're an Aries sun, an emotional wound or home and nest wounds. If you're a moon in Aries, and also maybe some wounds around your appearance or your identity as well for Aries rising. This is leaving and test piloting the sign of Taurus, which is going to feel really new for you this month. Now, we're going to get to that crossing over of Chiron on the 3rd week of June when we get through the chronological order. But I want you to know that that is going to feel very good for you. And you'll be feeling much better, so to speak, about this essential journey all the way through until September 17th. And we begin to feel the transition in the 3rd week of June. So those are the big stories for you, the highlights. Now, let's go into chronological order, including that luckiest break that you're going to have down here. So we begin the month, and the first thing I want you to be aware of is that Mercury sextiles Chiron at 29 degrees of Aries. This is an important moment. It might take you back to onset of an eclipse in April of 2023 when we had an eclipse at late degrees, 29 Aries. So you want to go back to April, if you don't mind, of 23 and then what happened in the year that followed, because there's a resonance energy here. And when Mercury does this particular touch point or flow to Chiron, okay, so you'll see it right here, right? It's going to be May 31st and it bleeds into May 1st, right? It really depends on where you're living. And that sextile between Mercury and Chiron at the last day of May and the first day of June is a grand finale of some kind of healing that you were trying to accomplish since 2023, April. Or March or April, to do with your identity and the 3rd house, siblings, writing, communicating, marketing, selling, teaching, learning, traveling, keep all social media landscape, purpose and healing, purpose and calling, identity and healing, on and on. It's a grand finale, and look for news. Look for an email, phone call, text message coming through your world on the last day of May, the first day of June, and look at that and go, oh my God, the grand finale of this story. This feels so much better. that wound with this whole third house thing. For example, during the pandemic, I'm an Aries sun. I couldn't travel anywhere in Canada, the local home country area, my city, couldn't go to restaurants and stuff because I didn't take a particular ineffective tool that could have been damaging to my body. And so that was a wound, for example. So, there's a clearing of these wounds and a grand finale through information, news, phone calls, texts, something coming through the last day of May, first day of June. That's important to you. I'm highlighting what's most important for your sign. With Saturn in your sign, making you feel all grown up and very diligent and perseverant, you're going to notice that there is a beautiful flow to the sun on the 2nd and 3rd of May. This energy of this beautiful energy, 1st, 2nd, 3rd of June, 1st, 2nd, 3rd of June, is going to be a feel-good moment after the grand finale of the Chironic healing through some kind of communications of some sort or information. Now you're really sticking the landing in a way that feels like all your hard work is paying off for things that you've been doing that are third house: sibling relationships, short distance travel, local community, matters to do with the online social media landscape, communicating, selling, marketing, teaching, and writing. This is kind of a real sigh of gratitude for what you've accomplished in that area of your life, and a real feeling of success through hard work and discipline. Because the sun is also connected to Leo, you might feel like you just hit some good fortune, a note of very good fortune as well, and possibly a very good vibe around long-term and committed love stories, as well as romantic love, kind of winding its way through that time period as well. Maybe a beautiful trip with a significant other that you deserve or something, and a real healing around themes of romance and sexuality as well. And you'll feel that vibe coming on strong June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, which will take us into the next big story. Venus is a goddess of all things good. In fact, Venus is a benefic, lesser, and Jupiter is the greater. Now, Jupiter is exalted, and Venus is with him. And we last had these joined together, these two, in July of 2025. And before that, 12 and 13 years earlier. Now, this is not that common that they come together twice in a row. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And I'll be doing a deep dive into it. But this is going to set in motion an entire year-long cycle, basically. All right. A little bit shy of a year, in which you're going to experience extraordinary good fortune, and you begin to feel it coming at you on the lucky day it happens, which is the 9th of the month. So I want you to put on your calendar. I'm telling everyone to do this. Circle your calendar for the 9th, 9th of the month. So 8th, 9th, 10th, 8th, 9th, 10th of June. Circle your calendar. It should look like good news, because Mercury, the messenger, is here, about your home, your property, your family of origin, where you live, good news involving people in the home that live with you. It all flows to the North Node of Fate in the house of distant shores and lands, or also revenue generated from far off lands. If you work in and from the home, especially, this could be very, very exciting and lucky energy. So because it's exact on June the 9th, and you bracket it by a day or two on either side, there's just a really good vibe that week. But remember, it's going to spin something into motion that lasts an entire year. And with Mercury, I'd expect some information or good things happening with marketing, selling, and buying and selling of property and real estate could be a part of it. Venus and Jupiter together are high fertility signatures, good news around fertility matters, love, romance, sexual energy as well, with Venus. And, maybe something to do with Jupiter coming together with Venus here, translating to good news around domestic life, cohabitation, and long-term love relationships. Good news as well, and positive developments and lucky breaks that could spin out over a year, FYI, to do with distant places and far-off lands, and also foreign shores. For some of you, this could consolidate a relationship into cohabitation, and it could, in the long term, lead to more legal status between you and another, including marriage vows, etc. Also, if you were single and you were looking for a relationship, this could bring new love stories close to home, near where you live. They could lead to longer term committed love, from beginning, dating and meeting, to long-term love in the long game story. So let me know how it all goes, but find the luck when it happens. Look for what goes on. around the 9th of June. Particularly look for phone calls, texts, and emails as well. Anytime Mercury's around, there should be messages, but it could also be conversations in the home that are extremely fortunate. Okay. And even with Mercury co-present there, it could be a fortunate turn of circumstances because you were on a trip somewhere, like taking a journey with someone that you love, or going on a short distance travel or long distance trip, and having something generate from that is extraordinarily destined, fated, and positive. Now, it will impact Aries sun, moon, and rising most intensely if you have a around 20 to 29 degree Aries sun, moon, or rising, but all Aries feel it nonetheless. Moving on to the next story. Yes, I talk fast. I want you to get everything you need to know, including the lunations, right? All right, I'm going to keep this to 30 minutes, come hell or high water. So I think that you're going to take a look here, the next thing to watch out for, because Saturn's in your sign. You're getting like Saturn till April of 28, right? 2028 in your sign. You could burn out. You could work too hard. You could literally break your back. So be careful about working too hard. But Mercury squaring Saturn from your 4th house of home and domicile and nest on the 10th of the month can indicate some difficult circumstances to do with communication for people you live with. I know I just told you how lovely it was to see Venus and Jupiter, and that is true. But nonetheless, this is another story co-present. So I don't know, you could have a very stern, realistic, and hard conversation. Bring it down to reality, sober-minded, realistic conversations with someone you live with, connected to long-term love and commitment. Venus rules your 7th house. And so that could be a come to Jesus moment or reality check about a relationship. It could also bring you into contact with other stories to do with prosperity and abundance, and a reality check when it comes to your homeland and real estate and expenditures, including rental expenditures. Mercury rules the house of rentals. And so there's just a sobering reality check moment. And you may come up with ideas about how to handle it differently. With the Jupiter-Venus love up there, it's all going to go well. Anyway, it's very benefic, but it has a bit of a hard-ass edge on the 10th of the month. Good things and bad things happen at the same time. Difficult and flowing happen together. Now we go on to the Venus and Chiron story. For you, it's important because Chiron has been your wounded energy ever since 2019 in your sign. And here he is, and he's also the key to purpose and belonging. And here he is squaring that Venus in the 4th house. And it might feel very ouchy, if I do say so. It's at 29 anaretic degrees, another grand finale on the 13th of June. We saw Mercury give you a softer touch grand finale on the first day of June or so. Now Venus is doing a hard, what do you call it? Tough love. It's tough love energy. I don't know what to say. You'll see a feeling here of completing a self-worth story, alignment with purpose and career story, connection to where your true home lies story, in the order of, I just said those 3 things, rising, sun, and moon. Those 3 things go in that order. You kind of might want to think about Venus. She's trying to work her magic with Jupiter. She just crossed over through him, with him, as him, and now she's on the other side of it, and she wants to get this thing finished up with Chiron. Go back to your childhood. This is your childhood. Can you find evidence for some wounds that take you all the way back to your beauty, your lovability, your friendship qualities from childhood? And did you feel, even with the square to Saturn, isolated, like a loner? Did you feel like you didn't fit in your own home? Were you a changeling? Venus is giving you the path to healing here. And you're going to feel that very strongly around June the 13th. If you're single, you could find a love partner, a romantic opening, really close to home. Like, we're not talking about driving to the city next door. We're talking about taking the garbage out. So this could open up a door for a new love story as well for some of you, that has the potential to be long-term and lasting. And the intersection of that person in your life becomes a very healing journey for you, not only about self and career and home, right? Also about things to do with long-term committed love. So look for that turning point, that healing point around the 13th. of June. We have a new moon at 24 degrees of Gemini, and Gemini is your shorter distance travel, siblings, neighbors, cousins, social media landscape, media in general, learning a skills-based learning. Funny, I'm signed up for a year-long program in Vedic astrology, a diploma program, and it will be starting in the middle of June, right around July the 12th. So what I like about the energy of the new beginning, the new moon, is that the third house is one of the educational energies. We like to learn a skill, a skills-based learning here. This is an awesome energy for a new start if you want to learn, study, or take a course. New moon, new beginning. Yay. Also super awesome for new beginnings that can start here regarding your sibling relationships, your neighbors and neighborly relationships, and also new beginnings connected to marketing, selling, learning, teaching, all of that. Now, this new beginning thing, it could be a new website, it could be a new program you want to launch, it could be new travel plans. This is going to be showing you the truth of it on June the 12th, and then it will unfold over 2 to 3 weeks with the main themes, but it will kind of open a door that lasts for a whole 6 months. With this new beginning happening in Mercury in the 4th house, ruler of the moon, possibly it's going to lead to more bounty and prosperity in your life. The gains of this moon are greater riches in Cancer, in and from your 4th house. So home-based riches, what do you do in and from your home? Maybe something you learn could become a home-based business. The sun rules your 5th house of entrepreneurship. I know you don't believe me, but really it is a new moon down there. There we go. You see it now? Now we're going to talk about the next story. Venus is trining Neptune for deep, dreamy love, soulmate love, beautiful art, higher vibrational frequency, creativity. Venus is moving out of the sign of Cancer. Venus moved into Cancer May 19th, and on June 12th, she's ready to exit. So when we move to the 14th now, she's already moved into Leo. Venus in Leo through to July 8th is really good for romance, passion, and dating. It's really good for fertility and pregnancy with you and another. It's really good for creative, inspired entrepreneurship and artistic endeavors, and simply enjoying your life. Inspired, enthusiastic, fun comes your way. Praise the Lord. June the 13th to July 8th. And as she ingresses or moves into your Leo 5th house of good fortune, she flows back to Neptune. If you are single, I'm going to tell you this whole time that she's going to be in your 5th house, June 13th to July 8th, could bring you in touch with a divine partner, divine complement, twin flame, soulmate, call it what you want. Otherwise, your creativity, artistic endeavors, and your enthusiasm for your entrepreneurial business escalates to a new height. And actually, you could get some online celebrity off of this story as she sextiles Uranus and trines Neptune. So this could be a height of celebrity or viral hits or really big energy around that time frame for you. Okay. And so specifically, it's very active, like very active. On June the 13th, 14th, 15th. Okay, so look for a height of success if you're on the online sphere, especially, or new romantic love. And with Uranus close to home, like in your neighborhood, guys, don't travel too far away. It's right at hand. You're bumping into someone at the supermarket, across the grocery aisle. All righty. Venus will oppose Pluto at the same time. And obviously that's going to bring into a kind of dynamic tension, any kind of toxic or difficult love relationships that may include betrayals or that may involve power struggles. And love relationships involving betrayals or power struggles are going to be shattered maybe with the Uranian energy at this time. You're turning over a new leaf about what you want to experience as a long-range vision or wish in love. Right. So there's a turning point at a deeper psychological level for you. You want love to be fun, enthusiastic, playful, pleasurable, and long-term committed. You don't want to, you're not a player in this chart. You want this, you want the put a ring on it. And so you're going to have a massive transformation around that, like a divine shattering download. But at the same time, the potential for meeting someone new is also still here. And that's true through to July the 8th, meeting someone new. Okay, on the 21st, Chiron sextiles the sun sextiles Chiron. But guess what? The good news is Chiron is no longer bothering you. That pesky little guy has moved on, and he's now on June the 20th, headed into your second house of voice, vocation, and calling, the way you make money, your facial appearance, and your dietary habits. And there's going to be a good 7-year run of learning some new lessons here. However, Chiron, the key to purpose, will only let you make money when you are on purpose. If you're not in your alignment with your dharma, you won't get the money going. So there's going to be a shift of what matters to you and how you make money in alignment with what matters to you. Now, this is going to be true to September 17th. And then the next April, Chiron comes back again and finishes for another 7 years in Taurus. This is a testing preview window. As Chiron crosses that boundary, you'll notice he's doing a few cool things. The first thing is he's going to talk to the sun. And that's what we're looking at here. On solstice, June 21st, sun enters into the height of the sky, the longest day of the year in the Western Hemisphere. And as he's in this fourth house of home and property and real estate, and lucky Jupiter is still here with good news Mercury. They don't quite touch though, but they're close beside each other. What is it that is coming through for you that looks like money, right? Because it's still Chiron in an earnings house flowing to the sun. The sun rules creative and entrepreneurial endeavors. So there's something going on around positive around money at this time for you, especially if you do it or good news around your children, good news around fertility stories if you're trying to get pregnant, maybe some good things going on in your home life, just in particular, especially if it involves rental properties with that moon combination here. I like the idea that you could possibly find, this is what I'm looking at, you could possibly find yourself in a good space in the money story, and just kind of a feeling that you're enjoying your life financially, and the way you make money is enjoyable. So it's not a hardship energy. It feels good. It's nice. It's a nice keynote energy for the new vibe you have of Chiron in your second house until September. You're practically looking at the concept of bounty and enthusiasm through joyful ways of earning that are on purpose. So you're discriminating about what is on purpose for you. I do not mind the sun in a trine to the North Node at the same time, opening up destined increase of resources financially, perhaps, connected to things you're doing in and from your home, especially if you make money from far-off lands and digital resources like digital income and borderless revenue. But Chiron could be like being on purpose and getting the key to the purpose in terms of earning strategies. So I'll be teaching that webinar, Chiron, the Key to Purpose. Well, no, not the webinar, but Chiron and Taurus, close to the June 21st. So maybe it'll feel like that's my true calling, is to talk Chiron in astrology. And maybe I'll write a book about him. Who knows? But some vibe is going on. Next, because I'm an Aries sun and moon and rising. I'm an Aries sun and moon. All right, we don't mind the idea of Venus and Saturn finally smoothing out some of the rough edges you've been feeling when it comes to how hard you've been working. I don't care if you say you're not working hard. I don't believe it. That, or you feel lonely and isolated, Aries. Are you feeling lonely, isolated, or overstretched in the kind of hard work? Because Saturn rules your career space. And, you know, the hard work grind, the grind is Saturn here, and he's fallen. So the grind is feeling too grindy even. Like the grind has got glass grits in the grinds. It's like walking on glass and working hard. And you're like, WTF, this is too much. And then finally we get then to Venus, beautifully, beautifully flowing on the 25th of the month to Saturn. Now this is going to feel for you around the 25th as if something lightens up. And Venus is going to open up good fortune. This is the house of good fortune. And at the same time, soothe the hard work that you've been doing so that you don't feel like the burnout that you feel like at all. Something good is trying to happen, including feeling June 23rd that you might even hit the mark with your audience if you have it, clients in marketplace. But this energy with Venus, she's kind of like, girls just want to have fun. I'm not going to work this hard unless I'm having fun. And so she finds a way for work to feel fun, or you take a good break from work so you can have some fun. All of those can happen. But because it's a house of good fortune, you never know. It could be some stroke of luck or fortune could involve wealth, and it lightens your load because you're going to work less hard. This is a house of winning lotteries. And so, yeah, of course, please do, try your best to gently play lotteries, not overdoing it between June 13th and July 8th, that you could come into some winnings that would give you Jesus's, ye of heavy burden coming out will give you rest. I mean, there's a rest spot here, resting from the burden of working so hard. When you work this hard, you do exalt your audience and marketplace, so it pays off. But it reminds me of the content creator treadmill that I'm on. So if any of you know how you're working too hard, let me know. And then we have the final touch point on this month, Mars sextiles Jupiter, and then we have a full moon. So in Cap, Mars sextiling Jupiter is good for commercial industry and finances and business. Mars in the house of money, Taurus, Jupiter in the home. If you are doing any home-based business, then this is going to be a commercial success moment of some kind. You're going to feel it activating just before the exact date that it is active, which is the 28th. It's building up, right? So you're going to feel it building up some momentum as soon as June 24th, even a little bit earlier, June 23rd. So June 23rd, all the way until about the 28th. So June 23rd to the 28th, this is exceptional energy. And it can look like the hard work you're doing or making money or something in Jupiter. You could spend money. You could buy a car, but you're buying a Mercedes or you're buying a fancy one because Jupiter is exalted. Mercury is commerce, a really great moment of exalted purchase that you're excited about, but also making money in an exalted way. If you are particularly active in home-based income or earnings, that's really going to be a nice vibe. Otherwise, you could buy an exalted possession, a super fancy sofa, a high-end cappuccino machine, or a super powerfully expensive car, that kind of thing. And yeah, go for it. Why not? It's a nice vibe. Right. And an anoretic 29 degrees is potent and powerful. In fact, it's a fame degree. So let me know how it goes. Finally, the full moon in Capricorn at 8 degrees of Capricorn. This is a big, big, big light in the sky. And it's going to be important because this is your career house, a fulfillment of some career objective from the new moon 6 months earlier. Okay. The new moon would have been in the winter season, like at Christmas time kind of thing. So the new moon, seeds you planted for career gains and success and reputation, fruiting or becoming a big light in your 10th house. And anytime we have a big full light, like the sun or a full moon in the 10th house, we're very visible. We're at the top of the sky. Everyone's looking at us. All eyes on you, right? All eyes on you. Big full moon up here. And Saturn says it's very personal. Aries sun, career success and fulfillment and light, big light. Moon, success from your home base, or you're really excited and happy by what's happening. And you're rising, just personal success in your career fulfillment, but you had planted the seeds back in December. So it's like now the flourishment. And because Jupiter's at the root of it, looking up at the moon, it's extraordinarily powerful and very, very positive. I can't see the downside to this moon. I'm trying. I don't find the downside at all. It's going to be at 8 Cap. It's going to be in flowing to the North Node of destiny for increase in worldly success, and could open up a whole new level of professional accomplishment for you and success. Let me know how it goes when you find out what happens, because it is happening on the 29th of the month. There, it's a big and full at 8 degrees, flows to the nodes of fate, good for work, international revenue, borderless income, career flourishment. You get a raise or promotion or reach a new height. It has a vibe, and it's really fortified by Jupiter across the way. And so it feels lucky, feels like a lucky new beginning. The moon is full on the 28th, 29th, and then give it a good 2 weeks to show you what it's really for. And of course, all moons roll up for 6 months. I think I made it in 30 minutes. Cross my fingers. I'll see you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Call to actions. You want to get the last class of a Divine Timing Masterclass and the replays at a really big discount, probably 30 or 40%. Check the description box. Code CELEBRATE all caps. Code CELEBRATE all caps gives you 40% off every course I've ever taught on replay mode at my new teaching site at LoriLothian.com. Check below. And what was the other? Come to my Chiron webinar. I'll see you guys there. It's sometime in June. I haven't set the date. By the time I'm recording this way early, like May the 10th, 11th, you'll know in the description box what the date is, how to sign up, or how to get on the wait list for when I do publicize the webinar. I do a lot of free webinars. This was not free. It might be $10, but I always do like tons, like 600 people take a webinar and 2 people tip me. And I went, why am I doing that? You want to learn, tip me, just pay me $10 then. All right, ciao guys. So a really nice turning point in a job situation, career gain situation from all your hard work and determination. Hello, Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising sign. This is the month of June 2026. It's going to be an intense for you because something's coming into your sign. Something cometh your way that hasn't been there for 50 years, and that is Chiron. But good news, with the luckiest conjunction of the year is happening in your 3rd house, and it can bring some golden opportunities professionally your way. And also Mars is in your sign. This is going to allow for the entirety of the month you to find determination, willpower, and purposeful momentum and things that you wish to accomplish. So we're going to talk today about your sign. We're going to go through this video together in chronological order, and we'll be talking about the things that I think are the most important highlights for you, including a beautiful Capricorn lunation that flows right at your Taurus reality. So if you're like this kind of deep dive content for the next 30 minutes and all the information that you need to navigate this month ahead with wisdom and flow, then please hit the like button and subscribe. My name is Lori Lothian, and if you're new, welcome, and hit the like button and subscribe. I've been doing this All Signs Astrology on YouTube for like 6 or 7 years, and if you like All Signs content, that's what I put out, not just a little bit, but on every video. I'm a teacher. I like to teach you to fish instead of handing you a fish. If you missed my Divine Timing Masterclass, well, you can still get it, the last class at the end of May. That you can come join me for that one if you watch this video on time, and Q&As in the first week of June. And there's a discount code if you sign up for the very, very, very late last class. You still get access to all 5 modules, replays, Q&A replays, etc. And there's a profound discount that my assistant's putting into the description box below if you want to join us for the last class. And then the second thing is that you could also check it out if you want. I have a big sale. I made it to 150,000 subscribers as of May the 11th. I'm recording this, and I'd like to share with you my excitement by giving you a 40% off discount code, all caps celebrate. For every course I've ever taught, you get the replays, finding your friends and family in the chart, including your spouses, looking at your past lives. There are all kinds of courses that I've taught that you might really enjoy. Love timing cycles, etc. In the description box below, there's probably 24 courses. These are 2-hour video courses, replays with all the documents you need as well. Check it out. 40% off, code celebrate at lorilothian.com, my new website and teaching platform. And all the information you need to do that is below. And last but not least, my Chiron in Taurus webinar is happening in June. If you'd like to join me for that, it's a nominal fee. Either get on the wait list or sign up for it, depending on what you find below. These webinars are educational, and I'm also using the tools of guided meditation. So you'll have a lot of fun over there to navigate the Chiron ingress into Taurus, which will be a new 7-year story. So, sorry guys, I have a little bit of a throat thing going here. I think it's because I've been talking all day or something, and we're going to share the sky and go through it bit by bit together. I'm going to try to keep it to 30 minutes. I'll talk about what's most important for a Taurus to know. You are a Venus-ruled sign. So Venus is the boss of you, and so we watch what Venus does. So just so you know, you Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Sun, career and purpose. Moon, your nest, home, and domicile. Rising, anything about your character in the simulation. That is your avatar. You might notice that Venus is, during the month of May, still in the sign of Cancer. And as we move ourselves forward by a couple of days into June, she's still in Cancer. So basically, Venus is your Lord. And one thing to notice is you always have to track what she's doing because she's the most important planet for you. So as of June 1st, Venus is, as she has been since May 19th, in the sign of Cancer. This is where the big luck is coming for you. And I'll get to that shortly. But she is here. Oh my God, I can't stand my throat. And she is here, and she is going to be bringing you luck, and she has been here since May 19th. So when Venus is in your third house, it's more social, having fun with people in the local neighborhood, your local friends, going to like restaurants and doing fun things in the local environment, having more pleasure in the local environment. And also if you're online type, this is good for your social media, your online success. You might have some, greatest hits or something. And you might find it more enjoyable to be in jobs that involve marketing, selling, teaching, and writing. So you're having a nice glow there. The next thing to pay attention to, though, is she will be moving into Leo, and we're going to talk about that when it happens. So that's going to be a big energy change for you. So let's start off in a chronological order going through this month. To begin, the most important thing for you to pay attention to might be the Mercury and Chiron activation. It's really going to happen the day before May 31st. So let's say the last couple of days of May and the first day of June, the vibe is, are you ready to dramatically resolve self-undoing bad habits, self-sabotage, and addictive patterns and stuff, especially when it comes to things you ingest or put in your mouth or inhale through your nose, right? Or anything to do with food style. Possibly there's a major turning point here of great note, a kind of definitive insight or idea or moment of time as you heal a chironic wound in the 12th house about the features I told you that have been going on ever since 2019, February. You might also find that there's somebody that you know who's elderly with cognitive impairment in the hospital, and you're getting news about it. Okay. Again, the last couple of days of May and the first day of June. Now, the sun in beautiful, beautiful flow, like really lovely energy to Saturn. This is like money stories, guys. That or a father figure is in a hospital and you're getting information. You're going to notice around the 2nd of the month, the 3rd of the month, this story is going to take you into contact with something that could be a nice financial glow up. And because this is also connected to your home life, sun rules your home life, there could be some positive glowy and flowy determinations connected to legacy wealth or property, land, and real estate. Again, it may not be a tragedy, but there could be an elder, hospital, father figure, legacy wealth transfer underway. Ignore Asteroid America, underway for you involving hospital settings. So I just had to be realistic, but it looks good on your finances as a point. And it could also be very smoothing out of or easing of some challenges you've been having in your own finances. So look for that around June 2nd, a day or two before or after. Otherwise, you could be doing some negotiating and deal making, perhaps with somebody in a distant shore and foreign land over property and real estate matters, and then a source of income for you, like a job. Mercury is going to briefly, fleetingly flow to the North Node of Fate right here. This could be some exciting information or news coming through as Mercury moving through your 3rd house of writing, communicating, marketing, and selling, and job opens up a new career gain opportunity for you. It might require that you move to another city or travel for it, but that would be like getting news that you got the job or something like that, or you got the promotion or the raise. And so, but it's also a destined, fated feeling. And again, this is around the 3rd of the month, but you're going to notice it playing out a couple of days before and after. Mercury will be in your 3rd house the entirety of the month of June. In fact, he will be here till August 9th because of retrogradation. And in general terms, this is going to make you very busy, very social, or if you're marketing, teaching, selling, communicating, and writing, very, very focused on that June the 1st to August the 9th. But also sometimes when Mercury is here, we have lots of interaction with siblings, lots of connection, communication, interaction with cousins or siblings, or just with things you're doing with the neighbors or things that you're doing in the neighborhood, social time. So that's a longer story. I bring that up because just to remind you, he's going to be here through till August 9th. All right. On speaking of time, on the 9th of June, the luckiest day of the year. All right. Venus and Jupiter combine forces on the luckiest day of the year. And what this looks like is a reset button. We had it last July. We only get it once every 12 years, but sometimes it happens twice, like so every 12, 13 years. It did last summer. And so what we've got going here is we've got Jupiter and Venus connecting to bring you a lucky break on the 9th of the month. Give it or take a day before or two after. The lucky energy could be a really nice breakthrough of some positive developments connected to or in relationship to your earnings, your money, your financial resources, because of Mercury's co-presence, to matters to do with your job, your profession, to do with your work itself. It could be an exalted career gain, raise, promotion, or brand new job that's really way better than you've ever imagined you would ever get. And there is a potential here with this conjunction, because it resets you for a whole year, not a day in the life of, but a whole year. Let's bring us right into the 9th so you can see it yourself. So it's exact on the 9th. You'll also notice that when it becomes exact, the moon is over here in the 12th house. So some of you could open up the moon is the owner of the conjunction. It could open up some opportunities connected to digital income, borderless revenue, or moving or changing your income sources to a new job that requires a change of location, maybe a move to another town, a far off distant shore in your own country. Otherwise, if it doesn't do that, it's just also just really good vibing energy for perhaps lucky breaks connected to travel abroad or a move or travel abroad, either one. I want to say one more thing about it. This conjunction that brings us third house luck is not just about the 9th of June. It lasts for a year. It's a cycle that puts in motion good fortune in the third house. Now, you had the same thing start last July. So, Venus is fertility. So my Taurus daughter, her brother in the house of siblings, Venus, Jupiter, fertility, has made a baby. It's still coming. It's in the baby oven with his partner. So fertility amongst siblings having babies, more connection to siblings, whatever. That has started last July, but it rolls out for another whole year. So that's the whole point I want to say. All right, next, we talk about Mercury squaring Saturn, and we think about difficult news or ideas that have to be implemented with patience and long-term perspective. So Mercury on the 10th of the month will have a square to Saturn. Sometimes because these could be connected to travel, there may be a delay. There may be a trip that you'd planned, and now there's something you can't control. And unfortunately, you have to pause, delay, refund, even not take the trip. It can be a blocking or a boundary that says the travel can't happen. So look for that possibility, especially if you're traveling far away to a foreign land. Because Saturn rules the house of foreign lands, you may have to cancel a trip or delay a trip. And with gas and oil prices, maybe that's why it's not your fault. Look for that potential around the 10th of June. Then when we move on to, or difficult and hardship news regarding a sibling, this would be more particular, a sibling one younger than you. On the 13th of the month of June, Venus will square Chiron, that wound in your house of addictions and self-undoing, but she's in the third house, which is education, community, a local community, things connected to learning, if you're in a program, studying something. And then you have this kind of difficult energy that plays out. And again, the date of that energy that you feel this constriction to Chiron, a wound, is around the 13th when it's exact. I kind of would say, because of all the luck that Jupiter's bringing here, that this is like something that you're not in charge of. I mean, like it's not going to take you down or anything like that, but there could be a wound around you letting yourself down or you tripping yourself up. And it might be in relationship to local friends, community, learning environments, addictions recovery education, and feeling like you actually tripped yourself up. So it's like if you're in AA, you lost your chip or something, you have to go back, or you fell off the wagon. So it's like a short-term vibe. And it involves pleasure in the local environment. So yeah, you went to the bar, you had some drinks with friends, and now you regret it. That's kind of thing. It's short, but it's teaching you a deeper lesson around sabotage yourself and things that undo you. And you're trying to transform that in a lucky way with Jupiter, Venus, right? And that's true last July as well. You came to terms last July of 25 with maybe you're going to transform your own self-undoing and get rid of it forever. It doesn't have to be an addiction. We all have bad habits and patterns that take us down, where we are our own worst enemy, and you're facing that squarely around June the 10th. On June the 14th, a new moon happens in the sign of Gemini, new beginnings and fresh starts in your earnings and job structure, money, earnings, resources, and dietary habits and what you put in your nose and mouth. Fresh start, new beginning. Now, new moons bring the fresh start and the new beginning, and that's the good news. They don't deliver it in a day. So although the moon is coming into this new start, fresh beginning on the 14th, give it 2 or 3 weeks to show you what it's really about, certainly 2 weeks. And then also let it unfold over 6 months, as all lunations do. Don't think it's a day in the life of you. No, it's going to take a while to show you what it's about. It will be happening at 24 degrees of Gemini. Given that this part of your sky is also nicely hooked up to healing that chironic wound in the house of addictions and self-undoing, it could be a nice new beginning and fresh start where you radically break free and break through a habit or pattern of substance misuse or disuse disorders or financial self-sabotage. And you're going to break away from that pattern for frigging good. Okay? Give yourself 6 months to proof of concept. Proof of concept. All right. What we have going on now on the 15th of the month is a blessed flow between beautiful Venus and Uranus, which can be a surprise. Some news or information that feels like you're welcoming it. It's a surprise and you say yes. Now, your Venus rule, I'm focusing on that for you. Not every sign gets so much Venus content. So Venus, Uranus, surprise, positive, money and home life. Now, Venus is opposite Pluto, transformation, death and rebirth, financially connected to home, property, land, and real estate. With Juno up here, someone gets on bended knee and proposes a marriage to transform your reality, and it's verbal and it shocks you. I mean, I don't know. But also your money, your earnings, and your resources, property, land, and real estate, transformation, and wealth. Look for toxic difficulties you may have been having with people in places of authority in your work environment where you're going to break free of that. And that could even mean breaking free because you're breaking free of a toxic job. But there's blessings from Venus. And she's ruled by that sun in the earnings house. So it really does transform your finances in a positive way. Then we see on the 17th that we get Venus trining Neptune for soulmate love, divine love, true love, higher love. Bring me a higher love here. But it's in your 4th house. So it can be to do with love in the home, but also conception and fertility can happen under Venus in the 4th house. And because Neptune rules drugs, that would be a birth control failure if you're on, like, say, birth control pills. So be cautious around conception issues here for sure. On the other hand, Venus is the ruler of your work house. You could get a really great work close to home or work from home job opportunity that's your dream come true. But it might involve a company or an organization that has offices or headquarters in other countries or far off lands. Now, as we move past that beautiful divine love, if you're looking for love, I hate that expression. You're looking for love right out of the tarot reader land. But if you're looking for love because you're single, it's possible that you could meet somebody who hails from a distant land, different culture, religious background, foreign country vibe, foreigner. You could meet that person, but you'd meet them really close to home, like in your hood, or like down the street. So in the well, even more than neighborhood, like really close to your house or your apartment. All right, so let's continue. On the 21st of the month, the sun will sextile Chiron, that wound of self-undoing, addictions, bad habits, and all that sabotage of self-undoing. But that's not what is happening. You finished that story, and now we get to relieve yourself of that. And here we have the 21st of the month, and you get to see Chiron coming into your sign. Now, it's pretty bad since 2019. You've been working on that self-sabotage, self-undoing, and all that. Now he's on your side. He's with your sign. Now, don't think it's bad, Sun, Moon, and Rising Taurus, because you can heal so many things, because the Chironic key to purpose and your original gifts and talents to be used in this life come from the healing energies. Some of you might have been born with Chiron and Taurus, and now you're like 49, 50, and this is your Chiron return. But whatever this is, which is very healing, this place is a new vibe that you're going to feel for like until 2033, but you're going to feel it here now, June 20th. And you're going to feel it all the way to September 17th as he tests the Taurus earth and kicks up the dirt and sees what he's got to do with you. How's it going to help you? Of course, Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, the first 3 degrees of Taurus are going to feel it more intensely. All right. As he ingresses or moves into your first house, he does flow to the South Node. And he does also, at the very same time, he also connects the dots with the sun. So let's let the sun show up in your 3rd house. So I'll make a story for you. A possible opportunity coming your way, connected to a sibling 1 younger or 2 younger, or connected to a job opportunity, connected to your writing, marketing, teaching, selling, and learning environments, if those matter to you. And it may also connect to travel. Yet, because it hooks up to the South Node in the 5th house, it may also involve matters to do with your children. So they may be going through a South Node or a more difficult time, and they may be trying to square away something to do with their own wounds, or you're trying to guide or mentor them around their difficult energies. If you have children, young or old, I don't know. And the sun here is pointing to learning often, or some educational focus, or some information that it needs to be had and communicated. And I say learning, especially with Jupiter here. So maybe something going on in the life of a child in a learning environment that's difficult in school. And only whatever this is, it's not long lived, but it's also flowing in a mini grand trine. So with the sun ruling the 4th house as well, it could involve children who are in the home, that live in the home. And there's some attempt to secure a healing with them, for them, or through them. It may not even be about children. It could be about siblings. 1 younger and 2 younger. And in this chart, 3, 1 older as well, and 1 older as well. So sibling stories, Chironic healing. And now the sun is just shining a light on what needs to be healed with those sibling relationships. Could bring some prosperity into the story with Jupiter nearby. I can see some educational challenges for you, for siblings, or for your children, and a need to find a healing path through it. That's what I got. Woo! All right. On the 24th of the month, the sun will sextile the North Node of destiny. And we don't mind that at all. See, it's building up here on the 21st. And there's some kind of destiny expansion or a worldly success connected to career gains, long-range goals and dreams and plans, sibling 1 younger, 1 sibling 1 older, and powerful positive dynamic flow here. And even connected to the 5th house, it could open up doors of good fortune and career success. Now, it depends on your world. If you're definitely a work at home person, this is definitely going to amplitude up your earning, success, recognition, whatever promotions, raises, all the good perks of working. If you don't work from home, it may not be as much that. I mean, I want to say it's more of those of you who have some amplitude, your self-starter, your entrepreneurial, to do your own thing. The other energy here of a solar figure in the 3rd house can be a male or father-like character in your extended family, cousins, aunts, and uncles, coming into some positive developments that look like good fortune. And with Jupiter here, you could get money from that person. You could get some chunks of money from somebody, not like a chunk, but more like a windfall vibe, right? From a sibling, from a solar figure too, like an uncle or not an in-law, an uncle. Oh, it could be an in-law, or some money from one of your in-laws. Financial support from an in-law could come through this as well. That feels like you just, pennies from heaven. I needed that. Thank you for the support. Oh, in-law of mine, that kind of vibe. All right. I'm standing, so I'm wiggling. I decided to change my posture here. 20. Okay, so we're moving on to the Venus trine Saturn. Love is hard, but we are making it work. Money is hard, but we can do this. We got it. We're marathoners. Well, Venus is in Leo, right? She's moved on, as I said she would, and she entered the Leo part of the sky, FYI, on June the 13th till July the 8th. And while she's down here, you're enjoying your home life, June 13th to July 18th. You're enjoying pleasure in the home, sex and romance in the home, beautifying, decorating, and making your home attractive, having a female visit you in the home, all very possible, June 13th to July the 8th here. But as that's all going on, all of a sudden we notice that as we've moved forward into the future of the 25th of the month, Venus will begin to create a beautiful flow to Saturn. Now, this is where pleasure in the home can unhook itself from destructive habits, right? We're now all of a sudden maintaining healthy structure around habits that are bad for you, whatever they are, can, especially if you imbibe those structures or do those things in the home, like smoke weed for hours on end or whatever you do, this can be a real sense of, oh, this is easy. I've got a handle on my pleasures in the home. I can feel the vibe. Or the female from a foreign country may visit you, or far off city, or the other side of your country as well. During this cycle in general, that's true, as I said already, June 13th to May 8th, that's all this is kind of true, but there's an acute moment around the 24th, 25th, where that becomes an exact story. So yeah, you might also, that's what I got for you. I said how it feels, right? If you need to secure a new home, you might get a rental property, but it might be connected to another part of the country or a distant shore and foreign place, and you secure a rental property at this time. In an easy flowing and successful way that feels like, thank you, universe. Mars will sextile Jupiter, which is good for so many things. Now, you've had Mars in your sign. He's not his happiest condition, but on May 19th, he entered your sign, leaves on June 28th. This is giving you that determination, stamina, willpower. You're like a bull. You're grinding forward. You're going to, you're determined to get your actions and decisions to go the distance with perseverant, grinding earth mover energy. So that's the good news. So you've been in that category of beingness ever since May 19th to June 28th. But the good news here is that then you get the rewards of all that energy of determined, stalwart, hard, fixed, earth moving determination, because Mars will flow to the reward planet Jupiter, exalted in Cancer, by the way, on a household name degree. And technically speaking, what you might be feeling around June the 23rd, all the way through to the end of the month, more or less, June 23rd to 28th, June 23rd to 28th, is some significant luck because you persevered at something, or worked hard, or kept to your course, or were motivated and, will-powered up. And what this could look like is it could like a breakthrough of some sort, not like a shocking way, just like finally all the work paid off, but it will come from the third house. And the third house and Jupiter's collateral benefit house, the 11th. So a really nice turning point in a job situation, career gain situation from all your hard work and determination. A nice turning point change from situations connected to local environments, neighbors and neighborhood, the city you live in. A really nice, sweet vibe, turning of the wheel of luck could bring you a windfall or a sudden financial chunk of money coming at you. But again, we have siblings involved, perhaps one younger, one older. We have connections to matters, or even 3 younger and 3 older under this chart. And we also could have like aunts and uncles and cousins in the mix as well, somehow bringing you some positive fortunate reward for something you've been working really hard to do. And is almost a bit like, and here's the gains from all of that effort. Here's the reward at last. And it probably involves other people, but if you're a social media beast, this is your social media house, and Mercury is like the messenger. This could open up the success story in something in your online world, writing and communicating, selling, teaching, and marketing. And all this work pays off. And here's the bonanza, ka-ching, ka-ching, that kind of vibe. We have a full moon at 8 degrees of Capricorn. Yay! Capricorn fulfillment off of like probably a winter new moon 6 months earlier. And so now the fulfillment is here in your ninth house. The ninth house is about those foreign lands and travels and distant shores and visas and passports and religious ideology and higher educational settings and court and legal matters. Now, if you have been struggling with a legal court case matter and Jupiter is witnessing this part of the chart, you might find yourself awarded a win. So I will say the full moon in Capricorn could mean that you're going to be gifted a success outcome in a legal or court case matter. It also looks like because of this new full moon fulfillment here, if any of you have had any longer range plans or seed planting since December, that you might want to go into a university or college setting, then with Jupiter, the Lord of Education, witnessing it, that also bodes really well for success. And it might be an educational setting that requires you to move to a distant place from where you currently live, or even another country. And lastly, I mean, Jupiter just is bounty and fulfillment of things and growth and expansive ways. And the full moon is being seen by him, witnessed by him. Definitely can be a payout on a legal case, but it has many other ways it could go depending on your chart. Mercury rules money that you can possess. So I see some money could come to you, a bursary, a stipend, a scholarship, a legal course payout. If you're looking for work, this would be fulfilling the desire to get that job in another country from where you currently live. So, and you might have had those seeds back in December. So that's what I've got for you. You know, Jupiter will move into your fourth house after June 30th and be there for a year. And that's going to open up a great deal of prosperity, expansion, growth, and success in your home, property, land, and real estate. But because Jupiter rules the energy of your 11th house of career gains himself, and your 8th house of chunky money, that could also be a window of inheritance money coming to you between June 30th of this summer and a year later. We'll cover that when we do the June deep dive video into Jupiter in Leo with the South Node. All right, that's what I have for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to come join me if you like to learn more about Taurus Chiron in a learning environment webinar with a guided meditation. That's coming up probably mid-June. And you can sign up below, information under the description box. And you might also want to join me for the last class, Distribution Through the Bounds, in my 5-week program. And if you join me for that last class, you'll get a really deep discount, information below, and you'll get to keep the 4 classes before that you missed, and self-study. And I might not teach this course again for another year or two. Last time was 2022. So if you want to jump in, please do. Don't forget my 40% off sale is here now for all of those who are avid astrology learners. Every course I've ever taught, probably a couple dozen, are going to be lodged at lorilothian.com, and you can buy them with the code CELEBRATE, all caps, for 40% off. So go check that out as well. Take care. I'll see you guys in the next video. You won't have this again for 12 more years. So, but it also runs out on a year cycle after this. So it's a little bit shy of a year. Okay. By next summer, by next May, the promise is more money, more financial success. Simply that. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. We're talking to you today about the month of June, the luckiest month of the year. There's a gorgeous setup for your finances this month ahead to increase significantly, as well as the possibility of an opening in love and romance. We do want to say that getting Chiron off your back after, since 9 years of harassing you in your house of friendship groups and places of collective belonging will feel like a breath of fresh air as you begin to experience a brand new Chiron story this month that will go on for 7 years. I love this month ahead for us as well, because retrogress Gemini sun, because we have a brand new moon in the sign of Gemini, and it's midwifed by Mercury's energetic participation in a way that, again, can open you up to greater financial gain in your career or in your work life. So there's so many things about this month that I have to say for you Geminis that you really want to dig in and get the benefits from, because it is indeed a very positive month. Do I have a blurry camera? You'll just have to deal with it. All right, so let's get started, and we're going to go ahead. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Lori Lothian. We are using Western tropical zodiac, not sidereal. People ask me that in the comments. I'm just looking at where the planets are. They're clearly Western tropical positions. In today's video, we're going to migrate through every single thing that you need to know about the planetary positions and how you can benefit from this sky. So settle in, take a pen and paper, get some notes. Let's get going. Before we do the actual month ahead, I have a couple of things I'd like to share with you. I am teaching my Divine Timing Masterclass, but jump on in late if you want. If you get this video before the last weekend in May, you could probably jump in for a great discount for the very last course, Distribution Through the Bounds, live teachings with me, Q&A weeklies and everything else. Go check it out below. I'll have a discount code there for the super late comers, and you'll be able to get the content that you missed as replay, housed forever and ever in my teaching platform for you. I may not teach this course again for a couple of years, so if you want to grab it, go for it. Second of all, I do want to let you know that I am so excited to have hit 150,000 subscribers and clawing my way up there for years. Finally made it. If you want to celebrate with me, use code CELEBRATE, all caps, and in the description box below, a link to my website where you can buy any of the courses I've taught. And I'm now got on replay mode at lorilothian.com, and those will be available at 40% off. So you can, know how to find your family, children, and spouse, finding people in the chart, siblings, past lives, how to find those, finding your natural gifts and talents and career. All of the stuff will be available for 40% off. And that course, that price will only run through the month. Well, you hear this now through to the end of June. And finally, I want to say thank you to all of my subscribers and my fans here. You really helped me get to this 150,000 finally. And I'm really happy that you guys were always with me, liking, subscribing, and sharing. So everyone keep doing that. Chiron is going to move into Taurus this month. It's a big deal. And because of that, I have a webinar. Information to get into that webinar in the description box below. All right, so with a guided meditation, let's get started. I don't want to waste time promoting when I could be telling you about the sky. All right, guys. All righty now. You've got this picture perfect sky for Gemini, sun, moon, and rising that's setting you up for a glorious month of June. I don't think there's much about this month that you're not going to say thank you to. Most importantly, you are Mercury ruled. You are the planetary ruler of your sign, and he's extremely busy this month doing good things for you. So let's go in the zodiacal order and talk about Mercury. Just know that Mercury on June 1st moves out of the sign of Gemini, and he will move into, on June 1st, your money house. And though there's something right away off the bat to pay attention to. Just before that, on May 31st into June 1st, you get this kind of climactic grand finale of a chironic wound that you've been trying to heal, connected to belonging, friends of groups, social networks, social circles, maybe even about some of your long-range goals, dreams, and plans for your life. And this chironic wound that's been niggling and nagging at you since 2019 is getting ready to test the earth of Taurus and move there on June 20th. And as that's getting ready to happen, Chiron and Mercury are doing a grand finale. Listen in on the last couple of days of May, first day of June, for some kind of insight, understanding, or idea that really clarifies something about your purpose and a new way to align it with your career. Okay, and the gains of your career. Look for that insight coming through at the beginning of the month and the very last couple of days of May. Then as we move forward into our days ahead, we're going to notice that we've got Mercury in your earnings house and money and pocketbook and resources, and he will be your ruler there, blessing you not for a little bit of time, from June the 1st to August the 9th. I know he's going to retrograde. So you got a huge amount of energy. Yes, he retrogrades June 29th, but we're covering that next month. So it's really all about how you're going to experience this part of your life it's your voice, it's your calling, your vocation, and it's all blessed by the Jupiter-Venus conjunction that's coming through our sky. And so we're going to talk about that conjunction in a minute, but know that this is an extraordinarily powerful and positive energy for you. And it even includes a new moon this month. So it's probably going to be new ways for you to make money, new directions in your career for worldly success, and coming up with new ideas as well. And all of it can generate huge prosperity. On the 2nd of June, the sun is going to flow to Saturn. On Sun-Saturn flow energy, we kind of feel like hard work and perseverance and long game in our 11th house, the way we've been determined and perseverant and marathoning in terms of actualizing our long range wishes, goals, and dreams for our life. We haven't given up on it, but we're realistic, or even the way we gain money and earnings from the career. And that Saturn, although he's not in great dignity, will have some support from the sun. And so that sun looking back at Saturn indicates that there's something going on here where possibly you're going to come up with a new direction connected to career and career gains and success, connected to writing, communicating, marketing, selling, and teaching. And with Uranus there, and third house social media, with Uranus there, you could expect an insight like a blinding aha as well, illuminating a new third house idea. Of course, on a practical note, you could end up with a sudden opportunity to travel with a friend who's older or younger than you by 7 years, but mostly it's probably going to angle into career matters. Look for a sibling, one older, if you have one, being involved in some communication with you as well. This positive on June 2nd, give or take a day or two on either side. Okay. Try autism and bar stools. All right. I move into a new place with my own recording studio. I can't wait. A second bedroom. I'm like tired of trying to make my sofa and my bar stools work. Moving on, guys. Mercury trines the North Node on the 3rd. Mercury, information and news, money, earnings, resources. North Node, worldly success, fame and fortune, whatever you want, in your 10th house of visible career and visible reputation. Retired, what are you doing in the world that people see you doing, you retirees? I don't even know what retirement looks like. I'm 64. How do people see you doing something in the world that you would describe as wanting to achieve something successful there? And then Mercury is in the earnings and resources and money house. This is a nice little touch point. This is a nice little glow up, and it's better than it could be because we have Jupiter and Venus here as well. And there's a huge amount of benefic energy financially and related to your career being offered up for you at the time of the 3rd. Mercury could bring you some information or news as well. It could escalate something to do with career accomplishment, rewards, and visible success. On the 9th of the month, and just Mercury does square Neptune, but that can be about coming to terms with realistic appraisals of your career potential and success while at the same time experiencing success. You might even wean away something so that you can focus more on one thing and less on another in order to be successful in your career. So that's a vibe on the 3rd of the month, give or take a day on either side. With the energy of Venus conjunct Jupiter, the luckiest month of the year. Venus is a benefic, Jupiter is a greater benefic. The two of them are holding hands. They did this July of last year. And just like this year, they're also flowing to the node of fate in a whole sign way. So this is very unusual. We have it sometimes Venus-Jupiter conjunctions twice, sequential years, but it runs for 12. So this is the last. You won't have this again for 12 more years. So, but it also runs out on a year cycle after this. So a little bit shy of a year. Okay. By next summer, by next May, the promise is more money, more financial success. Simply that. All right. And I, as a progressed Gemini sun, my career, moon, your home and nest, rising, your identity in the simulation, right? There is always going to be something blessed financially when these two get together here. Now, Jupiter and Venus together on the 9th, give it a couple days before and a couple days after, are going to kickstart something. right? It's a kickstart energy, a firing pin. It's going to, as I said, flow for almost a year through your chart as an energetic signature. And because Mercury's co-present here, and because Mercury is the marketing, selling, marketile, merchant energy, this is increasing your sales and your merchandising and your success in your chart. It's especially valuable for those people who create their own work and business from home. Venus rules entrepreneurship. Mercury rules your fourth house. It's really super auspicious as well for any of you Gemini folk who might be considering the possibility of getting a job abroad or in a far off land or place. Okay. So maybe some of you have that up your sleeve, and that could open up doors of opportunity for that as well. And is there anything else I want to tell you about it before I move on? We'll be doing a deeper dive video on that on my channel. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Venus rules your house of romantic love. And because she's co-joining Jupiter here, who rules your house of commitment, this combination could indicate the onset, if you're with somebody, moving it on up to more of a legal marriage status, or moving it into a cohabitational status. But if you're not and you're single, then this combination here with Venus ruling your fifth house is quite capable, with Jupiter ruling your commitment house, to bring you into contact with a new romantic story. And in that regard, that new romance could lead to a long-term commitment as well. So this is playing out for a year, but it's possible that you could get some evidence for this playing out sooner than that, anytime June 9th-ish onward. But it bakes in a possibility of new love that can become committed, all right, and also lead to a wedding, says Jupiter. Oh, and one more thing, good fortune. Yeah. And, just that Venus rules your house of good fortunes. It's like financial fortunes, good fortunes, fortunate feelings and circumstances. And she has her joy in your house of winning money. So yeah, you're one of the signs that you might want to try to win some money close to June 9th, play a ticket, know your limit, play within it. All right, continuing onward, because we're trying to keep these under 30 minutes. And so far, my first two videos are not, they're 33. We're going to talk about Mercury squaring Saturn, Mercury and Saturn. Okay. Well, Mercury has always something to say. He's like, I got some information. I got some news. I got to speak something here. Saturn. This is a difficult conversation. It could be with a friend, like in your social network groups. It could even be with a sibling, one older than you. If it's not a difficult conversation that feels like a roadblock or a stall, then it could be some difficult financial matters connected directly to the gains of your career, a slowdown, a pause, or a delay. I mean, it could even be a delay in the payment processor or the banking structures or things like that. Worst case scenario is something to do with taxes and some situations that you have to address. But whatever this is, it's not going to last very long. So it's a bleep in the day, So look for that vibe of, on June 10th, WTF, what do you mean I need to redo that part of my taxes? Or what do you mean that PayPal and Stripe is not delivering the information to depositing the money where they're supposed to, or whatever you do? Or what do you mean the check that the company wrote me bounced? So things like that are possible here, or a difficult conversation with a friend. And it may be about money, right? Who owes who what? Never know. All right. Because Mercury is with Jupiter and Venus, and Jupiter's bonifying everything here, it's likely to work out just swell. All right. So keep that in mind. Venus, the goddess of love and money, squares Chiron in the house of friends. Now, you've had this wound here for a long time. Chironic wound since 2019 February in the house of friendship circles and groups. Let me count the ways. I can tell you so many problems there for me. Pandemic, becoming single and no longer being invited to couples parties. you're not a couple, you don't get invited. I don't know why. I never did that to people. But anyway, there's this wound in your social groups and networks here, as well as maybe the gains of one's career and long range plans. And when Venus is squaring the Chironic wound from the second house, it is a money house. So you might be feeling a Chironic wound around money connected to groups of belonging, friends, or career gains. It's almost similar to the vibe that Saturn is already giving you on the 10th. And now we're on the 13th. It's a tricky one, guys, because the wound could be more about all that hard work, like the Seven of Pentacles, and it wasn't really worth it. Because Saturn in the 11th house is not exalting the house of joy. He's stuck away from it, exiled from enjoyment, creativity, pleasure, and earning money. So there may be a really sobering, realistic moment where you're defining what life is about in terms of money, enjoyment, and pleasure realistically. And it may not even be a thing that happens, but a consideration you are making. Could be a financial challenge going on in the life of a child as well. And you're having to square away with how to maybe help or not help somebody with a financial challenge like a child. And obviously an adult child. And just because Jupiter's co-present, maybe even a spouse is having some financial challenges and you're trying to step in, it would activate the possibility of that as well. Now, all said and done, it doesn't last very long. So we're talking about the 13th of the month, and you can give it a couple of days before. Okay. I give you guidance to go deeper into what brings you joy in the way you make money, because that's what the deepest story is here. And that's what you want to pay attention to right here. Chiron and Venus. You've been dealing with that joy of making money story every single year since 2019 when Venus squares Chiron. But with Jupiter conjunction just behind her, solutions are here. There's ways around it. You don't have to work hard, make money, and not have enjoyment or fulfillment or whatever. On the 14th of the month, we have a 24 degrees new moon in Gemini for a fresh start in your identity. You are going to, rising sign Gemini, create a whole new you or be able to perceive a whole new you. Same with the sun, whole new you vis-a-vis career, moon, a whole new you versus Gemini moon, whole new you connected to your emotional and mental habits and thinkings or your home life. But because when this moon happens, Mercury is in the second house, this whole new you is connected either to food style, what you ingest in your mouth, or things connected to your earnings and savings and money-making strategies. This whole new you will be also connected to finances. And so you're coming up with a new version of something. The new moon can take up to 6 months to show you the way. Don't think it happens in a day. But if you need to look at the day is the 14th of the month. The moon is going to be new. It will be new at 24 degrees. If you have your sun, moon, and rising, I'd say 21 to 27 degrees of Gemini. It's extremely powerful for you. But all of you Geminis, sun, moon, and risings, feel it nonetheless. The new moon sextiles Chiron in the house of career gains and earnings and can heal Chironic wounds around how you make money, again, from the career itself. And also can heal Chironic wounds regarding connections to groups of friends and maybe brings you into contact with more meaningful friendship circles in the 6 months that follows this moon. Saturn's already winnowing and weaning away and pruning the tree of friends until 2028 April. So you're narrowing down your friendship groups and belonging groups because you want people that you really want in your life, not just the riffraff, so you're just like becoming discriminating. On the 15th, Venus will give us a surprise as she sextiles Uranus. It's a sweet little moment in time of a light touch of happy surprises. Well, also for you, maybe downloads and insights. If it's downloads and insights, it connects to writing or teaching or marketing or traveling or social media. If it's not an insight, then it's a surprise that has to do with people that belong to the third house, siblings, cousins, uncles, aunts, local friends. Surprise, positive. With Venus opposite Pluto, Could be some surprises regarding power and control, toxic love, the power of love and the love of power, but in connection to ninth house stories. That can mean a sibling too older, for example, or ninth house stories, connections to a difficult circumstance being unearthed or uncovered, connected to your sibling life, or quite possibly connected as well to people that you have known in your childhood, like more like your elementary school years. And maybe Venus is going to dig up some dirt. If you are in a dating style relationship, not a committed one, this can unearth information that was hidden from your view about your relationship person. Okay. It doesn't have to be bad. It just you might find out something underneath the surface that you need to know. All right. Finally, if you have a hidden enemy, okay, and especially if the hidden enemy is posing as a helper, mentor, guide, or something like that, or they're from another country, or they've been targeting the online world, then this hidden enemy will get exposed under this energy, okay? So you can get your handle on them and maybe clear them out of your life once and for all in one electric turbocharged detonation of sayonara. All right. And we move that story forward. We must always move forward in time to the 17th of the month, where Venus will trine Neptune for dreamy soulmate love. Well, twin flame, divine complement, take your pick, higher love, unconditional love, sacred love, agape love. Venus is in your third house. That's your local environment, the restaurants, the movie theaters, the supermarkets, the gas stations, and the everyday world that you travel in, your fishbowl. And that part of where you're experiencing Venus, the goddess of love, ruler of the dating and romance house, well, it could be important because it could end up looking like a divine complement is stepping into the story. With Neptune, it could indicate the way in which this person shows up is because you're doing something social with a group of friends, a large event structure like a conference or something, or a connection to being introduced like to this person through a friendship network or group of belonging, like the book club or some social friends, and the connection coming through that part of your sky. You're more likely to meet this divine complement in a social event, likely tied to the neighborhood, even a house party, for goodness sakes, than you are, say, in a professional capacity. So by wandering the neighborhood, walking your dog and all of that, or going to the local environment, or hanging with friends, or doing an event, public event in the neighborhood or in the town you live in, if you're single, then this could open up a door of intersection with this person, okay? Also, you could go on a beautiful, dreamy trip with siblings or friends from the hood, and there's this beautiful trip that you're taking, so that could be the journey as well. Venus does rule the romantic house, right? So you can take a trip with your kids under this too. I might book my kids away to Whistler with me. A beautiful, dreamy trip with your kids or a romantic partner. Yeah, is possible as well. Then she's doing her gig. We're going to talk about the sun now sextiling Chiron in his brand new story. Can I sing? Not really, but I'll try. It's a whole new world. I can't say. It's a whole new world. Da, 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 da. Why is it a whole new world? Because Chiron will leave since 2019, 9 years back here. He's leaving, right? Whatever. He's getting out of there. And now he's going to test for 3 months from the 20th of June until the 17th of September, the 12th house story. Now, Chiron here in real-time stories can be shamans, teachers, guides, and mentors, far off lands and foreign places, gurus and teachers as well. You might come into that, or you might be healing ancestral patterns and karmic wounds, okay? And that will be true for 7 years until 2033. But he's just testing that earth energy and seeing how it feels, right? Trying it on for size. And as he ingresses, he also flows to the Virgo moon in the 4th house. Therefore, deep roots, ancestral roots healing, past life healing, is underway. And you'll feel a lot of kind of healing and wounding and healing and wounding around your childhood and people you knew in your childhood and digging it up and fixing it up. Okay. And it can even involve wounds connected to your childhood, connected to money as well, and working it, figuring it out. All right. Now we'll be doing a webinar on that. All right. And the other energy to notice here is going to be the idea that Chiron, as he's tiptoeing in here, is going to also be flowing to the sun. Watch the sun cross out of Gemini. You've been under that spotlight for a whole month, right? Kind of burn you out a bit. And now the sun is not burning you out. You're not under the hot Klieg lights. You're not in the desert with no shade. Now the sun has moved into your second house, and it will be here for a month. And this is a solstice and beautifully placed, because here we have Jupiter allowing the sun to enter the exaltation zone of Jupiter. And Jupiter Mercury is commercial success, marketing, selling, enterprise, business, communications and success, etc. And it's interesting to me because the sun is talking right away to Chiron. And there's something deep here for you guys, deeper than deep, because it was right back to the South Node in the house of family and childhood and family of origin. There is some kind of rewiring that wants to happen around your values, around wealth, prosperity, money, calling, voice, and vocation. With Mercury there, maybe you thought your path was a certain thing. Mercury represents when you were a youth, when you were young, and now you're ready to open to the bounty of what's possible. Maybe there's something different that you're here to do or be or become, but you're also going deep. So I don't think you're going to find this negative. This is a beautiful miniature trine that flows. If you make money in distant shores and foreign lands, there could be some healing about money coming to you from international revenue or borderless income. That could show up that way as well, as the sun is flowing beautifully to Chiron, but also to the Virgo home and nest where the South Node of Destiny is living. You might want to think about this as well as sort of pulling the, plug, like a tub full of water on, but it's a tub full of earth, and jettisoning whatever these wounds are, especially on the matrilineal line on mother's side or mother relationship regarding money, earning, self-worth, and self-value. It's very healing energy. It's very positive. You don't have it here for a long time, but you have it here in a very succinct way on the solstice, June the 21st. And you'll feel it very strongly in the couple of days after as well. What about the sun also flowing to the North Node of Fate? Destined shifts through the healing archetype to increase your worldly success and your financial income, earnings, and money. So this is going to actually make you richer should you do the inner work or the healing that arises here. Now, the next thing to pay attention to, I need water. The next thing I want you to pay attention to here is that you're going to notice that Venus, who brings beautiful, positive, grace-filled, lucky vibes, in Leo, will really work with Saturn in a beautiful fire trine in the Kama houses of desire and relationships. Before we talk about it, remember that Venus moved in, or if I didn't tell you, moved in on June 13th to Leo, and in that third house whole sign will stay there until July the 8th. You're going to be more social in the local environment. You'll take leisure and pleasure trips for romance or engaging with your children. And you will be very, very enjoying your online social media, writing, teaching, marketing, and selling landscape. And you might be very creative, artistic, and inspired by the muse, like to write a new course or create a new website or start a new social media platform or something like that. But what I'm noticing here is around the 21st, it's building. And by the time we get here to the 24th, Venus is trying to work with that debilitated Saturn, and where you're working hard to make career gains happen, but you could be feeling devoid of pleasure. Something's changing. On a practical note, sure, travel with siblings, travel with children, consolidating the plan. But at a much deeper level, there's something much, much more important going on here. I kind of would say, because, Saturn is the ruler of your house of book publishing, your house of dharma, your house of purpose, your house of education, your ninth house, that this is a realignment for you. It's a real realignment towards enjoying your life in your work while working hard, but not burning out. There's a vibe here of international success as well, from creative projects and online endeavors, or marketing, selling, writing, communicating, teaching. Depends on your job. Venus exalts your career house, you see. So there's something good trying to happen in all of those areas. But I want you to think about, that button, that was easy. She's trying to give you that was easy button instead of the grinding energy in the house of earnings from the career itself. This is supposed to be fun. So you want to find some fun in the way you earn money, and the fun could come from the third house. Is writing fun? Is there a certain thing you want to do in your communications, teaching, writing zone that can feel fun and enjoyable and bring you pleasure and inspiration? That's what's going on here, and a solution is being found. All right. If you're in a love story, especially if you're in a dating story, the downside of this is there's a friend who doesn't like your partner, but now you're smoothing out the ruffles. Okay. You're dating someone in one of your groups of friends, somebody's like a Debbie Downer or whatever. And now you can smooth it out and find a new harmony under those circumstances. Yeah. On the 28th of the month, we have Mars sextiling Jupiter. Well, Mars is all about the action and the determination, the will and the drive. And what's he doing? Well, he's plowing through your Taurus 12th house. He's been here for a while. May the 19th to June the 28th. What's good about Mars in that house if you want to quit an addiction? I don't care what. Everything from too much ice cream to like meth or something. You cut, end, and sever self-undoing bad habits and patterns. Starting May 19th to June 28th, you're golden. It's like you can figure out how to do it and you're able to do it. It's not that hard. You just make a decision. Mars makes decisions and you just stop. It's like Nancy Reagan, just stop. So you can just stop those things. That's what Mars is telling you here, especially given that he's flowing to Mercury, Jupiter in the house of what you put in your nose or mouth. So what I'm getting here on the 28th, right? You've been working with this Mars now since May 19th. Is there's an opportunity or a goodness or a blessing or amazing grace happening as Jupiter and Mars will flow to each other in a sextile at a completion degree, the anaretic degree of the sign of both Cancer and of Taurus. And so the bulldozer clears the way for happy, blessed grace and beautiful dispositions on your addictions. Now, how about making money? Sure. Mars and Jupiter are commercial success, enterprise, business success, on and on we go. And Mars is in a house of backroom deals and negotiations and money from digital income, borderless revenue, foreign companies, countries, and people, far off lands and shores. Maybe there's an opportunity for money that's very luscious coming to you. And this is negotiation, Mercury. Make a deal. So you might find a new way to, Mars rules your employees, to write contracts with employees if you have them, giving you this, or you could become an employee and you're getting some kind of contractual negotiation opportunity that's blessed coming to you. Could also increase your worldly success in your visible career. It can open up more money for you and also perhaps give you a sense that you've been given a divine blessing in your money, but it likely isn't winning the lottery under the sky. It's something connected to vocation, employment, employee, employer structures, and the North Node of worldly success, of course, up at the top of your sky in your career house. Look for foreign people, in particular men, to be very instrumental in this blessing. The full moon in Capricorn is happening at 8 degrees, and it's happening on the 29th of the month. The full moon in Capricorn will be completing something seated in the new moon phase, which is likely in December. Don't count on that. December, January, new moon. So about 6 months earlier, new beginnings and fresh starts. Probably was January for some time. And you planted a new seed. Now, the new seed that you planted on the new moon in Capricorn is about money. Now, it could be taxes, tax structures, investment portfolios, building wealth through investments, banking loans and mortgages, planting a seed, now fulfilling the seed. Let's take a look at the moon together without losing everything. The moon will be at 8 degrees of Capricorn. This is a very powerful sky because it was around that point where Venus star pointed in January. Mars also conjoined the sun in January. These are 6th and 9th. So this is a very hot spot in your sky. Now the full moon is here. So there's a lot going on where you want to fulfill or blossom into being or spotlight or highlight your 8th house. This full moon will always come back to money. Yes, the moon is stoic and determined and exiled, but rules your second house of money, pocketbook, wallet. So this full moon with Jupiter witnessing it has protection and is more blessed than if Jupiter wasn't witnessing it across the way. There may be a fulfillment of some kind of financial plan, business partnership that you've been considering, and it may be the opportunity to buy or purchase a home or sell a home. Now, the possibility of doing that, the fulfillment of that is here, but the fulfillment may not occur on the 29th. It's a door opens there. Over the 2 weeks that follow, do you have an opportunity to purchase or buy a home? Ask yourself that. Or do you see evidence that your next 6 months ahead, you'll be going in that direction? Because a south node baked into your 4th house might mean leave or change of home, you see. Mars rules your house of rentals. And because Mars was right here, looking at the rental house, but will also flowing to lucky Jupiter, there also may be a golden rental opportunity emerging around the 26th, 27th of the month. All right, golden rental property as well. But then this moon is bigger than that. This is going to take you even full 6 months afterward to know what it's about. And it could involve some financial dispensations, extra chunks of money, Google AdSense, royalty income, sign-on bonuses, severance packages, chunks of money, exceedingly like lovely big chunks of money coming at you in the next 6 months after this moon. And don't forget, because Mercury's hugging that Jupiter, looking at that, and Mercury's the lord of your story, a lot of this looks very positive for you. I do see some possibilities of being able to pursue the possession of land here, buy, sell, whatever it is. So this is important here. The asteroid America keeps floating around. Just ignore it. That's what I've got for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Good luck on that beautiful month ahead. Hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss a thing. I'll see you guys in the future. Under the description box, everything I have. If you're on a TV, then you'll have to use a device. The more button apparently doesn't exist on your TV. About 4% of people watch on their TV. So if you're one of them, there you go. The other thing I'd like you to notice is remember my call to actions. You can sign up for you can buy any of my courses for 40% off. There's a couple of dozen to celebrate my 150 mark, reaching that as I record it in early May. And you want to use the code CELEBRATE, all caps. You can also check in and maybe you would like to get your hands on my Divine Timing Masterclass, the last weekend in May, Q&A the first week of June, 2 classes. If you want to get into that last class and also be able to access all the other classes behind you, you don't have them forever, the other 4 classes. You just have to check below. There's a big discount for the super late comers. And then also finally, you might want to consider the idea that you come into that Chiron webinar at a nominal fee, $10, $15, $14. The reason I'm doing that, I had I do think like my Uranus webinar, 600 people enrolled, and I had a tip jar and I got 2 tips. Okay. What I'm saying is that I put these out for education. I think I want to teach you to fish. I don't want to provide the fish, but this time I'm going to ask for a nominal entry fee. Okay. Because I put a lot of energy, time, and work into it, making the webinar and then teaching it. So this is a charge. Sorry. It's just fair. Take care, guys. I'll see you in the next video. This is a great time to capitalize on something like applying for a job or asking for something you want because you are magnetic, charming, leaderful, gracious, and likable. Like, it's good vibes for how you present yourself to the world. Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. The luckiest month of 2026, June, falls right in your sign, and it's blessed energy. It can translate all over your chart into positive energy, fortunate growth and expansion, and of course, luck. And so we can't wait to talk about how Jupiter and Venus in Cancer will operate for you throughout the whole month of May, but more importantly, spinning a whole year cycle into being. We're going to draw your eyeballs over to Chiron, moving out of your 10th house where he's been wounding your career and reputation for 9 years or more, and moving into Taurus where he will operate in a new whole way. We're going to bring that story to your attention because it is epic and important, and it is a new story for how you're going to shift something in the way you make money and the way you perceive your long-range goals and dreams. And there's another energy to bring you to your beautiful eyeballs and attention. And that is, you're going to see that Mars moving through a part of your chart that represents social groups this month could do some really intense paring away of social groups, but also changing the way you think you want your life to look, moving you into a new vision or a new direction of your long-range visionary imaginal goals and wishes. So let's talk about how this month of June will look for you. I'm recording in May, and I keep wanting to say May. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. In our video today, we're going to navigate through your Sun, Moon, and Rising sign. If you're new here, hit the like button and subscribe. If you're one of my regulars, thank you. Rising sign represents your career and purpose. Moon represents your nest and home and emotions and feelings and thinkings. And the rising sign, it does represent who you are in the simulation. It is your character, the avatar, the meat suit, the personality, but it is very sensitive to circumstantial changes based on the sky. Listen for all three. After the age of mid-40s, quite often your sun becomes very active as well as a predictive tool. I'm just about to dive into a 30-minute time with you, week by week, day by day, navigating through the story of the sky. But before I begin that for you, Cancer suns, moons, and risings, would you mind if I share a few things? I'm in celebration mode. I finally crossed over 150,000 subscribers in this first week of May when I'm recording this for you. If you would like to celebrate with me, code CELEBRATE, all capital letters, is what you need to get 40% off all courses that I have taught in the past. House at my lorilothian.com new website. Use code CELEBRATE. Everything from finding past lives in your chart to finding the people like husband, spouse, children in your chart, to finding your natural gifts and talents, to finding your love cycles and stuff like that. So all of that is in the description box. Go click it and go celebrate with me. I have my Divine Timing Masterclass finishing the last week of May. On the last weekend is my last class, Distributions Through the Bounds. If you want to learn that tool with me, come jump in. I'd love to see you there. You can get a super big discount code. It's in the description box underneath to not only jump in for that class, but get the 4 classes you missed bundled in for a really good price for you very latecomers. And lastly, come to my Chiron in Taurus webinar. In the description box is a link to get on the wait list or to sign up. You want to go to that webinar. It's going to be important. Let's get going. Wow. I'm so jazzed for you guys. I think you're going to love the month of May. I want you to time travel backwards. This is your sign. And we're using whole sign houses. Please do. I want you to time travel back to July of last year. July of last year. I mean to be in June here, by the way, but we'll keep it like that because I want to show you something. I want you to travel back to July of last year, because June of this year, in July of last year, okay, I have something similar going on. What they have going on is we have Venus and Jupiter co-joining in your sign. Now, that is rare. They will join together once every 12 years, but not often 2 years in a row. What's happening here this month will set in motion a story that lasts a year of your life, almost a year, 11 months or so, 10, 11 months. And it's also very important to understand that this energy already played out. So if you go back to last July, and not just the month of July, but all the way to this very moment, how have you felt blessed in your increase of success in your career, the gains of your career, the rewards and money and perks of your career should have escalated or gone up since then. And you may have noticed other blessings too. So we're going to break it down when we get to that part of the sky, but you're doing it 2.0, a second version of what you've already done. So let's move ahead. Chronological order, please. All right. Mercury will sextile Chiron. Mercury in a sextile to Chiron is something to do with the grand finale of an old wound that wants to heal the last couple of days of May and the first day of June. What it means is that you're coming into a time where after since 2019 February, you've been coping with feeling like you haven't quite stuck the landing on your life's purpose, career, gifts, and talents being expressed. Although some of you may try to move into professions that you would call healing, guiding, or mentoring other people since 2016. But now you had a final grand finale story as Mercury sextiles Chiron at the end of May, last 2 or 3 days of May, and you feel the overflow into June 1st. The energy is kind of like, I'm calling it grand finale, but what have you learned at a deep soul level from the bowels of your soul and past lives and your deepest contemplative, navel-gazing, karmic pattern, ancestral line story self? What have you learned? Because now you're going to come up with the last insight, the last clear idea. It could be a dream at night, meditation. It's going to set your course so purpose and career become one over the next few years. There's no separation, no daylight between your purpose and your career. They're all aligned at this time after this Mercury hookup, probably anyway. We move forward and we get into the next story, which is we're now landing our ass in June 1st. So June 1st, the first thing that comes into our story is the beginning of the sun in a flow to Saturn. Saturn and sun together are very, very positive energies, but Saturn is a debilitated planet here in the sign of Aries. So you're persevering, working hard, grinding, but you want to be impatient, reckless, and impetuous, but you can't. And you might even want to get things done quickly. Like, I want to get this work done quickly. And you're just grinding to get it done as fast as you can so you can get it over with. Or something to do with your job or damaged reputation or something like that up here. And you're just dealing with that Saturn. But here's the deal. Sun is smoothing the waters out for you. You'll feel it June 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And it's kind of like, okay, let's do something to make this less difficult. So the sun can shine light in how you make money. The sun is the owner of your money house. So maybe it's things to do with backroom deals and negotiations, or money from foreign lands and distant shores, or money connected to international companies, or barter and trade, or digital income and borderless revenue. That kind of solar energy in the 12th house, who owns your earnings house, wants to work with Saturn for durable, sustainable, lasting, and well-paced ways to succeed in your career and also make money. You might go into deep contemplation and find a proper answer. And that is how I see it. You might also want to do a business partnership here. And if you come up with a business partnership idea, your business partner may be connected to distant shores and lands from where you currently live. On the 3rd of the month, Mercury flows to the North Node of Fate. Mercury is information and news, and the North Node is in the 9th house. But you also, with Mercury here, are the one who gives the news or the one who has the ideas. Look inward, see what ideas are coming through your thinking, intellectual capacity around the 3rd of the month that open up possibilities of worldly success connected to many things: travel, international travel, book publishing deals, writing, education, educational settings, especially the educational settings that you would call higher education. And this could indicate destined success in all of those areas. Mercury with Venus, Mercury with Jupiter is so damn lucky. And this combination opens up a portal to your 9th house. Depends on what kind of work you like to do. Everyone is different, but Jupiter rules your livelihood, work and job house, employer-employee relationships. And with this combination of Mercury, Jupiter, for example, it's conceivable, and Mercury ruling your 3rd house, online work, social media work, or work connected to hand of the king, executive assistant, having a powerful position next to the powerful head honcho. That kind of work can really open up doors for you. And you might have some ideas about whether that's something you want or not. Pay attention to ideas and information coming to you that may bring you more worldly success, as I suggested personally. more fulfillment, and more of an alignment with how you wish to be of service in the world, but also succeed in a worldly way. Mercury squares Neptune at the same time, and there may be something going on here where you see through an illusion or a fog bank where you've been unrealistic about your career purpose and direction and professional endeavors. And now you can have a kind of new angle on it, a more realistic angle, right? Because maybe you're working too hard and you're impatient with how hard you're working. Here's the lucky break. This is on the 25th degree of Cancer. If your sun, moon, or rising is around, I'd say if your sun, moon, and rising is 24, 25 Cancer, let's go from 20 Cancer to 29 Cancer. Let's make it big. You guys are really loving this feel. Okay. This thing feels good to you. You are like feeling it personally. Cancer sun, your career path and purpose. Cancer moon, your home nest and your mother relationships and how you feel emotionally. And then rising, it's your character in the simulation that gets this intensity. But this combination with Mercury right here, right, is very formidable. It has a huge spillover to multiple areas of your life. It can be a very good blessing for your relationship, for example, with your siblings. It can be a very good blessing for your relationship with a sibling, one older than you, most particularly, as well as two older than you, most particularly. There is a vibe here that connects you to a sense of gratitude and joy. You're feeling it strongly on June 9th. You're feeling it building 3 days before and 3 days after. Now, to me, this is a great time to capitalize on something like applying for a job or asking for something you want because you are magnetic, charming, leaderful, gracious, and likable. Like it's good vibes for how you present yourself to the world, especially Cancer rising. You can use this energy. It's helping heal that chironic wound that you've been having in your 10th house of career and purpose that's been nagging you, that's been difficult to find the alignment with your professional endeavors and your purpose, your retired alignment with your retirement plans and how you activate retirement and what's meaningful to you rather than say golfing all day or just playing bridge or something. You want to align there. So this is going to help bring your attention to a critical turning point healing regarding that, as well as you are feeling so swell about being you under this sky. So capitalize on it, use it. If you've been thinking or wondering or pondering the possibility of, especially Cancer moon, but all Cancers, buying a home, selling a home, shifting your home, expanding your home, Venus will help you do that, redecorating your home in luscious ways, getting a new job, a new place of employment, getting a new pet, getting a new rental property opportunity, Jupiter, Venus, rental property, pet for your home, blessings and beautiful positive energy. While this is occurring on the 9th, 3 days before and after, it spills out over the course of almost 1 year. So it's a new setup. You had the same kind of vibe happening last year in July. Let's go on, shall we? We'll be doing a deeper dive all signs video on my channel. So please subscribe. So when I put more minor asteroids and fixed stars into the mix, you'll get more of information then. Wow, it's nice. Feel good. Enjoy yourself. Good for your health. Good for your body as well. Good for sickness and solutions to sickness. Not only on June 9th, 2 days or 3 days before and after, but over the course of a year. Health solutions come easily to you. You manage to succeed in fixing health problems. Think about memories, digestion, and hips, especially under your kind of sky. On the 10th of the month, Mercury squares Saturn. Mercury square Saturn can sometimes sound like feel like or come through as information that's difficult or conversations that are strained or hard or cold. If you're going to do the conversation, it could be with a boss, like authority figure in the 10th house of career, especially with the sun up there. It kind of feels like you might want to have a difficult conversation with the boss or someone in authority in your career space is giving you some difficult information or news. How do you receive it? Well, you're pretty graced and blessed right now with Jupiter, Venus, and you're pretty copacetic. Mercury is in a mute sign, so nothing, no fireworks here. it's likely you're the one communicating something to somebody in a position of authority above you. Most likely. Sometimes it's kind of sky, right? Because of a fallen Saturn up there where your work has felt too difficult and you're just burdened by something. You might want to make an announcement that you don't want to stick around there, that you might want to leave that job. And if you do, trust that instinct, it could be the right one. And that finally, that difficult, hard conversation with an authority figure, Saturnian authority figure, can be your spouse. You have a spouse, okay? Because Saturn rules your marriage house. So look for difficult, hard, and stoic conversations with a spouse, okay, as well. Yes, that's possible. And that's around the 10th of June, give or take a day or two on either side. All right. On the 13th of June, Venus will square Chiron. This is a nice feeling for you. Venus is definitely, it's difficult, but it's a nice feeling because it connects you to the ending of that Chironic wound in your 10th house of career and reputation. First, Mercury loved it up back at the very end of May, 1st of June. Now Venus is giving a bit of a hard-assed push and shove. So here she is. Yeah, squaring Chiron. You feel it more exact on the 15th. And so what could it be? Push comes to shove. She's strong. She's with Jupiter. She's got her act together. And she's shoving this Chironic wound and telling him, and the Chironic wound shoving back. Do you have enough home time, pleasure, leisure, gardening, beautifying your home, pleasure and relaxation in the home? That's Venus's priority as ruler of your 4th house. And it's possible also people you live with. Are they a bee in your bonnet and a burr in your saddle or something? What do you got to do about it? Because it also connects to the 4th house vis-a-vis the work you're doing in the world and the career you're pursuing. And there may be some disconnect. At a simple level, it could be asking you to work from home and heal that wound of going to the office. On the other hand, it could be asking you to moderate your pace of work so that you have a home life that's worth enjoying. So look for this critical turning point, maybe on and off over the years with Chiron up there. You've been struggling with that balance. As possible. That's one way it could look. Or the gains of your career and all the money you make from your career, is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? You're asking yourself. And you're coming to a clarity around what's enjoyable and pleasurable and worthy of your energy and time, especially giving you time home to enjoy your private domestic life. There is a moon. It is new on the 14th of the month. Oh, I almost forgot it. The moon is new on the 14th. New moon in your 12th house is extremely powerful because now for the first time in your life, all of us, we have Uranus settled in here, like really inhabiting the sky for good. How are you going to break free and break through of all of your own worst habits, addictions, self-sabotage? How are you your own worst enemy? If you have done that to yourself, there's a lot of freedom and new beginnings to get away from that. And with Venus migrating into your 2nd house of what you put in your mouth and in a sextile to Uranus, breaking free of oral addictions, food, nose, things that go in there that aren't good for you, right? Break free, break through. But the new moon is setting a new beginning into place. And so this is not just a day. This is what will unfold over a couple of weeks after the new moon on the 14th and also over the course of 6 months. New beginnings in connection with foreign people, foreign lands, and foreign shores, a possibility. New beginnings also connected to things that you might want to do in quiet and solitude, including creative projects, art projects, alone time, and a new beginning that has a lot of intuitive, divine pineal gland downloads, pineal with Uranus. Some of you, my goodness gracious, what would you do with this? It's a version of you that wants to emerge that's really tuned in and tapped into the past lives and contemplation and spiritual awakening realm. Okay. And with Uranus at the bending of the North Node and the nodes of fate, are you supposed to go off to an ashram, find a spiritual teacher or guru? All of these are possible. And this new moon is opening doors for you over the 6 months that follow. Mercury is the ruler of this moon. He's in the house of your sun or your rising or your everything, your moon, it's you. You are having the new insight. You are having the new ideas. You're having the new intellectual and mental perspective on something in your life from this new moon. And it can be very spiritually freeing for you as well. It could also open doors to study, higher education, and skills-based learning. Some of you may be propelled off of this new moon to go into educational settings in the 6 months that follow this lunation. As we move forward in time, which is astrology is a time map, guys, time map. The next thing to pay attention to is Venus. It gives us a happy surprise. It's light, it's fluffy, and it's delicious. She's moved into your Leo second house. She's a boss babe. She's going to help you preserve and save money, make money, resource your finances very, very well. She's going to help you look more facially beautiful. Good time for, cosmetic procedures to your face or teeth. She'll be here in your Leo sky from June 13th to July 8th. So yes, you want to fix your face in some way or whatever, go for it. Also, beautiful speech. She also loves up your career and gives you more money. Okay, so all of that is true. So you're going to say Venus, Uranus is a happy surprise. It could involve digital income, borderless revenue, a nice money pop, like a perk or a reward financially, especially if you have, because of the sun exalting your 10th house, something in your career that puts you in touch with working for somebody who's far away from you, like the other side of a country or the other side or another country, either one, far away, distant shores. If you have that kind of alignment in your work where you're a part of an international team or you work for someone far away, then you might get like some kind of surprise money, like a bonus check or something like that coming in. So it's like bonus money from distant places arrives on your doorstep, or digital income and borderless revenue takes a surge. All right. Or breakthroughs in oral fixations and addictions through your nose and mouth. When do you get this little lucky vibe? The lucky vibe is happening on the 15th of the month, and you'll feel it a day before and a day after 15th of June. Venus trines Neptune on the 17th of the month while she opposes Pluto. Let's start with the basics. Neptune can bring divine, unconditional soulmate vibe. If you were single, you could get into a new relationship connected to professional endeavors. Okay, but this relationship would come from the work environment more likely than not. More likely than not. Professional associations, groups of belonging, friends, and work environments, new love, a bit of a divine blessing, soulmate vibe. Maybe someone up to 6-7 years younger or older than you, Saturn co-present. But nonetheless, there is the blossoming of new love. If you're already with somebody, it's not that story, okay? It could be the story of buying a beautiful new possession for your home because your career success has given you enough money to buy that possession. So, and it's been a dream to have that beautiful table, sofa, redecoration of home. And now you have the money, your career hard work has afforded you the money to make those renovations or beautifications of your home. And it's like a dream come true on the 17th of the month. And, it's not just the day, a couple days before and after. But the opposition to Pluto is its own beast. And so, yeah, I know there's a wedge there. But Pluto could be like, okay, secrets that are dark, shame, betrayal, abandonment, toxic secrets that are connected to your family of origin or somebody that you live with may be spilling out around this time. And if you've had an illusion or delusion about a situation connected to your home, your childhood, your family of origin, people you grew up with in a home, there is going to be maybe a secret that's revealed. But because it sextiles Neptune and trines, it's probably going to be better to know this and very healing or illuminating than it is difficult. That's what I'm going to say. So it's the secrets that come out are useful for you and you're happy to receive them. Secrets about your spouse or from your spouse can be involved as well. Like if your spouse has covered up something, sexual secrets, then those may be emerging at this time. Again, June 17th. On the 21st of June, the sun will sextile Chiron, opening up a beautiful blessing. And Chiron is no longer in your Aries sky, but has moved over into Taurus, where he will be until September 17th. Then next year in April, he comes back here and then stays for 7 years. Chiron in your 11th house is going to begin a journey to mid-September or so of making you feel a little wounded in a relationship to an elder sibling or to a long-range goal and plan or to your social circles and groups of belonging. And some of you might begin to want to wean away or pare away from some of those connections for some reason. Now, energetically, though, the good news here is that the sun shining its bright light in your sign, although it can make you not sleep well at night or feel tired, this energy is going to be useful to you. It's like illuminating something very direct and clear for you. When this happens, like when this energy picks up energy on the 21st, you're ruled by the moon, and the moon is in the house of childhood, home, nest, people you live with, right? So, and you got a bit of sibling activation here so there could be some very intense illumination or seeing clearly, but healing as well around sibling relationship, one older, around siblings in general, Mercury co-present. So there's that vibe. All sibling vibes get activated, actually. Sibling healing energy. The sibling one younger than you is probably also involved in whatever this is, but it does form a beautiful, beautiful triangle. And so something is healing amongst a sibling, one older, one younger, you, the whole vibe is here. The light is shining, but I wouldn't discount family of origin secrets or things being uncovered. And the light that you're shining on it is very useful in healing. Okay. You might plan a trip with siblings. Okay. Something very simple. Or take a trip. Again, that's the sun shining illumination and clarity on a situation that you're taking charge of. Okay. You could extend that to cousins, aunts, and uncles, all the stuff I just said. Now, the sun will trine the North Node, and the North Node is trying to bring you worldly success. It was here last summer as well. So the idea would be that you want to extremely succeed, expand and grow in your spirituality, book publishing, court and legal matters to do with foreign lands and travel, as well as North Node here, just being on purpose, expand into a sense of defined purpose and meaningful life. True North. So this is the worldly success vibe. And also if you had a job like where you're second in command behind a powerful person. So this energy has been expanding your 9th house. And at the very same time, we see that this is a sun illuminating you and purpose. A spiritual level would be seeing the light of your true purpose, finding your way. With the sun as the ruler of your earnings house, true purpose aligned with money, earnings, and resources. If you're in the writing, book publishing industry, this is a golden time for you of illumination, of a worldly success, offer, opportunity, activation. It could even open up doors where you find a publisher or an agent, but it's short-lived. You'll feel the juice most effectively around the 24th of the month. And moving into the next story, I wonder how this is going to feel for you, but it is like love is hard, money is hard, but it all works out anyway. All right. Venus is in your money house, Saturn's in your career house, and they're at the 25th of the month in a flow relationship called a trine. And I know that Saturn up here means you're working hard, and you will be till April of 28. Sometimes this is like a retirement story. You're at the top of a mountain, you're going to max out, and by April of 28, you may slow down, but you're using the powerful momentum of an apex Saturn at the expense of enjoying your private and domestic home life the way you'd like. But he can bring you great money through perseverance, hard work, and long-term push. And because he's up here and he's flowing to Venus in the money house, this is money. This is earnings. This is finances. And this is vocational success done through hard work and perseverance. And the payoff is money. The payoff is financial. So you might come into a nice little time where you might get a raise, a promotion, a bonus check, or something like that. The reward is financial for the hard work that you've been doing here. Now then, Mars, who happens to rule that Saturn, crosses the sign boundary. Let's talk about it. You've had Mars in your 10th house since May 19th, leaving on June 28th. That could indicate a period of intensity around obligation, duty, and responsibility in your work environment. Oh, sorry. I just lost the sign. Mars will move into your Gemini sky, and it could indicate, because he will sextile Saturn in your 10th house, a happy ending to a time of hard work that was behind you as you were killer driven to succeed in your career gains. Okay. Like this is like, I'm going to make money. I'm going to get rewards. I'm going to escalate to a newer position. I'm going to get success. I want to have the gains and the rewards of all that drive and grind up here. That's what he's been doing. But he's like a bulldozer or a shovel. So he's not in your 10th, he's in your 11th house. He's like a shovel, bulldozer, earth mover. He's not comfortable there. He's not. Mars likes to like pull his sword and go to battle. And yeah, he's stuck there, like just pushing the bulldozer forward. So it definitely feels like you're coming off of like May 19th to June 28th, feeling like you really had a lot of hard work to do. And it was taking a toll on you, maybe. Or you may have had some arguments with an elder sibling, one above you, or some difficult circumstances with friends, especially you and friends most difficult, most wounded, you and elder sibling most difficult, most wounded after Chiron ingresses. So June the 20th to the 28th would have felt like the sweat on your brow. You know, holy man, this is getting hard. You could have a falling out with a colleague, coworker, elder sibling, etc. You're just grinding. And then we move out of that and kaboom, but I can't show you. Mars will move into your 12th house. Now, he'll be in Gemini for 6 weeks. We'll cover that when it happens because it's going to be way down the pipeline, like June the 28th, 29th. So, but you'll be more inclined to travel long distances, for example, okay? Or cut out bad habits and addictions. June 28th, that's 6 months. But the sextile to Jupiter is what I was trying to point to. So let me get back to the whole purpose of that, what I started to talk to you about. So Jupiter, the greater benefic, at 29 anaretic degrees of Cancer, is going to pull off a commercial success, money success, business success story, especially if you're entrepreneurial and you have your own business and you're your own boss. Then kaboom, the reward is here. The success is here. Take your bows. You're feeling good. Some positive momentum with a sibling, one older than you, that feels blessed and beautiful and lucky. A beautiful vibe for you to connect to the idea of a new goal or vision that you want to aim for in your life that has blessings written all over it. And you might be rewriting a longer term 4-year, 5-year plan, coming up with new ideas. Mars is like ambitious and determined and dogged in Taurus, but he's also working with blessed Jupiter. And Venus is prioritizing for Mars, make us more money. So there's a turning point archetype around the 28th of the month. You'll feel it a couple of days before, where you're seeing a clear path to a new way to make money with determination, power, and will and drive. But blessings, ease, and luck as well, Jupiter. The moon is full in Capricorn at 8 degrees. On the 29th of the month, a full moon in Capricorn will shine a big bright spotlight in your 7th house of long-term committed love partnerships. Go back to January or so, sometime like third week of December to third week of January. There was a new moon back here. So you planted a new seed there in the long-term committed love and relationship or business partners or sometimes audience and marketplace, 7th house. Fulfillment is here. A bright light is here. It's spotlighting. It's going to be, the moon will be at 8 degrees of Capricorn. It'll more impact Cancer, sun and moon and rising. Let's say in the first 14 degrees of Cancer. Let's just give you a nice broad scope there. But every Cancer will feel this fulfillment moon. Now, when the moon is here at 8 degrees, okay, and like lighting up our sky, it does flow to the north node and south node axis, opening up vistas of possibility of foreign land travel or short distance travel with a long-term committed spouse, or vistas of opportunity around moving into alignment with one's purpose, as well as connecting some way, purpose and meaning to spouse and long-term love. The moon is full ruled by Saturn in your 10th house. Saturn is often termination energy. You might want to complete or fulfill a legal contract to a professional obligation. Well, the moon is saying that you could do that on the 29th. Look for the 2 weeks that follow for evidence and 6 months for it to fully unfold. And the full moon in this part of your chart is also trining Chiron in the sign of Taurus. So there is a real kind of vibe of healing your career goals, ambitions, and dreams, but you could also be terminating a means by which you make money legally. So a career termination may come upon you, that you are terminated, the company goes under, or you terminate. But if you do the full moon completion energy for terminating a career path, then something better wants to come your way, because Jupiter is giving you nothing but blessings. And he's witnessing the full moon saying, this isn't your path, this isn't your job, we're going to terminate, because something much better wants to show up. Trust me on this, okay? You got to trust me, especially when you get Mars in the sign of Leo later on this year. Then you could really see something blessedly new beginning with great passion and power. All right, that's what I've got. I don't think I did miss anything. Jupiter will move into Leo June 30th. That's going to be the next video we do for July. That's going to be great financial blessings ahead of you for the entirety of a year, where Jupiter loves up your house of earnings and resources. Money is your least of your worries, right? After June 30th plus a year. So don't worry about money. If you get terminated or you terminate a job, the termination is going to open bigger blessings and better luck and better directions professionally. So it's the best termination ever. You're going to be very glad for it. You'll be, thank you, universe, for my termination. All right. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check me out in the description box below, everything I do. Don't do readings, but I'm putting a readings referral page up on my website, but check on the description box for everything I do. Don't forget to celebrate 150,000 subscribers by capital celebrate and buying any of my courses for 40% off. Guys, I got a lot of great courses in the back end of my new site at lorilothian.com. So go check it out and go ahead and stuff your stocking full of cheap courses. I'll see you guys in the next video. Blessings to you lucky Cancers this month ahead. Excitement and exhilaration, where all of a sudden you're finding your career can take off in ways you didn't expect that benefit you, Leo, directly. The sun is your ruler. Lunatic astrology. Welcome to the month of June 2026 astrology for the sign of Leo. Listen for your sun, moon, and rising in the sign of Leo today, and we're talking about luck. We're talking about a beautiful, luckiest month of 2026 as Venus and Jupiter join together in the sky. This can really bump you up in this month ahead to some career success, as well as, by the way, Chiron finally getting the heck out of the Aries part of the sky and moving into a new part of your world. He's going to be there for 7 years, but starting in this month ahead, he begins to test the waters or the earth of the Taurus realm. And we'll talk a little bit about what that might mean for you. We have quite the interesting double lunation story for you, the moon that happens in Gemini and the full moon. The full moon is particularly luscious for your health, as well as better work environments, work results, and career success. So all said and done, there's so much to talk about for Leos this month. Welcome, my lions and lionesses, to your astrology today. If you have never been here and you've just met me, hi, my name is Lori Lothian. I'm using the Western Tropical Zodiac system. This is not sidereal or Vedic astrology. We are also using the whole sign house system. If you don't know how to cast your chart in whole sign houses and find your rising sign, you look below. All astrologers on YouTube act as if we're in the whole sign realm in order to make general bell curve predictions for you. Now, one thing I want to mention is that I do promote myself. It's my channel. I can do what I want. I'm the boss. And I would like to tell you that I have some things you might be interested in. I'm celebrating that I finally reached 150,000 subscribers. This is being recorded in May when this happened, early May. And I am so grateful for all of you who brought me to this, like, finally I reached 150,000 subscriber moment. So if you'd like to celebrate with me, code celebrate, capital letters in the description box, 40% off every course that I've taught, the replays, or on my new website, LoriLothian.com. If you click below, you can go grab those sale prices. That offer will end by the end of June. So you want to grab that while it's still here. It won't happen again unless I reach 200,000 subscribers. Also, I have a Divine Timing Masterclass I've been teaching during May each weekend with 2 Q&As. And there's one weekend left. If you catch this before the last weekend in May and you want to sign up for the class, check below. Deep discount. You'll be able to get all the other courses you missed and also enjoy the last weekend. And lastly, yes, finally, Chiron webinar is coming up, nominal fee. I just say, it's like a tip jar never works. So it's a nominal fee to come to a couple hours with me to learn more about how this Chiron moving through Taurus might impact your sign over the next 7 years. So if you want to join me for the webinar, it's in the description box, and it will be held sometime in the 3rd week of June. Okay. Hi, guys. Hi, Leos. I tried to make my hair bloofy and poofy for you because you guys are the king and queens of the mains. Okay. But basically, this is bedhead. Okay. I woke up today and this is my hair. But I want you to be excited about this month ahead because the luck is deep for you. It's because the luck is soulful for you. The luck is coming from the depths of your karma, your karmic merit, your past lives. The luck of Jupiter and Venus is coming off your 12th house. And there's a kind of vibe around that. Like that is kind of like just desserts are arriving, right? Your karmic rewards and dividends can come home to roost, and they're more likely to spill out into success stories connected to career. And I'll show you why. And let's open up the chart. Could also bring you some chunky money. So I'm going to open up the chart. We're going to go in chronological order through the month. I hope to be here no longer than 30 minutes with you. That's my goal. I'm trying to keep my all signs a little shorter. And so I won't maybe cover every single thing that happens. I'll cover everything that happens that matters for you the most. So his is a sky, and make it big. This is the sky that we're seeing as a Leo rising. That's your sign. Sun and moon would pretend the sun and moon is in the 1st house. Your rising sign is your character in the simulation, your avatar, your meat suit, your like the fictional character in a movie. The sun is your true self, but it will also represent purpose and career. So your spiritual energy and your true soul. And the moon is how you think and feel about life, but can also be indicative of matters connected to your home, nest, and property. Okay. So think about listening for all three. Over time, after 44 years old, 45, you begin to lean into more activation and success from the solar perspective from your sun sign. Okay, so here we have your Leo rising and the beginning of the month. I've got us queued for the end of May and into the first day of June, because that's when Mercury will sextile Chiron. The Chironic wound, Chiron since February of 2019 in the sign of Aries, is coming to an end. And Chiron is going to tiptoe into the earth and put his feet in there, okay, in the 3rd week of June. And as he's getting ready to cross over into your 10th, he talks with Mercury. This is very what I call grand finale energy. There's something going on here where you want to complete a lesson plan that started in 2019 about Dharma, being on purpose, about your spiritual and religious ideology, about book publishing, academic environments, court and legal matters. There's been Chironic lessons here for you. Now Chiron says, Mercury, let's finish strong. Mercury in the house of good spirit can bring a windfall, pennies from heaven, good news connected to a good house. And of course, with the sun and Uranus here, it might be a surprise win in a court case, a surprise positive direction coming in your career, and its gains connected to being aligned with purpose at last. Let me know how that plays out, because it could ka-ching for you. Mercury rules your earnings and money house. It could be a good financial boost for some reason. You'll feel that on the last 2 days of May, and you'll feel it on the 1st day of June. And don't be afraid of it. It is positive. It could also get some money or news or information from a sibling one older. As we move forward out of that grand finale energy, we're going to notice the sun sextiling Saturn on the 2nd day of the month. Well, the sun and Saturn together in a sextile is flowing and positive. And so the sun will be, as I said, in your house of good spirit. And the sun wants to light up your career gains and perks and rewards and also your friendship groups and alliances and social networks, and the house of the sibling one above you. So the sun is shining brightly up here, and you'll notice that it wants to talk with Saturn Now, Saturn is debilitated, but we won't worry about that. Saturn is where you're persevering and making structure and hard work happen with form and discipline and duty and responsibility. Sometimes this is like you might have some kind of professional energy here where you're working behind the scenes for somebody in power, like behind the king, the hand of the king, so to speak, and you're getting a solar energy of reward, okay? A wishes come true, or maybe a financial bonus. And so it kind of ties in with what I already talked about when Mercury was also doing this conversation across the sky. You'll notice that Mercury has crossed the line and he has definitely made a move into the sign of Cancer. Now, he'll be in the sign of Cancer from June the 1st to August the 9th. So basically, it's because of retrogradation. When you have Mercury there that long, June, July, and August, 3 whole months, well, June, July into early August, 2 months and a bit, be aware of your nocturnal dreams or insights through meditation or imagination. This is that house where you get those divine downloads. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It's particularly useful for dream incubation and dream messages. So start really tuning in and also really sitting with yourself alone and allowing your mind to become more still so that you can have eurekas, insights, and more ideas that come from a deeper state of presence within yourself. And that's going to be a longer story for you, but because Mercury rules the money and earnings house, it can also, by dint of your solitude and your aloneness with your mind, you may come up with incredibly powerful new ways to earn money or make money or save money. So pay attention to that vibe. He does flow in the beginning to the north node of chunky money and the south node of letting go. And it could open you up to new earning strategies, saving strategies, and financial strategies. You begin to feel that June 1st, and it goes all the way through the month until August. Well, what about the idea that at the same time you squares Neptune? Where you've been uncertain, fogged, confused, or deluded about your dharma, purpose, and meaning in your life, you're going to straighten it out through insights and maybe even dreams at night. And that, again, is around the 2nd, 3rd of June. Pay attention to your inner dreams and pay attention to the still, small voice within. This is your window where that voice is telling you the truth. And then we go on and we talk about the big lucky vibe. Your luck starts here, and it starts on June the 9th when Venus and Jupiter will join each other in your 12th house. This happened in July of 2025. It's kind of rare. Usually it happens once every 12 years. This time it happened last July and it's happening again. And this is indicating not just a lucky June the 9th, because you probably will say, oh my God, like June 8th to the 10th, that was so lucky. But it also indicates a new set point for the next 12 months ahead. And so the set point is about your spiritual life. And so I'm encouraging all of you Leos to get down with some tradition or practice or meditation, especially with the square from Saturn, discipline, focus, and meditation around spiritual truth, wisdom, in contemplation, kind of the hermit, the ashram vibe here. Because if you do that, if you go inward, go within or go without, if you go inward under the sky, guess what you get? You get the benefits of it all. Venus can translate that to career success. Thank you, Venus, because she owned your 10th house. She exalts your house of chunky money and payouts. She owned your social media, writing, teaching, and learning 3rd house. It can shift to all of those places. Jupiter is the lord of your chunky money. Venus is the exaltation lord. Good chunks of money coming at you over the next year. Payouts, anything, inheritances, tax rebates, spousal support money, chunks, whatever, chunks of money coming at you or from the in-laws. And even to the point where with Jupiter's guidance in this story for you, you're likely to experience, because he's exalted here, that's why it makes it so potent, some really good developments regarding romantic love or your children. So it has a huge fan effect throughout many parts of your chart. Okay. So just feel into 8th, 9th, and 10th. Note where the luck finds you, because that's kind of a keynote for the next year ahead. Okay. So I'd meditate on that day if I were you. I'd really ask the universe to show you the most abundant, grace-filled path ahead and let it roll after that. Say thank you, Now, possibly, but not probably, there could be inheritance money coming your way off of this. If so, that would unroll over the next year. Some download money from somebody in your family of origin system with a Saturn placement, likely an elder, like a grandparent or someone quite old, and money may show up in your life from that family of origin money over the next 12 months. Or from a spouse in a divorce settlement, or if you're really, really old and widow or widowerhood, money like that could come to you in this story that way over the 12 months ahead. All right, so then we move forward to the 10th of June, where Mercury squares Saturn. Now, Mercury is always about the news cycle, but he's in a quiet house in a mute sign. So I'm wondering if there's something here to do with spiritual insight. Otherwise, you could be getting some news about academic environments or court or legal matters. And Saturn is in difficult condition, so it may not be your cup of tea. You'd be like, oh, this doesn't feel good. I don't want to know this. This is constricting. I feel like someone just rained on my happy parade. Sorry, life doesn't have only blessings. So on the 10th of the month, while you're having the afterglow of Venus, Jupiter, you also have some difficult information or communication coming through. It could involve a sibling too older than you, for example. And it may also involve something to do with a guide, a mentor, a teacher, and a conversation that feels hard or difficult. And it may involve addiction, self-undoing, self-defeating patterns and habit, and a desire to course correct. And you're getting kind of a come to Jesus push from somebody that has some guidance power over you, including a father figure. On the 13th of June, Venus will square Chiron, and Venus and Chiron are not having a good conversation. They're having a difficult one. It's the same vibe. We're coming off of that 12th house of self-undoing and addictions and bad habits and being your own worst agent of undoing. You're unraveling where you unravel yourself unless you're meditating here. So be careful with that one. Venus is pleasure. Jupiter expands and exalts the pleasure factor nearby. And so overindulgence in pleasures is what I'm getting at, especially. And those pleasures and overindulgence in pleasures and Venus squaring Saturn, there's a need to contain or restrict it from a place of spiritual awareness and deeper alignment with your true self. And it could be nothing more than on the 13th, a massive hangover because you went to a local party, the third house, and had way too much to enjoy, but it's a deeper story than that. It's trying to guide you where you need to be dharmically aligned to a meaningful life. And I wrote a poem years ago about, pleasure will never keep me from true joy. And there's that factor you're trying to learn that the worldly pleasures of life are not enough. You need to go sinking into wisdom, truth, and depth of the dispelling of darkness, Jupiter, and find what brings you true, authentic joy rather than temporary pleasure. So there's that moment there. Otherwise, it could be also some difficult financial news or difficult financial conditions regarding matters of academics or law and legal matters, including separation and spousal divorce problems. And you're just having to deal with maybe a disappointment here. And you might get into some kind of bureaucratic red tape around money as well. Now, we're going to go past that and move into the moon that will be in Gemini at 24 degrees. And it's going to be new and fresh. Now, in your chart, this is a new beginning in your long-range goals, plans, and dreams, friendship groups and circles and social networks, and a fresh new start connected to your gains in your career. Now, with Uranus here and settling in for the next 7 years, there's a whole new electrical shock current here for you. This is like turbocharged energy. And so what you've got going, this is Donald Trump's birth chart, right? Uranus sun was up here, 80 odd years ago. So there's this kind of like charge of excitement and exhilaration where all of a sudden you're finding your career can take off in ways you didn't expect that benefit you, Leo, directly. The sun is your ruler. And with Jupiter moving into your sign at the end of this month, and that'll be next month's video, you're coming into a period of time where you're all about this magnitude of success that you've never seen in your life before for who you are. So I want to, well, you have seen it before, but not in this way with Uranus, Jupiter sextile. So I want to encourage you to take that energy and expect the unexpected off of this new moon. They could deliver one of your cherished goals, wishes, and dreams. Make it true. fairy godfather. It could also open up the possibility of just a very exciting professional uplift for you. And you're like, oh, that feels so damn good. Thank you, universe. I'll take it. With Mercury ruling the new moon in the 12th house, it could also involve something with sibling one older, travel to distant lands. It could involve something to do with the possibility of digital income and borderless revenue and a surge of money because you work online. Those are possibilities too. But the new moon is starting something new, and it's happening at 24 degrees. If you're a Leo sun, moon, and rising around 24 degrees, well, yeah, of course, it could impact you much more strongly. There we go. You could find that you feel this energy more intensely than everybody else does, basically. And it does help you complete the healing of that Chironic lesson plan that started in 2019 about your spiritual philosophy and leaning into purpose in life. All right. Venus wants to deliver a very light touch surprise and a sextile to Uranus on the 15th of June. June the 15th, Venus will end up having a conversation that brings us an unexpected but positive surprise. Venus is in your sign. I want to encourage you when Venus is here in your sign to take care of your beauty and your appearance, because she wants you to do that, and you'll be more attractive and friendly and charming and sociable than you normally are, and people will like you easily. But she's going to be here from June 13th to July the 8th. Okay, so June 13th to July the 8th, great for haircuts, wardrobe changes, self-care, and feeling good and attractive. You will be attractive to the world, but also within yourself. So as Venus is here blessing you in her Queen of Leo vibe, one thing I'd say is that this little surprise looks like it's connected to career and probably money. So a raise, a promotion, a bonus check, things like that. Or, if you're looking for work, and some of you could be looking for work under this kind of sky, actually, then you're going to have an opportunity, and you're looking for workness, right, to succeed, to find the job you really wanted, to get the interview that you just dreamed you could possibly get, let alone even get the job, which is possible. So we have a nice little happy career, professional energy surprise coming through here, or a surprise from a sibling one older or a friend that you find the surprise itself is absolutely delightful. And you're happy that the surprise is showing up for you. Okay. And Mercury is part of that package, but so is Venus. Mercury rules the actual 11th house, which is a house of windfalls and pennies from heaven. So don't discount some little financial surprises as well. As we look forward to the next story, it's very dreamy. Are you a single Leo? Because soulmate energy is fired up here. And if you're looking for a relationship, Venus is in a beautiful trine to Neptune. And this could love you up in a new love story that could come through the mechanism of educational settings, foreign lands, and just, foreigners. So it could, or you could meet in a campus or college setting, or in a religious or spiritual community like a church, whatever it is. And on Venus and Neptune bring twin flame, divine complement, soulmate. So go for it. And if you're not and if you're already married, then no worries. It's just giving you a beautiful feeling, a dreamy feeling. And this is a dream temple up here. So of a kind of glow, and it's kind of glamorous. You could be very glamorous. You could feel and look very glamorous, like you wanted to go glam on a haircut or change your look, or Leos, you love your hair and your beards and your manes, then this would be a good signal for that right there. Go for that glam look haircut that you thought you couldn't pull off. I bet you can. And also good for your spiritual life. This can open up doors of mystical perception and spiritual alignment and hearing the voice of God and following the orders that you get. Again, a nice vibe, also good for love stories. The Venus opposite Pluto, if you're already married, this is marriage house, right? Okay, wow, it's a little difficult. There's going to be some toxic secrets revealed, some unearthing of things to do with betrayal or whatever, things to do with secrets that your spouse may hold, and some unearthing or revealing of those secrets if you have a long-term spouse. That's happening at the same time you're getting beautiful glow from Neptune. It's complicated. Power struggles too. Right. And maybe power struggles over what Venus is in charge of in your chart, which is your career. So maybe hubby wants, or wifey wants more time with you and you're like, no, I'm busting my ass working hard up here, reminding you that with Mars in your 10th house, May 19th to June the 28th, you're working hard. You're a bulldozer and you're working your ass off in your career. And it may be at the expense, for example, of quiet time home watching Netflix with your partner, right? So there's a compromise problem and there may be a blowout here with a significant other. When would that be again? Around the 17th, give or take a day or two on either side. On the 21st of the month, the sun is going to line up in a beautiful sextile to Chiron. Again, we're not even in that old wound because watch Chiron cross the fence at the 21st of the month, 20th time zone dependent. Wow. I'm in Vancouver, Australia. I don't even know where that is. So just ignore that. My software keeps defaulting to Australia. Ever since I got this AstroGold, do not ask me why. But the point is, yeah, okay, in Australia, you guys have June 19th. Other places are June 20th. But around that time, Chiron crosses into the 10th house. Now, you'll notice that as he enters the 10th house, where the news story of the next 7 years is going to be tested through till September 17th, come to my Chiron webinar where I can give you a deep dive for your sign about this next 7-year cycle. But you'll notice as the crossover happens and he's sitting pretty and high and mighty up in Venus's kingdom, there's also support coming in right away from the sun. I meant to go by minutes. Okay, we're going to back you up a bit. Okay. So the sun moves into your 12th house and flows to Chiron. So I would say the sun shining in the 12th house is like having the sun shining in your soul, in your inner landscape, in your quietude, in your deepest spiritual essence. And then it talks to Chiron in the 10th house. I would really work that energy. There's a downside and upside. One, it could be a sickness in a father figure's life and a hospitalization around this time, June 21st. And then it could also be a deep spiritual illumination of what it is you're here to do as a life purpose that is also going to present itself as a career path. And so you're going to look for that in your internal understanding, dreams, and quietude. Look for that clarity because it's going to be a keynote of the next 7 years in so many ways. So it's especially active through till mid-September. Notice that archetype on the 21st of June. And you'll feel it on the 21st and 22nd of June. Happy solstice. All righty. On the 24th of June, the sun will trine the North Node. Okay, that's beautiful. Sun trining the North Node, sextiling the South Node creates a beautiful wedge formation. Destined turning points in your financial structures connected to your inner knowing of what's true and right for you. Okay, that's it. Destined turning points. And you may come into some chunky money. And yes, that could include inheritances from father figures. That's on the 21st of the month. Sorry, the 24th of the month, but you'll feel it the 23rd to the 25th. On the 25th of the month of June, Venus and Saturn are having a very fine conversation for love and money and considerations of endurance. I think that if you're in a new love story, that Neptune could have had you fall in love with somebody, very good spiritual soulmate vibe. You're dating or you're meeting someone new. And Saturn wants to show you the realistic side of it, right? Like, but in a way that you understand it's not all glam. It's not all like a bed of roses. That falling in love has its hiccups because we don't see the person truly, but through our own hopes and dreams. And yet Saturn here flowing to Venus says, love is hard and we have to be realistic here in love stories in our life, but we're going to make it work because trines are the nature of Jupiter to expand and grow something. So it's good news for that. It's also good news for academic environment successes, perseverance, getting your graduating degree, getting really good energies going here for your spiritual alignment or a very powerful connection to a spiritual guide or teacher or coach or advisor or psychologist and having a turning moment here because whatever's turning here, it's also going to impact the long game of how you approach your professional endeavors or how you approach in retirement, what you wish to do with that retirement in the world rather than say, sit at home reading books. Now, as we go to the last stories, it's Mars sextiling Jupiter on the 28th of the month. Jupiter is, of course, exalted, superpowered, and is going to be 29 degrees, which is a very potent degree of completion. And with Jupiter at the completion degree of his year-long journey through your contemplative 12th house, my Leo sister Nancy didn't want to leave home. I kept trying to get her to travel. And she's Leo's son. She's like, I'm just going to stay home, Lori. Like, it puts you into isolation by desire. But anyway, with Jupiter at 29 degrees and Mars at 29 degrees coming up here at the end of the month, there is a vividly positive turning point to do with how you're going to approach your professional endeavors and how you're going to also lean into your inner life and what you need for your spiritual life as well. Both of those are true. Mars is working maybe way too hard. Where is that quiet, creative solitude? Where are your bed pleasures even? And this is going to give you a pivotal opening to make a change, Mars's change, in a conscious and deeply spiritual, aware way. And then, of course, we'll get the excitement of Jupiter moving into your first house for a year. And it's going to be good for your health and more. That happens on June 30th. We will wait till we get to the July readings to cover it in any depth. Finally, there's a full moon in Capricorn at 8 degrees on the last day of the month, more or less, the 29th, the full moon in the sign of Capricorn over here at 8 degrees of Cap in your house of job, work, career, like the job routines, the work routines, the colleagues, coworker space, the employment, employee, employer space. So a beginning of a fulfillment of something planned approximately 6 months earlier is happening in your sixth house. And it's like a spotlight is there. And it means that you're really focused on that. Now, yeah, the moon doesn't like being in Capricorn because it has to be stoic and kind of stern, and the moon is all lovey and mushy. So there is a complication there, I will admit it, but because the moon is flowing to the nodes of fate in 2 financial houses, 2 and 8, it has to do with a fulfillment or a completion energy around your goals around money, earnings, resources, investments, banks, loans, mortgages, more and more taxes, take your pick, okay? And Mars will have moved into your 11th house. Well, he'll be for 6 weeks. We'll cover that in July. One thing I want to say about this lunation, because it is coming off of the south node behind it, it indicates like where you've been surrendering, releasing, and letting go of things that are about your self-worth, your self-value, but also regarding earnings approaches. Like my Leo sister used to do Reiki healings, and she's putting that to bed, to rest, to work in another direction professionally. So you see, like, you've been surrendering for 18 months, some kind of earnings path or financial situation. And the moon is now fulfilling a big light in the workhouse. It could indicate a new job, a new career path, a new opening for professional fulfillment and advancement, especially with the flow to Chiron. So let me know how that goes. This is a lunation that's ruled by Saturn. And again, Saturn's in the Dharma house. Are you in a meaningful alignment with your natural talents and gifts? That's what this moon's trying to highlight for you. And as you are of service in the world, are you feeling also aligned with purpose? Thanks for listening, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. This is a Lunatic Astrology. And in the description box below is everything. My Patreon community, early access ad free for all my content, my members only community here. In the beginning, I told you about what you could do. Celebrate 150,000 subscribers with me with code CELEBRATE, all caps, and get 40% off every course I've taught as standalone 2-hour courses for 40% off. I've never had a sale like this before, and it will end at the end of June. All right, take care. I'm celebrating. I hope you're going to celebrate with me. Take care, guys. This could definitely fortify some big chunks of money coming your way. I don't know where it comes from, but it could be like raining pennies from heaven. How about $100 bills on your head over the next year? Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. Welcome to 2026 June. This astrology is lovely. We have the luckiest month of the year. Yes, it starts here, and it is connected to your house of windfalls and pennies from heaven and wish fulfillment and dreams come true. We're going to break down how that might play out not only in this month of June, but how it unfolds over the course of about a year. And we're also hooking up a story about Chiron. Chiron moving into Taurus for the first time in 50 years, and how that might impact you, as Taurus is a part of your chart where you align with purpose. And finally, we'll get a little touch point going on here about a couple of lunations we have this month ahead as well. And those lunations do serve you very, very beautifully in a particularly auspicious way around life's enjoyments, pleasures, and good fortune. So let's break it down. I'm going to tell you, you got a good month ahead. I'm not making this stuff up. It's one of the better signs to receive the better luck in this month ahead. Welcome to my channel. Are you new here? I am Lori Lothian, and I am using Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. To my regulars, thank you for backing me up. To my new people, give me a try. I'm so excited. I just hit 150,000 subscribers. And if I'm not celebrating that, I don't know what I should be doing. So I indeed am going to be celebrating by offering you guys my own party. Celebrate all caps. 40% off till the end of June. Any course that I've ever taught in my 2-hour courses, that these are like one standalones, like finding past lives in your chart, or your career, natural talents and gifts you're born to express, or your best career path ahead. So a lot of these courses are very detailed, and also finding the people, husband, wife, children in your chart. So if you want to get those courses, replays, and all the teaching documents with them on my new website, lorilothian.com, you'll be able to go grab them there. Code CELEBRATE, all caps, for 40% off, whatever your heart desires. And I'm so excited to be also teaching a Chiron webinar. Come join me. It's that second or third week of June about Chiron in Taurus, and the information to get on the wait list or sign up for the course, depends on when you watch this video, will be there as well. If you didn't get a hold of the shout out for the Divine Timing Masterclass that I've been teaching in May, there's one weekend left, 5 weekends in May. If you catch this before the last weekend, you want to learn distributions through the bounds as a standalone course, or you want to just jump in and get the whole course that you missed with a deeper discount because you're last in the door, that information is below. All right, so guys, enough call to actions. Let's talk about you and this month ahead. I'm going to be showing you the chart. I'm going to be going through the week by week, day by day explanation of what's happening here for you. And it's really important to know that your planetary ruler, Mercury, is doing something really unusual. He's going to spend 2+ months in a water sign in your chart. And that is something we don't see more than once every 7 years. So this is the beginning of a long mercurial element coming through. I'm really excited to show you what I've got today for you. And like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. Listen for sun, moon, and rising. Cast your chart in whole sign houses using my free tutorial in the description box below, and you'll need a birth time. Look, first of all, sun is your soul, your true self, your eternal nature, but it will align you with career and purpose, especially after the age of 44, 45. You have a moon sign. How do you think and feel about life? Mind, feelings and thinkings, but it can represent mother figures, just like the sun can do father figures, and it represents your home life, your domestic life, your domicile, where you live. Whereas the rising sign is your simulation avatar character in this game of life, in this matrix. And therefore it has very circumstantially accurate delineations for how the character's life story will unfold. So listen to that for sure. If your rising sign is not known to you, that same Cast Your Chart in Whole Sign Houses video by me tutorial using free online software will allow you to find your rising sign. But yes, you'll need a time of birth. Now, Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. When we say sun, moon, and rising, we pretend your sun is here. We pretend your moon is here, right? This is a Virgo symbol in the first house. And then we look at the landscape. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising sign. Let's start in chronological order, shall we? So we can purse this lucky month ahead. We have Mercury, your ruler, sextiling Chiron as the month begins. The last couple of days of May, the 1st of June, there's some kind of grand finale happening as you've been dealing with Chiron in the chunky money house, the occult mystery house, the house of the dead, the house of your investments, your debts, your finances, your loans, your mortgages, your inheritance monies, shared resources, spousal separation, divorce money, all of that. The wound has been here since 2019. It's getting ready to leave. That's the big story, right? And as they get the grand finale of leave taking, there's a flow to Mercury. I wonder if this is not some kind of career, last 2 days of May, first day of June, something money and career, good energy, positive news or developments. Could be that you're going to get a performance review, a chunk of money, a royalty check, a commission or something. Ka-ching. It could bring professional money your way in a singular chunk, but also helping heal some deeper issues to do with what you've done with chunks of money in the past. Maybe you've spent your inheritance and felt guilty. I don't know. That's my daughter. So things like that. And then we move past that to the 2nd of the month when the sun sextiles Saturn in this beautiful sextile here. Now, this kind of sextile between two planets who normally don't get along, this kind of thing can open up some opportunities professionally. And quite often when you see a Saturn here, and you're looking at the professional career story, this is where you're negotiating or communicating Mercury regarding what the terms are, regarding the perks, the medical perks, the vacation perks. So who knows, with the sun way up here, you might have with Uranus, okay, here for really sticking the landing here for the next 7 years, some kind of really great like news, information, negotiation, money, and career matter going on of some sort. So that's the story I've got for you there. And it should be flowing, harmonious, and positive. And with the sun as the ruler of your 12th house, a little bit of that backroom deals and negotiations on behalf of your career success may be ongoing here. It could also mean that there's a sense that you want to take money from places that you normally wouldn't touch, and you're going to use it for something professionally. Okay. Now, on the 3rd of June, Mercury, we're here for 30 minutes, so hang in there. On the 3rd of June, Mercury will be in a trine to the North Node, squaring Neptune. So the North Node of destiny and fate and amplitude is in your marriage house, and it's been here for 18 months. And this is often, this for couples who are already together in a relationship, looks like grow a bigger pot for your root-bound relationship. So that often means expanding it. We're dating, now we're committed and monogamous. We're committed and now we're going to move in together. We're moved in together, now we're going to get engaged. We're engaged, we're going to get married. See what I'm saying? Now, I have a Virgo rising daughter, same story. I've just seen it happen. Same with my Virgo girlfriend. This is always about what the relationship wants to grow into in a fated way. I bring that up here for a simple reason. This North Node energy has Mercury with it. Wedding proposals, maybe. Let's get Mercury moved on into this part of the chart. Your house of wishes and dreams come true. Right? Good spirit. Mercury flows to the North Node in the marriage house. Again, wedding plans, wedding proposals moving in. It brings a kind of a dream or a goal you have for committed love into focus in a destined way. It will mostly be, for most of you under this sky, most likely about an existing relationship rather than a brand new relationship. Okay? Probably, based on the sky. Now, this energy is also going to open up the Neptunian story. Where have you been confused or uncertain about shared monies with a partner in business or love? Where have you been confused or foggy or uncertain about your own investment monies? Where have you been confused, uncertain, and fogged out about money from inheritances or money connected to in-laws? And all of a sudden there's this wanting to clear your vision or understanding around the monies that you share with whoever this is, a business partner, a love partner. This can also be in-law. So there's a clarifying of financial stories, while at the same time, there's this beautiful flow between you and someone else. So it's quite an interesting time for you. So let's see how that plays out. You're going to feel that around the 2nd to the 4th most acutely. Then we're going to move into the Venus luck story that this whole thing is driving the show. Your luck starts here, the luckiest month of May. Venus will be hugging Jupiter in the Cancer waters. He's exalted. She's benefic. They are together. And this is your house of good luck. In a way, it's like windfalls and pennies from heaven, the dreams and hopes and wishes and long-range plans of your life coming true. This is connected to your groups of friends and social networks, and this is connected to the gains of your 10th house. This is where you work hard and you get a raise, a promotion, more money, a more Academy Award or whatever. So these kind of perks and gains of the career are being blessed. I want you to go back to July of 25 because they joined here as well in a rare double joining, because normally we see Jupiter and Venus join together once every 12 years. Instead, we got a two-for deal. So how has your career success, actualization of vision, dreams, and goals? How has your relationship to a significant other expanded and grown in many, many positive ways that you feel blessed by and have gratitude for? How has it been true since last July till now? Because here we have part 2, and this is going to last not only a day, June the 9th, it's going to last a year. So you're going to get more of what you've already had. This could also expand your social groups, and new friends are coming in that bring you great joy and pleasure. And, you're like, yeah, bring on those types of people. They're my people. That's my crew. And so there's a kind of aglow with your social networks as well. And if you have any cherished dreams and you're holding on to them, this can bring actualization of those cherished dreams or goals as well. Kind of like a fairy godfather vibe blessing you here. Because this is also Jupiter and Venus, they transform your life by moving the goodness of your 11th house around the game board. You're going to have more money, more earnings, and more resources. Second house. My Virgo daughter got a massive promotion under last year's, raise money, right? So more of this. Venus says, let's give you some more earnings, money, resources, and financial things, success. Venus also says, let's bring you foreign travel and higher purpose and meaning and dharmic alignment and maybe even opportunities for education. And Jupiter says, let's bring you marriage happiness, committed love, and committed business partnerships. And Jupiter says, let's translate it as well to beautiful home, bigger home, happy home, and lucky home. All of these things happen to my daughter, all of them. So are they likely to happen to you? Okay, Virgo risings. Now you go, oh, that's not my life. It didn't fit. Well, first of all, rising is most accurate in this regards, and then sun second. But second of all, I don't know your chart. I'm not looking at your chart. I don't know how debilitated, for example, your moon might be the ruler of what's going on here. So yeah, so it's not a personal reading. Certainly, I would say when this conjunction is happening at 25 degrees of Cancer, ruled by a moon in this part of the chart, this could definitely fortify some big chunks of money coming your way. I don't know where it comes from, but it could be like raining pennies from heaven. How about $100 bills on your head over the next year? Look around the actual 9th of June, a day or two before and after, for evidence of the keynote themes that will prevail in the next year. It should be lucky in the short term, and it is lucky in the long term. Moving forward, I talk fast, slow me down on the playback speed. Mercury square Saturn. Mercury and Saturn, communication that's constricted or difficult. Well, all the glow is going on. Mercury and Saturn are having a chat. There could be some really realistic and responsible information or discussions about money that you share with another person coming your way. Now, sometimes it's just realism. It's just pulling back the veil of confusion, Neptune, and looking at what's really there with you and your husband or wife, or you and your business partner, or you in connection to your in-laws and what your in-law money situation might really be like, because something is being understood or seen, but the square means it can feel a little bit difficult or uncomfortable. If you have a sibling, one older than you, there may be also something going on in the life of a sibling, one older than you, that looks like a secret revealed. Okay, a childhood secret revealed, connected to a sibling, one younger than you, and you're getting the information or the download from that sibling, one older than you. I apologize. Okay, so there's that vibe here as well. And then right after that, which is happening on the 10th of June, we come to the 13th of June, and we have another difficult energy of Venus squaring Chiron. Well, Venus is always trying to do her best to bring pleasure, joy, luck, happiness, and all the good stuff in life, right? That's her wheelhouse. But Chiron, getting ready to grand finale out of your house of chunky money and the wounds thereof, unearned income, money that belongs to others that you share. This is interesting. I'm wondering if you're going to have a very profound conversation, because Mercury is still here, with a friend, with a sibling, one older, with a marriage partner, about how you want to align your goals and dreams and wishes together regarding money you share with that person. I mean, it's kind of like this is like fairy godparents up here, mother and father, but we have to take a hard look at something on the financial front as well. Because Chiron is here, but Saturn makes it feel hard. And Chiron says, where has the wound been? So, for example, I have a client who's got this partnership where they've been together for like a decade, and finally they did a prenup or some kind of agreements around their shared money. That was a wound that prevailed for several years for her. But now there's this last dig, this last ouch, this last scab that has to be looked at about your money and how it pertains to other people's money. And that can include inheritances and legacy wealth. Jupiter rules the 4th house of family money. Okay. May feel ouchy, but it's going to heal something. All right. What about the next story? New moon, Gemini, 24 degrees. Let's get to that moon on the 14th. So the lunation is happening in your 10th house of career, and it's a reset button. In the next 6 months, you'll see evidence of something fresh and new, exciting, exhilarating, and unexpected, lifting you up, feeling good, feeling groovy about it. I think that you're going to be surprised, and we'll get into a little bit more of that because we're going to dive into Venus sextiles Uranus. It can be someone behind the scenes, backroom deals and negotiations, working on your behalf, even human resource department energy to elevate you to something exciting and new and fresh. It could be a new position in your company that wants to come off this new moon. It could be a new company you're going to work for altogether. It certainly can fortify greater power, wealth in your actual job environment and lead to a new contractual agreement. So a lot of you, if you're in the working world, that looks like that. Or if you're self-employed, it just looks like you're elevating some fresh, new, exciting beginnings that could also bring you greater earnings and money and wages or income. So the new moon is fresh and it's with Uranus. So there's always a surprise with Uranus up there, even if it's not conjunct. So you didn't maybe expect it, or you weren't particularly planning, and voila, here it comes. Look, voila, look, voila, there it is. Look, on June the 14th, a day or two before and after, maybe up to 2 weeks after, for some evidence of this being true for you. And this is not negative. You're not getting fired or anything like that. Okay. Not at all. This is quite a positive energy. The ruler of the moon is in the house of good spirit where your wishes and dreams come true. So it can give you definitely a positive spin on your career ambitions and successes, not only on the moon, but within the 6 months that unfurls from this new beginning. Now, right after the moon, on the day after this 14th moon of the month, we're going to talk to you about Venus and a surprise here. So it's kind of really on the moon, and the day after it kind of unfurls right over the moon. So let's go from the 13th to the 15th. What is the surprise? Something to do with your career and your Venus in the 12th. Venus in the 12th is like behind the scenes things are happening that favor you professionally. Venus rules human resource department and, some bureaucratic tape involved in work. You could also have a career opportunity connected to foreign people, lands, and shores. You might end up with a situation here where you get more money, right? More earnings and a perk or reward from your career that you didn't expect. Okay. They're going to give you an extra week off every year for vacation time or something like that, or the corner desk in the office that with a big, beautiful view, things like that. Very sweet surprises professionally here. I can't say what to do if you don't have a career, but there's a thing for you to consider why you don't have a career. But if you're retired, what are you doing visibly in the world? That's what I mean, right? And at the same time, like really, really spinning right after that, she moves into her Pluto opposition on the 17th, while also in a beautiful flow to Neptune. So there's a lot of Venusian love here for you guys at this time. So when she's opposite Pluto on the 17th, there's toxic hidden variables that want to be maybe understood or revealed, but you may be doing some contemplation in your back end time alone about what you're unearthing here. Now, this could be unearthing the roots of addiction or self-undoing or bad habits and patterns of things that you put in your nose and mouth, and unearthing deep layers of understanding, because also it ties into your health as well, and also healthy eating, not just substance abuse. So there's some kind of unearthing, and Neptune rules escapist and addictive substances and drugs. And so this looks like for a lot of people a real clearing and cleaning and cleansing and purifying and understanding of self-undoing connected to substance abuse disorders. But it can also open you up to deep visionary nocturnal dreams. Look at that moon, and that you're going to find some deep insights into something that you haven't had a mental handle on before, because you need to know, right, what's buried underneath that Pluto Venus, the power of love and the love of power. And it's coming across a karmic debt axis as well. Possibly if somebody owes you money and you deserve it, like it belongs to you, there can be some debt repatriation here, right? Money that's owed to you returning to you is another option for this guy. Then we move on to the 21st, where the sun will sextile Chiron. Now Chiron is moved into Taurus. Depends on where you live, the 20th, 21st. I apparently am in Vancouver, Australia today, wherever that is. And we move ourselves onward, and Chiron crosses the line into Taurus on the 20th or 21st, time zone dependent. And as he sits in Taurus, you've got this new energy. What is the energy for? It's going to give you a new chironic wound. Wait, we lost your sign. Let's move us back. It's going to give you a new chironic wound in the 9th house. You've been dealing with the chunky money wound. Now it's the 9th house. I don't know, guys. The 9th house is a happy house. It's very, it's very positive, very fortunate house. It's a Dharma house. It aligns you with a significant and meaningful, purposeful life. And Chiron can be the guide, the shaman, the mentor, and the teacher. And this is also an educational house. So you might come into a window that's not as much about the wound because it trines you over the next 7 years, but you might come into alignment with spiritual guides, teachers, shamans, the healers and therapists of the world, really lining up your way to support you, including educational options of going to school, learning, studying, even higher education over the next 7 years. Now, this is the first taste of it, okay? And it's going to be here till mid-September, back full-time in April of 27. You're getting a flavor over the next few months. And as Chiron crosses the sign boundary, the sun says, let me send you a bit of love. Oh, damn it. Let me send you a bit of love. And that's in the house of good spirit, which is positive, very, very wish fulfillment and gains of your career and pennies from heaven. And see this is beautiful. I think some of you are going to make a case between now and mid-September for finding a new alignment with your professional ambitions and a feeling that you're using your talents and gifts in the proper way in this lifetime. And this will be here for 7 years. You don't have to get it right away, but this is the beginning of getting it right. And you're going to do that through some insight, contemplation, and deep soul work. Sun rules as part of your chart, so that this alignment can be made known to you and you can figure out what to do with it. Venus is ruling that Chiron, and the sun is the ruler of where Venus is sitting. So it's almost like take this, you'll probably notice around the solstice that there are circumstances aligning to show you a deeper understanding of where you need to be in a professional alignment. And I bet you some of you will end up making plans or talking with a partner or a friend about going back and re-educating, or for the first time educating in a setting of some kind. It doesn't have to be, could be higher education, it could be skills-based education, but there's that vibe for you guys here. And this is foreign lands and shores, right? Venus is in the house of distant lands. Jupiter was a ruler of the 4th house. Some of you may be contemplating a move abroad or talking with somebody important to you, like a spouse, about moving somewhere quite far away from where you currently live. Those are energies of discussions that come under this chironic energy at this time. So we're talking about June the 21st. Then we move a day or two on either side. And then we move on to the 24th of the month, where the sun will trine the north node of destiny and worldly success. Well, we know where that is. We've been talking about the expanding of the root-bound relationship into a bigger pot. So that's that story. You are doing that work to increase your relationship connection and make it grow. And now we have to ask ourselves what the sun is actually saying. This could be a real spiritual growth in the relationship. Okay, it really can. And it could open up the relationship to deeper spiritual alignment with each other. Okay, now the other energy that the sun can open up there is there's something going on in your professional endeavors that is also connected to destined contracts. Mercury will be negotiating for you. So you could end up, signing on the dotted line for a new job position. And I kind of like this for you if you're looking for opportunities to work for companies that are international, or that you want to get a job in a foreign land, or you want to work for a company that has, headquarters internationally. That vibe is here for you as well. When we talk about your, 25th of the month. Sorry about that. I'm in delay mode. I'm a robot and I'm glitching. Venus is trining Saturn. Okay. Venus is trining Saturn, and Saturn and Venus trines are very, very dutiful, because Venus is joy and pleasure in Leo. She's a boss babe. Let's talk about that. And Saturn is like structure. You've had Venus, you will have Venus, here in your 12th house right now. I'll give you some tips for that. For a while, June 13th to July 8th. And what I like about it, Well, because it's bed pleasures. So it's not just bed pleasures like in romantic terms. It's also pleasures in your alone time, creativity and art in your alone time. So June 13th to July 8th, spending solitude time or bed pleasure time is very sanctioned. It's like double thumbs up, do it. Just as Mercury is here through to August, right? Goodness gracious, June 1st to August 9th, you're very social. You're spending time with groups of people. You're very actively, busy in your career and collegiate setting in a social way. This is positive social stuff, Jupiter. You're putting more time with friends. You're having more fun. Yeah, June, July into early August. And with Mercury here, FYI, it's good for your career. Your career gains are going really well as well. Something's working in the career space for you. Probably say, oh, I'm so lucky. Things are going so well in my career is how you might say it, right? Now, the Venus thing I'm trying to point to is what Saturn is trying to bring to the table. And he's like realistic and responsible and sober-minded. And there's sobriety right there, right? Escapist tendencies with sobriety. So if you've been on a sobriety path or considering it, this is what's happening. And then Saturn is saying to Venus, who loves her pleasures in solitude. So maybe you hide alcohol from people and drink alone, right? There's really a turning point here in that. And because you've got to get real. And the other thing, Saturn here could be about money. And it can also involve money that is shared with a spouse or someone else. And having to really look at what your contribution is to finances with a significant other. I don't think that this is an inheritance story, but sometimes this could bring money from sources that aren't professional, not your daily job. And that Saturn could be from an elder, somebody much older, but you see, I would say more likely to receive inheritances from somebody in the family of origin once Jupiter crosses the sign boundary on June the 30th. But we're on June the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and now we're on the 25th. So something's building here. So I'm going to make a case for you, Your Honor. It's possible that this is the pending runway to Jupiter crossing the sign boundary, and you're coming into some financial success through legacy wealth, inheritance money, okay, from an elder, as well as a story of what I've already covered. When we move past that, we talk about Mars sextiling Jupiter, great for business enterprise, great for commerce and stuff like that. So Mars is going to leave Taurus, where he's been a bulldozer. Are you okay? Did you survive all that grind up here? And you may have been working hard with something that had to do with your purpose or your legal matters or your things to do with international travel and bulldozing your way through it, or bulldozing your way through therapeutic sessions. But you're getting ready for the crossover, and Mars gets the hell out of there. Yeah. Well, he will, but he's going to cross that sign boundary at the end of the month. And as you get ready for that last gasp, he talks to Jupiter anaretic in a sextile, very positive flow, very positive energy here. Mars is the ruler of your travel house down here. And he also is a ruler of your chunky money. So there's something about maybe travel plans domestically or internationally with friends, social groups, networks, a sibling one older, and some kind of pivot point. It could be positive, okay? But change of plans maybe around travel. Winning in a court battle at last and getting a big payout. Okay, that kind of thing. And the very end of the month, we have the full moon at 8 degrees of Capricorn. So this is a lunation that's taking 6 months ago's new moon seed and planting a fulfillment tree. And the energy of Capricorn, where the moon is where the moon is in debility. Oh, well, it's at 8 degrees. It'll really impact 8 degrees sun, moon, and rising Virgos more, but you all feel it, trining you, so you don't mind it. This is a house of conception, and full moons and new moons here can be about babies, okay? So there may be a fulfillment energy, and I don't know that that's possibly true, but I'd be careful because Jupiter, I call him the great sperminator. He rules children, and he's always making many babies like Elon Musk has. Jupiter in his 5th house, he's got 14 kids. Jupiter is witnessing your 5th house. If you or your partner are of conception age, I don't care if you're the man or the woman, right? There is a conception here on this moon that you could have. You don't want a conception, then be careful with your birth control, please. And we're talking about the 8th of the month. You'll feel it on the 28th, 29th of the month, this lunation. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to get a baby going or are you going to not? So be careful. I'm just warning you. Okay. Like I got to call it like I see it, especially with Mars exalting your conception house with Uranus, the god of surprise. So birth control does fail every now and then. So be careful. If you don't want one, if you do, this could be a very rare combination of events that lead to a conception of a child. All right. That's just got to call it like, because you're on a trip with your loved one. Okay. Romantic life. Otherwise, big fulfillment to do with entrepreneurial, artistic, and creative endeavors. Great fulfillment in your performing an artistic and muse inspired reality. Great fulfillment in what we would call good fortune, including winning money. If you're to win money off of this and it's not impossible, it's because of the good fortune house, the good spirit of windfalls here. It also could be feeling like you win money because it comes from the house of chunky money. Is that like a spouse's money, their in-law money? Is that money from someone in your family of origin? You know, even if we don't want the person to pass away, if great grandpa Jones is passing away and they're going to get like lob a bunch of money at you, you're probably going to feel fortunate. So there's that on that full moon. The full moon can unfold over 6 months, not just the day of the moon or on the 28th or so, 29th of the month. It's on the 29th in my time zone. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check out my Patreon community where you get early access, ad-free, no ads, videos from me. Everything you see here on YouTube, every video is given to my Patreon community before you guys with no ads. It's cheap to join. I don't remember what it is, $7 maybe, $8, $10 a month. You always unsubscribe if you don't like what I do there. I have lots of meetings. You can also, don't forget to celebrate with me, 150,000 subscribers. And my code CELEBRATE gives you 40% off any of the courses I've taught. These are the shorter courses, right? Like the 2-hour video courses, finding past lives in the chart, fun stuff like that. Check below. Hopefully I'll see some of you in my Chiron webinar coming up at the end of the month. I haven't chosen a price. It's nominal. I don't want to complain. I'm so grateful for my life, but I had 600 people take a webinar with me recently with a tip jar, you know, and I three people tipped. Okay. So, and it was a good webinar. So I'm going to no longer give free giant webinars like that. Although all my Mercury webinars are free, all of them, 6 a year, but not the bigger ones that I spent hours making slideshows for you guys. And then I just get no tips back. I'll see you guys around. Take care and have an amazing, lucky month, you Virgos. You are amazing. Like, subscribe. Bye. But you still get the success. Now you're back again to do it. Venus and Jupiter are saying, let's reset the button. June the 9th. Let's roll for another year of success. That's your story. Lunatic astrology. Hello, Libra. Sun, Moon, Rising sign. June of 2026 is a lucky month ahead. We have a glorious hookup in your career and reputation space of the benefic Venus and Jupiter unfolding a red carpet rollout for professional advancement and even weddings. At the same time, Chiron is finally getting out of your long-term love house where you might feel kind of wounded on and off since 2019. And that includes business partnerships and how you relate to your audience or marketplace, as well as your significant other. That woundedness is leaving you as well, as Chiron at last gets into a sign called Taurus and leaves your Aries house behind. We're going to break it down a little bit about that new transition of that Chironic shift towards Taurus for 7 years since 2019, the Aries problem. And also we'll break down a little bit about how the Lord of your sign, Venus, the ruler of you, is such a busy little bee, and she's going to bring you a lovely little surprise that you're going to say thank you for. So welcome to my channel. My name is Lori Lothian. This is Western Tropical Zodiac Astrology. This is not sidereal or Vedic. We're using the whole sign house system. Please cast your chart in whole sign houses. All astrologers on YouTube are using that house system. The information is below. In today's video, we're going to take it week by week or day by day through a chronological story that includes the 2 moons of the month, the new moon in Gemini and the full moon in Capricorn. And we're going to talk about how it impacts your sun or moon and rising, how, what, how, where, what's the difference? Sun, true self, spirit, but it represents career and purpose. Moon, your home, your nest, where you live, but also your thinkings and feelings about your life. Rising sign, the simulation avatar character. I'm Spock in Star Trek. Okay, I'm an Aquarius rising. JD Vance has a big beard and Trump has his hair. Leo risings. Your rising sign is your avatar simulation character. It is very sensitive to the sky and can indicate things that are likely to happen. So listen for your rising, but also listen for your sun and your moon. Today, we're going to break it down for you on how to cast your chart in whole sign houses and find your rising sign. one is down below. We're going to go through the sky. I'm going to keep my pace pretty decent, but we should be here for 30 minutes. I'm trying to shorten my videos here. And I want you to know about a few exciting developments in my life, if you're not already aware of them. And don't forget to like and subscribe, please. I just hit 150,000 subscribers in May. I'm recording this in the first week of May for you guys. Woohoo! 150,000 is a benchmark for me. I'm so excited. And so if you want to support my celebration too, I created a code called Celebrate, and those all capital letters. And you can go to my lorilothian.com site, my new website, where every course I've ever taught is like the past lives, finding past lives in your chart, finding your natural talents and gifts in the chart, finding the people in your chart, spouses and family. All of those courses are available at 40% off. And this sale will last as a celebration sale till the end of June. Also, don't forget that I do a lot of teaching. And if you didn't get enrolled in my Divine Timing Masterclass 5-week program, you still have one weekend left in May for distributions through the bounds. You might want to sign up for that, or all of the courses you missed and get a really good latecomer discount for the replays and the content you keep forever. And I'm teaching a Chiron workshop for a Chiron moving into Taurus, and a deep dive into how you should handle that with your sign, because it's the beginning of a new 7-year story. I put a lot of love into those classes I do, those webinars. It'll be at least a couple hours before we get out of there with Q&A and replay available. Information down below. That will be in June. So the reason I'm saying, is this beautiful home is going. I'm moving. So I'm packing my stuff, Libra, and trying to pack it up, move, do my production content, teach my course. I didn't plan to move while I was teaching a course at the same time with 2 weekly Q&As, but it just fell into my lap, this new place with 2 bedrooms and a dedicated recording studio. So I am moving. So it's a bit of chaos in my world. How are you guys doing? This is your sky. This is your sky, your Libra symbol of the scales of justice. And this is also commerce. And if your sun was here or moon, that's how we're determining sun, moon, and rising, as if we had your sun sitting right here in Libra as a first house, or your moon. So let's get rolling. Let's talk about it. Let's move into movement. Mercury starts off the last couple of days of May and the beginning of, and I know it says Australia there. Please just ignore it. I'm not going to worry. It's just the sky is the same around the world. Mercury, sextiles, Chiron, the last 2 days of May and the beginning, the very first day of June, there's a vibe going on. It's a grand finale of the Chironic wound connected to long-term committed love partners, business partners, and how you are received or not by your audience, marketplace, customers, clients, that vibe, fans. You know, this is interesting for you because you probably have noticed that you had attracted wounded love relationship partners. Like, I mean, there's something going on in their life where they're having to deal with a challenge in their health or the mental health or whatever. And so there's a field of energy that started in 2019 that's finishing up here. And as the grand finale is happening, we see that the Chironic energy flows to Mercury, and Mercury's got some information or some news to dispense. And it can be very positive because it's a sextile. Now, this could be some information or news connected to your partner, not even you. And it may involve higher education or long distance travel or court and legal situations. Whatever it is, it's positive information coming your way from Mercury that you're probably glad to get. You're probably grateful for it. But there's also some grace here. And so there may be something that your partner, your significant other has going on in their life that's good for them. And you're going to just hear about it and feel good for them. If you don't have a partner, then it's not that story. It could be about a business partner, a situation with a client, something positive. This could also be a shaman and international foreign lands and intersections with decisions to travel or visit that guide, guru, teacher, shaman, healer person as well. Again, last 2 days of May and the beginning of June. Now, we see the sun sextiling Saturn, and that is happening on the 2nd of the month. Saturn is that Saturn will be in your long-term love house, right? And if you're single, bringing you a new partner who may have an age difference of 6 or 7 years older or younger, or is deeply karmic. If you're with someone, this is to test the relationship and make it solid or not, and especially make it solid. So you'll have Saturn here now until April of 28. When it comes to cohabitation and living together, okay, Saturn rules your 4th house. And when it comes to children, pregnancy, and making babies, so there's things going on there between you and another that are being tested between now and 2028. Now, the sun flowing to the Saturn in the house of your partners, maybe your partner's heavy-hearted, depressed, anxious, or worried. And now the sun says, no, 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 it's okay. We're shining brightly. Hope is here. Alignment is here. Purpose is here. So there's something good there for your partner that may be very positive as the sun is illuminating in a surprising way, something that heavy-hearted Saturn, your partner, might need to come to terms with, business and love partners. And I don't know, some of you, book publishing deals, right? That could come through. And this could be about solidifying a contract regarding publishing and book publishing opportunity. Okay. On the 3rd of the month, Mercury and the North Node flow in a trine. The energy between Mercury and the North Node in this trine is something to do with your work and your career. Mercury is in the house of your visible reputation and professional adventures, and he's flowing back to the North Node of destiny in the house of employees, employment, work, job, daily job routines, etc. And so what it is, worldly success in your work, Jupiter up here, go back, even think how the last year you've been more successful than you thought you would be. But Mercury has some information or news to deliver. That's his job. Phone calls, text messages, emails. I want you to pay attention to what comes across the transom of information on the 3rd. You might want to give it, 3rd, 4th and see what happens. And what I think it might be depends on your time zone. Let's go, depends on where you live. It could be June the 1st in Australia, 2nd and 3rd, those first 3 days of June. It may have to do with where you live. It may have to do with nest and home, and it may have to do with profession and home and nest and information and news. Anything. Like you can't work from home anymore. The company wants you to come into the office, right? I don't know. Or a big change in the home connected to your work. And information being given to you about your work vis-a-vis your home and your worldly success that you're capable of. Lots of ways it could work. Some of you might need me getting information that you might need to move, maybe move abroad, right? Or move far away or move to a distant, far off land connected to a work opportunity. Now, do you have to do it or do you get to choose? I'm not sure, but look for information that gives you those clues. Otherwise, just information connected to work and job career success that you feel mostly positive about is where I'm going. All right. Unfortunately, Mercury does square Neptune. I don't say unfortunately, but that could be a real clearing of sober realism about a contractual agreement professionally that you could say yes to, or sober realism about connections to Neptune, clear understanding about a relationship that's long-term, and weddings and marriages, right? That's the wedding house. There's that thing. And this could be clearing any confusion or fog of miscommunication or a lack of understanding. Otherwise, it could just be, again, a professional contract and kind of trying to see what's real and what's obfuscated and nebulous and trying to see what's really here under all the glamour of this offer, right? Getting your eyes on a lawyer would be a good idea to look at it. Again, you're seeing that around the 3rd, 1st to 2nd and 3rd of the month. On the 9th of the month, Venus will conjunct Jupiter. That's the lucky thing. Okay, this is what we started with. This is your luck starts here on the thumbnail, I think. They're together once every 12 years where Jupiter exalts himself in the sign of the moon up here. It's rare. However, they did a double dip. So last July, those two planets dipped into a conjunction in your 10th house, indicating a promise that starting last July through to now, you were meant to experience some extraordinary career success. You might recognition, promotions, more money, more success, more, enjoyment, even more, celebrations of your success professionally. That's what it's meant to do. It could involve weddings, wedding plans as well for some of you. And it also connects you to a sense of like fascinating luck. Things are going your way. You might have bitten off more than you can chew. A few times with Jupiter, you're like, oh my God, I said I'd do that. And that's like, I'm working too hard. I bit off more than I could chew. That could be true, right? But you still get the success. Now you're back again to do it. Venus and Jupiter are saying, let's reset the button. June the 9th. Let's roll for another year of success. That's your story. Although on the 9th of June, a day before and after, you might start to feel the conjunction delivering some shorter term luck. some acute luck. That's called acute, right? In here. So around the 9th, this is when they're exact, give or take a couple of days before and after, what is happening that brings you a sense of luck? I think it's, and by the way, it's a 25 degrees, but this is set for Australia. So just trust me. It is like you're going to feel lucky on the 9th, and the luck translates and spills over all over the chart. Venus says you're lucky. You are lucky. You're the Libra. She rules your sign. Venus says you are really, really fortunate. She exalts your job, work, and health house, including debt elimination. But this would be Arta, work and career luck, and destined worldly success. She's the owner of your chunky money, a sign-on bonus, commission check, royalty income check, Google AdSense revenue, increases of commissions and payouts that come in a chunk. Ka-ching. So Jupiter also wants to translate the lucky communion of the two planets to his own domiciles. So he will translate it to, yes, work and career. He will and job and health. And he will translate this luck as well, the best he can, to your shorter term stories down here, like traveling short distances, maybe for work, connection to online social media and media platforms, connection to luck in your professional advancement, especially if you need to travel, market, sell, write, teach, or communicate. Yes, all kinds of luck. So that luck is here, but you should notice a keynote bit of luck, like a pitch pipe for the whole year. What is the keynote? What is the pitch pipe of the song the choir mistress is having you sing? You're going to notice that something around June 9th feels very lucky. Okay. Yeah, that's what I've got. And the moon is ruling it from the long-term committed love house and audience house, but this could look like a wedding proposal or setting a marriage contract date or getting a ring on it or something as well. So keep your eyes on that ball. You're going to find love under this. It's going to be love through your professional orientation and what you're doing in your job. That's how you meet somebody. All right. If you're looking for love and you're single, it's through your professional activities that you meet somebody. Let's move on. We're going to notice that Mercury will square Saturn. Mercury and Saturn are having a difficult information exchange of some kind. Now, Mercury is in Cancer. This is where he's going to be till August the 9th. You heard me right. Retrogradation, right? He'll be here starting on June the 1st and he'll leave August the 9th because of his retrogradation on June 29th. Long story short, you got to get used to being very busy in your work world when it comes to professional adventures of teaching, marketing, selling, communicating, being extremely visible in what you're doing and very busy. And so you're going to have that vibe going on for until August 9th. And he starts off with a square. And what day did I tell you guys it was on? The 10th. So on June 10th, the square is exact. And he's like information, phone calls, texts, negotiations and contracts, realism. This is a legal contract house. Vows, realism, sobriety, structure. So you want to look closer at whatever is being negotiated and look at what is realistic for you. Is it realistic to not work from home or to only work from home or to take this thing and have to move your home? Some of this could be occurring here. But look for the inconvenient hardship of information that's not easy to digest around the 10th of the month, a day or two on either side. On the 13th of the month, Venus is squaring Chiron, that old wound that's trying to finish up in your committed love, business partnerships, and audience marketplace. And well, a square is about confronting something. So you want to come to a confrontational moment with Venus now in your 11th house of good spirit, which is a positive house. Wait, where did I lose it? No, sorry, back it up. Sorry, guys. I apologize. She's at the 29th degree of your 10th house, squaring Chiron. So there's something you have to come to terms with to do with a split screen between your professional life and your long-term love life, your professional life and your enjoyment and success factor, and your the way your audience and marketplace is withholding from you. There's something you need to come to terms with here. And again, I don't know, Saturn has translation to sex and romance. And maybe your professional life is so damn busy that you haven't got enough romance going and you feel disconnected from the affection and romantic part of a long-term love story. So there's a need to square away with that and face that energy squarely. And it could involve with Mercury a conversation with a significant other about the lack of romantic time together. And maybe partly because you have been so busy and preoccupied, right? With your own technical work. If you're not with somebody, a difficult moment connected to office love and romance and realistic expectations in the workforce. All right. Venus will then cross the signature boundary and move into Leo. I like her here. She's strong in fire. She's a boss babe, but she's kind of like a queen on her throne. And she's going to be up here in Leo, June 13th to July 8th. And June 13th to July 8th, it's really good for more success financially connected to your career. It's also good for women in places of power supporting you, giving you a leg up, giving you a lift, wanting to be a patron, a benefactor. It's also good for a relationship with a sibling, one older. And it's also really good and really lovely in terms of just having more pleasure and enjoyment in the community of friends that you have in your life and really enjoying their time and time with you, June 13th to July 8th. With Venus up here, she can translate that to some nice chunks of money coming at you, including royalty income or commission money. And she just makes you feel good about being you. But she does start off, with a sextile to Uranus for a happy surprise. But before that sextile, and as this moon is occurring, pay attention. There's a new moon at 24 degrees of Gemini, and it's happening on the 14th. This is a new moon right up here. It will happen to be on the 14th in my time zone. And I like this energy for a new beginning and a fresh start when it comes to your alignment of your life towards purpose and career and purpose becoming more entwined. So it's one thing to chase the paper and make the money, but do you feel that your natural talents and gifts, your dharmic path is here? And this will be a nice alignment moon for you to bring that into focus, especially for those of you who are Libra rising in the last 25 degrees, so 25 to 29, 5 degrees. You're really feeling this call to purpose and meaning, or book publishing and succeeding in writing and publishing industries. And you could follow your nose with that and see if that feels true for you. Now, one thing about this new beginning, new moon, it's got a accompaniment of Uranian unexpected, surprising breakthrough energy. So I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen because the unexpected is why it's called the unexpected, but it could open up some doors of opportunity for a career that's entrepreneurial or that you really enjoy in ways that are way more enjoyable than having been bossed around by other people. And then on this moon, and right after this moon, Venus is sextiling Uranus for a happy surprise right here. Okay. So I think about the 14th and 15th, you might come into an unexpected bonus. It could be a reward, like a professional reward, a bit of money, an advance, like a perk coming professionally towards you. An unexpected chance to travel with an elder sibling or one older or in connection to friends and groups of belonging. And if you are going to take that travel, it's most likely international. And Venus wants to bring you something good. So it's like a perk, a penny from heaven, something nice wants to happen. And it's, again, the 14th, 15th of June, but also connected to her opposition to Pluto, which is a separate story in some ways. What are you digging up underneath the surface of your sexual love and romantic life, your creativity and your art? Now, Pluto is power and Venus is love. So love of power, sure. But she tends to excavate stuff as well when she connects with Pluto. So secrets, things that are hidden from view, or difficult, traumatic stories to do with romantic love or creative and entrepreneurial stories that, have had challenges. But because Uranus is also forming this gorgeous wedge, it kind of blasts out as a freedom moment, right? Freedom from something. Obsession, betrayal, abandonment, maybe Plutonian wounds, breaking free and breaking through. If you have children, then there may be the onset of a grandchild coming from this new moon, and watch for 6 months after this new moon for evidence that you may become a grandparent. And there could be revelations that your kid is already pregnant and you find out about it after the fact. Yes. Well, then we're going to talk to you next, and we're going to say that we have the Soulmate trine of Venus in Leo, trining Neptune in Aries. Fire trine of divine complement, soulmate love, 17th of June. This energy can bring you a new love story should you be single, and you would find yourself meeting somebody you probably want to commit to in the long run. Look for an age difference, 6 or 7 years younger or older, meeting through social events, groups of belonging, social activities, social networks. And so it's a good time not to necessarily go on a dating app, but rather just be social. For a single Libra, your social life opens up a potential dreamy, divine complement soul love story for you. And it could be quite transformative with Venus across from Pluto. It could like shake the very foundations of your being. Thunder, lightning, the way you love me is frightening, but it can lead to commitment in the long run and help heal the chironic wound that you've dealt with lifelong about the problem of your partner or being in long-term partnerships, love and business. So look for this exciting, beautiful soulmate glow for anyone who's looking for love on the star card of the 17th of the month. Trining that beautiful Neptune while opposing Pluto, reorienting your whole approach of a phoenix rising. You're a phoenix rising in love from the death throes of the ashes of your past. I doth wax poetic today. The 21st of the month, the sun will sextile Chiron. Now the chironic wound is skipping over the fence. And on the solstice, well, we lost your sign. Let's fix that problem and take us back to you. No. Take us back to you. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? Chiron crosses into your house of inheritance money or chunky money, or call it what you will. So he crosses over 19th, 20th, depends on your time zone. I'm somehow in Australia on this chart, don't ask. Doesn't matter. Eventually, we all see Chiron here. And you don't feel like, oh, the day is different. No, this is going to be through to September 17th, a new vibe. And then next April, Chiron launches back into Taurus for 7 years. So energetically speaking, you are into a new story. What is it? It's going to feel like you're going to work with the deep occult mysteries, the hermetic wisdom, the psychic abilities you have, and you may engage in healing practices, seeing healers or becoming one, using occult methods or non-ordinary healing techniques. Now, that said, this is a chunky money house. It's your inheritance money. Go talk to the other signs who've gone through it. You might feel wounded by inheritance money, wounded by legacy wealth money, wounded by spousal support money, wounded by shared resources with your in-law money, all that. It can feel like a place of struggle and challenge as you learn something true and real here. It's a moksha house for spiritual awakening, and you might see guides and teachers and mentors that help you move past your egoic identity. That's going to be true, especially next April at 7 years, but you're feeling into it now. Now, Libra. The energy of Chiron up at that part of your chart, right, can also impact your like chunks of money, investment monies, wounded, savings, or, the investments in the markets for your retirement package. Be careful here. I'm literally saying, if you're caught up in a tech bubble or AI bubble or something and you're investing wildly, recklessly, be careful. You don't want to feel the chironic wound to all of the money that you have been investing. And that is a potential on June the 19th. Okay, so let's go and then into September, right? September 17th. But Chiron here, as he shifts gears and transitions over, come to my Chiron webinar where I'll dive deeper into my guidance using stars and asteroids. But, my take on it is that for the most part, because there's a solar love up, watch the love, it starts off smooth, right? There's kind of like Chiron, South Node, Sun, mini trine, grace. It could really open you up to a professional opportunity, but maybe connected to distant shores, far lands, and foreign places. So you could actually come into a concept of an opportunity opening up for you that is more aligned with Chiron's key to purpose, but this could indicate places that are far from where you currently live. Yeah, and the moon has moved into Libra, squaring the sun and opposite the ruler of your 4th house. It's almost like you could have some professional openings coming through June the 21st at about 3 or 4 days that are at odds with something to do with your domestic life or where you're living. But yet may be very positive and the right direction for you. Okay, Mars has been in your 8th house May 19th to June 28th. And this is where you're trying to separate the weeds, the wheat from the chaff when it comes to your chunks of money, in-law money, shared money with a spouse, spousal support money, all of that. You're doing some kind of battle, fight, bulldoze to make sure you can figure it all out, maybe. And that even includes investments. So Mars will be leaving there. So we'll get to that. But he is a malefic. And when Chiron's a wound, be careful on the 21st to the end of this month. You're just going to be cautious with investment money, please. Now, past the story of that, let's talk about the sun trining the north node itself and the south node sextile, right? This wedge is forming. Destined changes in your professional success story that are highly positive, but you need to release and surrender and let go something. This may be karmic patterns as well. And also the potential for, you never know, under the sky, some shift of home or promise of a different home or homeland, I don't know which, coming off of this story. All right, on the 25th of the month, Venus and Saturn flow in a trine. The 25th of the month brings us something positive and enduring in love and money stories. And it could indicate for you something like, my gains of my career flow beautifully to my audience marketplace clients, yet I also have to be realistic about it and measured in my pace and not be reckless and impetuous. Or there's a stability in a long-term committed love or business partnership that's trying to form that allows for greater enjoyment, pleasure, and gains for you and the other person, the business partner. This can be money, requires perseverance and dedication as I approach my audience or marketplace with my Venusian career gains. And so you have to go steadfast, measured, and responsible, but knowing that that energy will serve you. If love has been hard, then love will smooth out. And maybe even friends and social groups can smooth the edges off of a difficult romantic story. On Mars's watch, on the 28th, there's a sextile to Jupiter. Mars and Jupiter sextile brings us into contact with good energy about your career in a grand finale, Jupiter's narrative that ends on June 30th, when Jupiter transfers his love to your house of great gains and the actualizations of dreams and goals. By the way, if you're of childbearing age and Jupiter crosses here June 30th and will be here for a year, you are in fertility time to make babies. But before that happens, here's this grand finale. Mars, money, earnings, resources, spousal money, shared resources with the spouse, money from the in-laws, money connected to inheritances. You get the gist, right? That chunks of unearned income and shared resources, money, decisions, actions flowing easily towards professional success. It could literally look like something's changing in your professional area that's going to allow for a nice little landfall, landfall of chunky money. A good sign that something wants to happen positive is that Mars is the ruler of the money you can possess, right? And so he's going to love up the professional story to bring more possessions of wealth your way. And it's just short-lived, guys. So pay attention to that energy on the 28th, the day before and after, and ask yourself, what am I getting as a grand finale of Mars's 6 weeks journey through my chunky money house? What could it be? Because Mars rules the house of the spouse, maybe your spouse is getting an uplift and they're getting a new opportunity professionally and in professional advancement for a spouse or long-term love partner as well. Now, as we move to the last of the month on the 29th in my time zone, depends on where you live, there's going to be a Capricorn full moon. It's going to happen at 8 degrees of Capricorn. It's going to be in the 4th house of home property and real estate. Go back to like 6 months ago, December, January. Did you plant a seed for a new home or changes in your domestic environment? Because now you have fulfilled or are fulfilling that. And Chiron is flowing to that moon. So it can be about the ability to buy or sell or purchase property, real estate, refinance your home, or fulfill something to do with property and home. Do you hear the sirens? Probably not. I've got my mic on high block, but this is why I'm moving. I have to have the windows open. There's no AC. It's hot in here. And then there's like 1,000 sirens a day between the fire hall and the hospital. Yeah. Okay. I only complain to Libras because you are so kind and understanding. So the sun down there, the moon down there, can complete something, change and complete a home situation. You could get inheritances here in the next year from your family of origin, from an elder, frail, maybe cognitively declining father figure. So great grandpa is going to pass. Grandpa is going to pass, and you might come into money off of this moon as well. Will you move your home? Only if it's a rental, I think, because of the sextile to the North Node. So it could say that by the end of this story, 6 months after this moon, so by the end of this year, you may be considering a relocation. All right, that's what I got for you. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. If you're new here, thank you for trying me out. If you want to get all my YouTube content without ads, early access, ad free, you get that content on my Patreon community. Everyone gets it before you, and they have never to listen to an ad. So consider that. And also check out everything else that I do down below, or my members only, where I give you extended content here that the public doesn't get, but they get that on Patreon too. And so check it out. I've got a lot of members only videos back there because I'm teaching in May. I haven't done any live streams with you guys, but or any extra teaching content. Sorry, I'm teaching, I'm busy, but you're paying $3 a month. If that's too much, oh well. You can always unsubscribe. I'm doing my best to hit all fronts and serve all you guys. I'll see you next videos. Thanks for listening, Libra. Take care. Bye-bye. Come celebrate. All caps, 40% off. Find out your past lives and the past lives of your chart. All right, ciao, ciao. You can go back to July of last year all the way through till now and ask where the luck has shown up. Now, this is high fertility, right? This is like flowing to the house of conception. This is a house of childbirth, also grandchildren. Hello, Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. This is June 2026, and this is your astrology forecast. We're looking at that movement of Chiron finally leaving that work and health house and changing and shifting everything for you for the first time since 2019. At the same time, we're also opening up a door to a new 7-year story. We'll dive into that. Most importantly, it is the luckiest month of 2026 as a greater and lesser benefics, Jupiter and Venus, join together in Cancer and really exalt or highlight your success, your luck, your fortune, especially when it comes to being aligned with purpose, but also connected to just an all over lucky 4-leaf clover and horseshoe. Good for fertility, good for grandchildren, but good for you. So we're going to dive into how Scorpio this looks in your chart and what to do with this golden energy. Welcome to my channel. If you're new, my name is Lori Lothian. We're using Western tropical zodiac whole sign houses, fixed stars, and minor asteroids, and we are not doing sidereal. This is not Vedic astrology. If you're new to astrology or new to my channel, welcome. Best to listen for your sun sign if you're listening for career and purpose. Moon sign is your feelings and thinkings about your life, but also your home and nest. And the rising sign is your simulation avatar. It's not the real you. It's the character you play in the game of life. However, your sun is the true you. It shines through the character. And after the age of 45, a lot of us feel the solar part of our chart, our sun sign, becomes more accurate for forecasting. But listen for both sun and rising, and then secondarily or lastly for moon. Let's get started, shall we? Oh, before I do, I'm in celebration mode. This is my party dress. I love this dress. With a little girl, I would have loved it. And I'm celebrating with capital CELEBRAT code for you and me, 40% off every course I've taught. I think I'll probably have at least a couple of dozen courses at lorilothian.com ready for you to grab with that 40% off code through to the end of June. If you want to grab like finding your past lives in the chart, finding your spouse in the chart, finding your family in your chart, finding your natural gifts and talents in the chart, those kinds of courses are available. They're about 2 hours each, and I've taught them before. You get the replay and the documents that go with the class as well. lorilothian.com, my new website. It's where all my stuff is housed at this point. Well, let's get going. Oh yeah, I'm teaching a Chiron webinar class. Please look for that. Chiron, 3rd week of June. Big deal. Moving into Taurus, we'll have a couple hour webinar, understanding deeply what to do with this new energy for our signs. And you might also want to check out the Divine Timing Masterclass. If you catch wind of this before the last weekend in May, for example, I have my last class of 5 intermediate level timing tools, and you might still want to get in, grab that class as a la carte, come live, go to the Q&As, or grab the whole Divine Timing Masterclass as a kind of self-study bundle. Check out the description box below for codes for that as well. Guys, Scorpios, mystic poets of the zodiac, and your still waters run so darn deep. Welcome to this story of you. I'm going to show you the sky, and we're going to knock it out of the park in 30 minutes, and we're going to go through it like day by day by day by day, day by day, day by day. Na 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 na. That's an old song. I think it would be the 70s. Day by day. No, day by day. All right, I'm getting giddy from recording back to back, and I'm moving in May, so it's a lot of work. I'm moving my house and recording videos and teaching a class. So stay with me here. Mercury, starting off the month, is going to, and you can see this is where the big luck bomb is coming, but we'll get to that. And this is where Chiron's transiting over from your 6th house here to a new story for 7 years. Let's talk about the beginning of the month. Just before we move into June, last couple of days of May and bleeding a little into June 1st is Mercury sextiling Chiron. Now, the energy is a grand finale with a positive ending. You're kind of getting over this energy of Chiron here since 2019, February, maybe feeling wounded in your health, in your work and livelihood, not being inspiring or on purpose, and maybe even being wounded around the loss of pets or even rental properties that have been suboptimal, etc. Chiron's leaving here to test the waters this month of Taurus, and you're leaving that old story behind, but you will feel this means something to you. And it can do with debts. It may have to do with like debts you hold or debts that are owed to you. Think about credit cards, loans, mortgages, things you pay off, pay down, and a positive turning point moment. Okay, like refinancing a property, or, if someone owes you money and they pay it back, or there's a change in your debt structures that you consider positive, because even the Chironic wound has been in the house of debts. And some of you may have gone through some difficult periods with financing, banks, loans, mortgages, credit cards, etc. Now, or someone owes you money and they're never paying it back. So something good is trying to happen with Mercury in the house of chunky money in his own kingdom, and allowing for the reconstitution of something good around indebtedness as a general principle. That's my likely guess on the 5 of the last couple of days of May and the beginning of June. On the 2nd of June, the sun will sextile your Saturn. These two planets are in a harmonious communion in a money and banking, loans and mortgages, investments, inheritance house, connected to, of course, Saturn and a debts house. Now, again, Sun, Uranus here, and also Pluto in the 4th house can bring unexpected, surprising news that you're entitled to money from a family member, or a divorce settlement or spousal support. Kaboom. And you have this information or news that can allow for success in refinancing or just a debt relief of some kind or financial relief of some kind. That's what I'm getting off of that Sun sextile Saturn. You've been working hard. You've been working at Sun here will give you a lot of hard work over the next until April of 2020. Or you might feel constrained, constricted, or isolated in the workplace, or maybe you're going to be moving away from the colleagues and coworkers for some reason into some isolation around work. That's the vibe till 2025. But this is bringing you that chunky money, excitement, relief. This could be an ill, elder, frail, cognitively impaired individual, father figure, who is going to experience a challenge to their health, and you might be invited to, get your trust account or some financial money coming from that person. That's a possibility. Well, we can move past that and talk about, and the sun is the ruler of your career house, and it could open up doors of career opportunity and job and work opportunity regarding money that you don't earn. Okay, grants, stipends, commissions, sign-on bonus, severance packages. My son, paternity leave. He's going to be a dad this summer. That kind of thing. Scorpio rising. When we go to the 3rd of June, we see Mercury flowing to the north node of fate and squaring Neptune. Well, let's talk about the square to Neptune as well, because that is its own hot mess. Mercury, Neptune square starts building as early as June 1st, but you're feeling it more exact and hitting the mark around June 2nd, 3rd. The energy is something about a clarifying of something that might have been foggy or confusing or nebulous that you couldn't quite see clearly around your health, around work, around pets, around debts, around rental property. Now, because Mercury is in a conversation of a square, it means information or news or understanding is coming that might require you to take action and make decisions at this juncture, the first 3 days of June. What I also like is that the Jupiter and Venus are up here, very highly lucky, benefic energy. So it could be an unexpected opportunity that you are welcoming, and it's not actually all that bad. You're like, oh yeah, that sounds good. It could involve property and rentals, for example, and it could also, and luck, and it could also involve matters to do with childbirth and structures and forms and clarity. Childbirth meaning somebody has to be pregnant, or some difficult circumstances that need decisions legally, contractually to do with work. And think human resource departments here as well. And you're going to have to clear it up and figure out what what's on the dotted line, right? Like what's the fine print here. And the trine to the North Node, however, is very powerful and very positive because Mercury sextiles the North and trines the South and trines the North Node. He forms this beautiful wedge. Ultimately, it could lead to a letting go of a particular income source or job direction as you move towards more entrepreneurial, creative, and self-directed energies in lucky, fortunate ways. And it could even open up educational opportunities as well as professional opportunities that want to move you into some new, more inspired, creative, and artistic professional fulfillment of some kind, any kind of fulfillment. It can include writing, it can include art, music, just being more juiced up there. And some of you may entertain educational directions as well to support that new professional educational direction, to support that new excitement. But also, it's just that old North Node, right? Something destined and good wants to happen in the house of good fortune. And for a few of you, you could win some money here. Yeah, I'm not saying overdo the lottery ticket stories, but you could come into some wins of some sort. Good fortune. As you look at the 9th of the month, that's the big luck that's coming. Your luck starts here, as I think the thumbnail will say. It's Venus and Mercury, lesser and greater benefic, joining where Venus and Jupiter, where Jupiter is exalted in your 9th house. Now, listen here a bit, okay? Take notes. This happened last July. This is not usual. Most often, once every 12 years, Jupiter and Venus join together in the sign of his exaltation, once every 12 years. But this is a double dip. So it happened last July. It's happening again this June at different degrees. And the point is that you can go back to July of last year all the way through till now and ask where the luck has shown up. Now, this is high fertility, right? This is like flowing to the house of conception. This is a house of childbirth, also grandchildren. So it's feasible that some of you had more grandchildren show up, or you got pregnant with your partner. My son got pregnant with his partner. There also is a feeling like the gods are looking out for you and good luck will happen up here. This is visas and passports. And he was waiting for a year and a half to get his new passport because of a technical glitch in his application in Canada. And let's not go into it, guys. Anyway, it finally came through. This opened up the luck of the passport that was finally delivered to the kid, in his 30s. And this energy is also just very much about knowledge and wisdom and spiritual truth and flowing to the house, the Dharma house of the 5th and the 1st. So there's a deeper sense that last year and now through the next year that follows this reset button that's going to happen on June the 9th, you're actually trying to deeply align with purpose. And if purpose means going to school or education directions that are going to change, you'll do it. For some of you, you might also find love. If you're single, right? Love arrives from foreigners and foreign places and foreign people, or church and synagogue settings, spiritual community, or settings connected to higher education, and kaboom, you're struck by love. So you can fall in love under this. Venus exalts your romance and childbearing and fertility and creative house. So it's very good for you. It's all Dharma trined out and it's lovely. So look for another year of rolling with that success story. For goodness sakes, my son could have a second child within a year under this journey that he's on. Also, lastly, gurus, spiritual guides. That's Jupiter in the 9th house of spiritual ideology and religious belief. And so it can open up, especially with Venus, a very divine feminine approach to spirituality, but also maybe female spiritual guides and teachers that you might be reading their books, or you might be seeing them in person. Take your pick. It's opening up the mystical, more magical, and more spiritual part of who you are as well. Venus rules your spiritual liberation to the full Buddhahood, 12th house moksha. So this is a very big spiritual energy for all of you Scorpios last year till now, and then one more year ahead. Look for acute luck, like precision luck, and very positive information or news coming at you as well. And that could come from, headhunters, human resource departments, grandchildren having luck, luck around fertility, pregnancy, and birth, all of those stories. And that's going to be very specifically true on the 9th of the month, a day or two before and after, to give it some latitude. On the 10th of the month, we are going to have the energy of Mercury in a square to a debilitated Saturn. Mercury is in your Cancer sky, and I think that that's going to look a lot like, he's kind of mute. They call him mute here, but some subtle news, information, or understanding. It could involve legal matters. This is also good for winning in court and legal cases, by the way, next year, this year, the year behind us, this combination. Mercury, Saturn, realistic, sober-minded, hard, difficult information, discussions, or conversations involving work, career, job, pets, debts. However, legal systems, human resource departments, bureaucratic red tape connected maybe to the work environment, and something about, it doesn't have to be bad because Mercury's with the two lucky planets. It just might be difficult. It could involve paperwork to do a job. You have like a sense that you're impatiently wanting to get something to push through the other end of what I would call bureaucratic hot mess, right? And so your communication could be what we're seeing, and you get the ability to communicate in a most tonally beautiful way with that kind of almost lawyer mind to get what you need and want out of that debt, work, pet, rental, energetic house. Venus squaring Chiron in the grand finale of the last story. Is that what we're seeing? No, Chiron. Yes. So what happens is Chiron's anaretic, kind of completing the 6th house narrative that I described earlier. Venus is moving into also the anaretic degree on the June 12th, 29 degrees, big square here. June 12th is pretty exact. Give it a day or two around that. And there's something about the wounds of debts, the wounds of pets, the wounds of rental property, homes, the wounds of matters connected to even wounded tenants. My son had a boarder in his house who was an alcoholic at one point, and they had to ask him to leave. So you know what I mean? The wounded tenancy arrangements, the wound of your work not being aligned with your purpose and talents. And there's Venus squaring the wound for action and decisions that must be made. I often see this ending up like guides, advisors, guidance counselors, mentors, giving you some kind of push shove around it, or even human resource departments. This could be good energy, lucky energy that helps heal that wound and change it up for you and move you in a better and more yummy direction. Jupiter will move into your 10th house June 30th and be there for a year. And that's going to be golden career luck and opportunities. And so you might be finishing a time of long suffering, non-being on purpose, career direction, work direction, and move into a new Arta time of greater money, greater ease, greater flow, greater success, and greater joy in a fire trine to your 2nd and 6th. So we'll talk about that when that happens. I'll have a special video on that. It's a big, big deal. Now, Venus sextiles Uranus. Well, we also have a Gemini new moon. It's a really interesting time on June the 14th. So on June the 14th, and you'll start to feel it on the 13th with Venus, we have a new beginning, new moon in Gemini. It will be around 24 degrees. And it's a new beginning in your chunky money house. So you could come into inheritances in surprising, shocking ways. You could get a spousal separation agreement that looks really good on you. It brings you more wealth from the family or your spousal situation. And because Venus, the Lord of your marriage house, this is definitely spousal separation agreements for some of you. This is going to favor you as a new beginning that surprises you and benefits you financially. But Venus on this new beginning, new moon in the chunky money house, right, which can be inheritance, spousal support, a commission check, could be a professional advancement, right? Unexpected perk in the workspace where you're getting money from the boss or the work or the company in a way that is better than you thought you were going to get. You're pleasantly surprised. Let me use my son. They're going to give him more pay for longer as paternity leave kicks in than he thought he was going to get. You know what I mean? Just a nice, sweet surprise on the money front connected to the professional front. At the same time, though, Venus, we're talking about the 13th, 14th, and 15th, is opposite Pluto. Now there's like the power of love and the love of power. There could be some unearthing of deep secrets from your family of origin. Venus is also ruling the house of hospitals. At a hospital bed, unearthing of a deep secret connected to your childhood, to a parental figure, to growing up. Maybe there would be an unearthing of wealth, like a treasure chest connected to your family of origin, your family line. Your spouse can be involved in this because Venus rules your house of spouse, and they're digging up some wealth or money coming off of their family line that they're entitled to as well. If you're married, that could be the truth of that. Okay. Certainly, family secrets can be spilled under this kind of sky, unearthed and brought into the high noon of the light of day for inspection, so everyone can benefit from knowing what's true and real, including family of origin secrets around divorce and marriage and family line. Tell me what happens. I love to hear back. Scorpios, you love investigating what's under that rock. Yeah, you might find out. Are you looking for a soulmate? Are you single? On the 17th of June, you could find your soulmate. Why? Well, because Venus is love bombing Neptune and Neptune's love bombing Venus. This is divine complement soulmate love. How would you meet this person? Well, technically, probably at high noon. You could meet at somebody else's wedding. You can meet at a big event like a bar mitzvah, christening, a funeral, or you can meet at like social big rites of passage events. You could meet in the work setting, in the job and career setting. So soulmate love wants to find single Scorpios at a theater near you. Look for love, especially that will commit, because Venus exalts the romance and she's the owner of your love and commitment. Some of you with Mars and Taurus here might be feeling distant or argumentative or separate from, and literally be separate from your significant other, May 19th to June 28th, right? So you might have been going through it already. Something good, though, is trying to happen when Venus spends a long time in your 10th house. She'll be here June 13th to July the 8th. Well, Mercury in Cancer started up for you, FYI, your 9th house of legal court matters, passports, visas, education. Mercury started up here June 1st and doesn't leave because of late June retrogradation until August the 9th. So that's a lot of Mercury here. I don't know. You could be doing a lot of contractual negotiating legally about stuff. Okay, so let's go back to Venus and the story I'm trying to say. Soulmate love, right? Where are you guys grooving? If you're single, this brings a beautiful energy. If you're not single, you get your dream job. You get your dream job offer, opportunity, situation emerging for you around the 17th of June. And Venus can translate the dream job if she wants to foreign lands and distant shores, right? So it's quite sweet. Let's see what happens. The sun sextiles Chiron. Chiron crosses the boundary and moves into Taurus, time zone dependent, the 19th or 20th of the month. So Chiron is now in your 7th house. This can bring wounds of love, commitment, and marriage, but also feeling that your partner is wounded. Now, unfortunately, you're living with this for 7 years. This is testing the job, that front, giving it a testing run until September 17th. So there's kind of like, okay, sorry to say, your partner could be very challenged, feeling wounded, having health challenges. You know, there's a vibe there, and it begins to open up June 19th to September 17th. Like, I'll use my kid doesn't mind. I asked him as an example. His wife is having a baby, the first child. She's going to be exhausted, overwhelmed. You know, postpartum depression happens. I had a case of it, sort of. I didn't know what I had wrong with me. I think I just had sleep depression on the first one. So she may feel the wounded partner, right? Having the child, being a new mom, is going to overlap with this story through to mid-September. So it's just that you will start to see, Scorpio, that your partners seem wounded, your clients seem wounded, your audience seems wounded to you. Okay. Or you're going to start bringing in shamans, guides, mentors, and healers into your life over the next 7 years, engaging with those types of people, right? Now, Chiron here is going to get love from the sun crossing into your 9th house, which is your childbirth house. I'm losing you. I'm losing you on the ascensional times. Okay, let's get us back. So when this, oh, you got to be kidding me. I said day. I did say day. Fuck, excuse my language. I did say day. Let's shift it to day and move us forward and pay attention. Sun moves into on July 21st solstice into Cancer, high noon. Sun is high in the sky. This is the energy of something that wants to show you really fortunate luck connected to international themes, book publishing, education, foreign travel, childbirth, labor and delivery, and all of that. And the sun, as the sun is sitting up here, is in a beautiful cooperative energy to Chiron. So there could be a lot of positive healing going on in the life of a spouse or significant other. And there's also the possibility that you could get a beautiful opportunity with a shaman or a guide or a mentor to be mentored by that person. This is a house of guides and mentors, spiritual teachers. And so look for that kind of person to enter into your life for the first time, probably around the 21st of June. Of course, this would be a midwife as well, or a doula type energy as well, for those of you who are having children. On the 24th of the sun is shining in the house of labor and delivery. So, and it's flowing to the north node of fate. And it's indicating, so some of you, this could be going into labor and delivery. Yeah. Some of you or your partner. Yep. News that you're going to be a grandparent and one of your children is pregnant as well may emerge off of this solar energy around the 21st of the month. The 24th of the month, sun trines the north node and sextiles the south node. And it's a nice little destiny love up that only happens once every 18 years kind of vibe, or maybe twice in 18 years. So the north node of fate and the south node are here. And what the sun is doing, most particularly on the 24th, give or take a day, is activating it. The sun is the ruler of your career space. Some of you are going to increase your success professionally, but you're moving into 5th house career destined directions. That's creative, artistic, and entrepreneurial. And it can involve writing and book publishing as well. And this will be a nice glow, destined glow of worldly success in those areas of your life. On the 25th of the month, Venus will trine Saturn. Love and money is Venus, and Saturn is enduring, lasting, and perseverant. But it's flow, so it should work well. The 25th of the month, where Venus is in your career space, loving you up. She'll be here, as I mentioned already, June 13th to July 8th. Great for applying for a job, getting raises, promotions, being celebrated in your work, looking good in front of the world in your work. Good for weddings. Venus is up there and she is flowing in a gorgeous trine to Saturn. And maybe the fire trine is telling you all that hard work and all that grind and all that enduring energy that you're putting into work itself is going to look like a resulting success, resulting into something positive. Not too bad as well if you have to sign a contract or agreement regarding properties for rental, or contracts and agreements regarding job situations. Saturn has fallen, I know, but he's still Saturn. He wants to structure something, and Venus is giving him the potential to do that. And this could be a lot of, like, where the sun is sitting, involve paperwork and human resources and bureaucracies and administrative stuff to do with work, career, job, maybe rental property as well. That's what I got for you. And then lastly, 2 more things left. Mars sextiles Jupiter, and then we have a full moon in Cap. Now, Mars and Jupiter in a sextile is a completion energy. We have a lot of endings this month, anaretic degrees. So Mars will complete his long stay in your 7th house. Your partner probably was grumpy, basically, for 6 weeks. And kaboom, he's going to hit 29 degrees. He's going to flow to Jupiter, 29 degrees. They're both crossing the sign boundary. Jupiter will give you career luck for a year. Mars will help you slice through your financial chunks of money. Possibly bring an inheritance. But before any of that happens, you want to finalize something. Fertility, pregnancy, childbirth, spouse, long-term relationship, partners in business and clients and customers, and a positive opportunity emerging that requires action and decisions, and probably contracts, agreements, and negotiations, and very likely connected to career more than anything. And yet, because Saturn is disciplined and responsible and sober, it's also about realistic and measured energies, okay? They consider the value of time and how much time you have for this opportunity and whether or not it's right for you. I think it is right for you, but make sure you check the fine print on a time commitment that you know how much time it will take for this opportunity. And my son is how much time you can take off for paternity leave. Full moon, Capricorn, 8 degrees. Let's talk. You had a new moon back in, I don't know, December, January, 6 months earlier. You planted a new seed in your Capricorn sky. The moon is full right down here. It will be 8 degrees, benefiting Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising in about the 5 to 11 degree range, really getting a nice boost from this moon. What did you want to fulfill that you wanted to start back in, late December into January? Because the new moon seeded shorter distance travel, success in marketing, selling, writing, communicating, teaching and learning, third house stories, success with siblings, success with the local neighborhood, neighbors, cousins, etc. So, there's something you planted a seed and now the beanstalk is growing here. Because that moon is ruled by Saturn in the sign of Aries, and Saturn wasn't there during the new moon, it indicates a translation of this blossoming moon into matters to do with debts and work and debt relief. That Saturn trine Venus can be bringing debt relief. But it also could involve siblings, but it also could involve travel. It could also involve teaching, writing, marketing, and selling, fulfillment, completion, flowing to the nodes of fate. So the moon is applying to the north node, by sign. So quite possibly there's something going on there that the moon says destined success as an artist, a performer, writer, an entrepreneur. Some of you might be looking at changing towards an entrepreneurial direction professionally over the course of the next 6 months. And the seeds, the fulfillment or the energy that takes you there begins to show its stuff to you on June the 29th. And then, of course, on the 30th, Jupiter jumps into your way up here house, your 10th house of career and worldly success and weddings, and Mercury heads retrograde. And we'll cover more of that story as we go into the July videos for your sign. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos. Check out my Patreon community to get everything here before you guys get it. Early access, ad-free, right? And you also can check out my members-only community here where I do some occasional live streams as well as put extended content out that no one else can get, where I talk freely about world events and don't fear demonetization or censorship. And also, you might want to check out everything I do. And don't forget to celebrate with me 150,000 subscribers by using the code CELEBRATE, all caps, and getting any one of my 24 courses or more for 40% off. That sale will end, that celebration sale will end at the end of June. And I don't know, I guess I'll bring it back when I get 200,000 subscribers, maybe 6 or 8 months from now. Thanks, guys, for listening. Don't forget, I appreciate all of you, and I'm wishing you the luckiest month of May. Of the year in May. No, in June. Oh my God. I hope I started my video by saying June and not May because I'm recording in May and it's a money moon. So a full moon in your money house can fulfill financial situations in a positive way. It could bring you more money, bigger money, larger money. It puts a spotlight on earnings and resources and savings. Okay. Hello there, Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising sign. Today, we're talking about the month of June and what your astrology looks like. The whole world is getting that double blessing, the luckiest month of this year, as we find Jupiter and Venus conjoining in a chunky money house for you. Yes, you could come into a little bit of money that you don't earn in your direct paycheck way, and it's exciting. You also might find this month bringing you some love life relief, whether it's the sexual romantic part of an existing love story or the fact that you're single as Chiron takes a hiatus out of your sex, romance, and love chart, or problems with your children, and things lighten up there. Let's bring it to your attention as we move into this month of June. Welcome to my channel. If you're new here, Sagittarius, we are doing Western tropical zodiac astrology. Whole sign houses and fixed stars, of course, are always in my wheelhouse. We'll be talking today about your astrology from the perspective of a sun, moon, and rising. You can listen for all three. It's your sun sign when it's your core essential true self, like your spirit, but it represents your purpose and career. Your moon is how you think and feel about your life. And that is also your home, nest, and safety zone, like where you find your head on the pillow at night. And then we'll listen today for your actual Rising sign, your simulation avatar, like in a video game, what character are you playing? And your rising sign is that character. But your rising sign is extremely accurate in terms of forecasting stuff. So listen for that as well. If you don't know how to cast your chart in whole sign houses and find your rising sign, my free video tutorial is below. Every astrologer on YouTube is using whole sign houses, whether you know it or not. So that's how we can give you general bell curve astrology, reminding you this is a general reading, not a personal chart reading. Not everything I say will be true for you today. Much of it may be. Welcome. So I am celebrating the fact that I hit 150,000 subscribers. It's been a long climb. Been doing this for at least 5 or 6 years on YouTube, and I just kind of blasted through it. So if you don't mind hitting that like button and subscribing and being more than my 150, but celebrate with me. I made a code called Celebrate, all caps, on my LoriLothian.com new website. I've housed all the courses I've taught before. I'm building them up. There may only be like 10, but then there'll be 20 and 30 as my staff is trying to rehome them from Padaya. And if you want to get 40% off for any kind of course I've taught, like finding past lives in the natal chart, that's a fun one. Finding your natural gifts and talents, finding the people in your chart, those courses, they're about 2 hours long, replays, and the PDF slides that go with them are on sale for 40% off till the end of June with code CELEBRATE. So I just want to celebrate the fact that I hit a hallmark and treat you guys to a big discount. Hey, if you're into Chiron moving into Taurus, come to my free webinar as well. Not free, nominal fee, maybe $9, but you want to get into that webinar, information in the description box below, and we'll get going. I probably forgot to share something. And you could catch this before my last class in the Divine Timing Masterclass, and you might want to hook up there with me as well. All righty, let's get going. That's the last weekend in May. Distributions through the bounds and information down below. All right, I'm going to share the chart of you, which is how we get going on astrology, and we're going to circle the wheel through the days of the month. And we do have a couple of cool moons, a full moon and a in Cap and a Gemini new moon. So we got a lot to talk about today. And please take a pen and paper, maybe jot these dates down. I do talk quite quickly so I can get in 30 minutes the most information possible to you in a very short time. You're going to notice Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising, that as things begin in this chart, I know I've got you at 29 degrees, which is totally not helpful to me. Now, we would pretend your sun is here or your moon. That's how we do it, okay? Sun and moon is in the first house in Sag, and then we derive the houses this way. Your Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising beingness, okay, begins this month, and you're ruled by Jupiter, and he's been well placed since last summer in June, early June, 10th, I believe, well placed in your 8th house of chunky money, trying to support you to increase your wealth in ways that are not directly related to your job or your day job and earnings. So he's still going to bless you. We'll get to the conjunction shortly. And let's get started with the chronology of the month. Chiron has been wounding you in love, romance, sexuality, children, entrepreneurship, in your creative muse and artistic self, wounded since 2019. And that's a story and a half. Chiron is getting ready to unwound you. And there were lessons in those wounds, right? Love, romance, sex, children. Yeah. Or your wounded child. And Chiron will cross that fence this month. That's a big, big deal. But there's a grand finale energy happening in the last 2 days of May and the first day of June. As you'll notice that Mercury will be moving into a grand finale sextile, and that's a big deal. It's kind of going to give you some understanding or insight or news or information, either one, about something you've been trying to figure out when it comes to fifth house matters. And this could come through a spouse, a business partner, a client. What does someone have to say to you to show you how this wound wants to complete itself and no longer be a big deal? Could be the very well-spoken words of a very important person in your life, helping to heal this wound with your love life. So look for a grand finale kind of closing chapter vibe with something positive leading the way the last couple of days of May and the first day of June. As we move forward, however, we're going to notice that the Sun and Saturn will hook up in a beautiful sextile. This energy is very mutually supportive of each other. It's going to be operational on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of the month. And what it could open up for you: love, sex, romance, creativity, entrepreneurship, stability, perseverance, structure. connected to your long-term love partner or business partner or the way you approach your audience. Like if you're an entrepreneur, then this would be your entrepreneurial endeavors are creative and artistic. And this would be the host of the audience or the clients. And so there is a nice kind of glow, and a solar figure could show up, which means a masculine or leaderful person may come in a positive way to give you some lend a hand vibe regarding the work you're doing or the art you're creating. But I guess if you're single, particularly if you're looking for a solar partner, that can be a very masculine or leaderful person. This could be a new intersection of destiny with somebody for a single Sag, and it could indicate the potential for longevity and a bit of a soulmate vibe as well. So we're talking about the first 3 days of June. On June the 3rd or so, Mercury will have moved into the sign of Cancer. In fact, he actually crosses the sign boundary on June 1st, but on June 3rd, as he's crossed into Cancer, well, he'll be there till August 9th because of retrogradation starting the 29th of June. You're going to have a lot of negotiation, communication, conversation around chunks of money, family money, land, property, money from your family of origin, money from your divorce settlement, money from your in-laws, conversations, negotiations, deals. You may be busy refinancing mortgage, bank loans. You might be doing a lot of work on tax structures and renegotiating tax deals and your way you structure your tax system. A lot of that vibe going on for you. But with the North Node down here, potentially also connecting you, especially around the 3rd of the month, to some opportunity to increase your financial or worldly success connected to mom, dad, family of origin, wealth, and land, property, and yes, inheritances as well. Jupiter here since last June through till the end of this June can bring inheritance money into your life, can also bring in-law money, can also bring, so your in-law money coming your way, or money coming to you from, unexpected chunks of some kind of chunk that it's not a paycheck, not a dribble. All right. So this is still playing out, and this could be an opportunity for news or information that money is available or coming your way. And it's going to be most exact around June the 3rd, but you're feeling it the first 3 or 4 days of June. Now, at the same time, Mercury is disabusing you of any delusions you have because he's squaring Neptune, delusions, illusions, and fog of uncertainty. And that fog of uncertainty looks to be very much connected to matters you would probably associate with your children, your entrepreneur stuff, or romantic love. And because Mercury's in the house of secrets, there may be something that was hidden from you in a romantic partnership, or that a child is hidden from your view, some information that's going to be disclosed as well around the first 3 or 4 days of June, especially on June 3rd. On June the 9th, Venus and Jupiter come together in that extremely lucky combination that is all about this months ahead. Best news, right? Well, this is usually once every 12 months that Jupiter exalted in the Cancer house will meet with Venus, but this also happened last July. So we had a rare double dip there. And so you were running this current already for 12 months, and here we go again, or 11 months. It's something like this. You're having a lot of luck in your occult mysteries, supernatural abilities, or psychic abilities. With your in-laws, things are positive, prosperous, and wealthy. The gains of the marriage itself, where shared resources with a spouse, are uplifting if you have a spouse. But it still keeps talking about the potential of family of origin, legacy, wealth, money from your family, inheritances being passed down. So if it didn't happen last year, it could happen this year. Energetically, because Mercury's here, there's a transmission of information about what this will be. And you might notice close to the actual connection of planets on June the 9th, there is something in the phone call, text message, email world that you should be paying attention to do with money, news, information coming your way. It also could indicate a whole window of time, which lasts until next summer, so about 11 months, in which Venus and Jupiter will collude to help you buy a beautiful, expansive, larger property, or sell yours and get a lot more money than you might have thought you could. Technically, the gains of the sale are the 5th house, and we have a little bit of a difficult planet here, fallen. And Chiron. So you might not get the money you think you should for selling, but you might get the ability to receive money from an inheritance or family money or land. And the other thing, and news and information around the 9th. The other thing I'd say is that, do you do it in stock investments, or, where money makes money because you're a shareholder? That could be some positive developments around that kind of money that start to show up around June the 9th. But it will flow throughout the next year. And Venus can translate this energy or pass it forward to her Taurus sky. You might get some new livelihood work or an ability to pay down or pay off debt around June 9th, give or take a few days. And it kind of could open up greater gains in your career, right? More money from the work you're doing. It looks like some of you are letting go of some kind of livelihood and looking for the next thing. And this could be the beginning of the next career path for you. How's the 6-11? Jupiter himself can translate it again, property, land, real estate, and legacy wealth down here. And Jupiter can also just benefit you in a way that says, I know you need some more money. Let's help you out here. Like, what other people's money and unearned money can we get to you? And that's the vibe, guys. Let me know how it has been going for the last year, since this happened last July. And this is round 2, and it'll last another 11 months. Now, after the luckiest day of the year / the luckiest month of the year story and the excitement of all of that, we're moving into Mercury and Venus both the 10th and the 13th of the month, creating a bit of friction in the chart. So we're going to say that the 10th to the 13th becomes a kind of the difficult sky shows up for the first time. You've been glowing and flowing. Now, So Mercury's moved into Cancer, as I said, till August the 9th. Goodness gracious. And he's squaring, which is tension, Saturn, tension between money and a romantic lover, tension between money and your children, tension between your entrepreneurial business stuff and tax structures, tension between your artistic endeavors and your chunks of financial money. I mean, the best I can do is come up with some of those stories. These are people sometimes in our life. This is one of your kids, even if they're a child. There could be money tensions. They lost their piggy bank, but whatever it is, there's something going on where you feel this tension here. And it will be very short-lived. Mercury's moving very quickly, but just put your finger on the 10th of the month, a day or two before and after, and let yourself feel into what this tension is. So 9th, 10th or so, you're going to say, yikes, this feels ouchy. Could be some difficult financial news, but it might involve other people in your life, not you, especially a child if you have them. And then we're moving into Venus, the goddess of good things, also moving through Cancer. And just so you know, her movement through Cancer was here when we started the month. It started May 19th and ends on June the 12th. And you've been working with a lot of money stories back here. And now she's going to continue to move forward, but she gets into a tangle, a difficult energy field with Chiron. And so Chiron is completing his grand finale, 29 anaretic degrees here, getting ready to change signs for you for a test run. We'll talk about that when we get to it in this video. And as he's culminating, he's at a turbulent degree with love, sex, romance, children, play, fun, pleasure, creativity, and the muse. The goddess of creativity and money is squaring him. With Mercury here, definitely secrets about betrayal, shame, and abandonment, infidelities, and love and partnership and sex may be coming through, because Mercury also rules your marriage house, right? So this could be that awful moment when you find out your marriage partner has been fooling around on you. I'm sorry to say. And so the energy of this intense tension will feel maybe like wounding information to do with your marriage partner or sex, romance, and love. It could also involve money issues, particularly from the in-laws or connected to sex and romantic partners or your children, and a feeling of, ouch, that stings. There's something about it that at the deepest level, the dharmic house of the 5th house, where you've been so challenged to find your joy point, it's also the house of where you hook up with God. It's the magician in the tarot with his hand in the air and all the elements there. It's also where you can play with your natural talents and gifts in the field of this matrix Leela that we're in. And some of those, like I'm an artist, I'm a performer, I'm a writer, I'm a painter, and none of it's worked out. Like you can't get it going. That wound's throbbing away. Venus is trying to bring your attention to something deep and hidden within you, very karmic, maybe even past life, that is getting in the way of your success. So it could be very spiritual and psychological orientation, or information from the dead, or even a dream. So pay attention to the 13th of the month. On the 14th of the month, a new moon will happen. Yay, new moons are great. New moons are here. 24 degrees of Gemini. If you're having a challenge in your long-term committed love partnership story, well, then a new moon can start things fresh and give you a reboot. If that's not the case, then you're just going to have a new moon when it's how you meet your clients, audience, marketplace, all those people that you serve. And, or you could have a new beginning in business partnership opportunities. Now, this thing about a new moon here, with your Uranus is in domicile, right? Uranus is here, wasn't here last year, didn't get here till July 7th. This is a first in a lifetime new moon with a shocking, unexpected, exhilarating drive of surprise. So get ready for that. And qualitatively speaking, this moon does work to heal the chironic wound for love, romance, and creativity. And if you happen to be somebody who's looking for love, then you're likely you could pull in a love partner off of this, but you're looking for somebody in a different land, culture, foreign land. This kind of vibe is going to work with this. Could bring the goddess of love, could bring you somebody in a spiritual community setting, an ashram, a pilgrimage, a long distance journey, or someone who's from a foreign place. For single Sagittarius looking for love, this is a possibility at this time. And the new moon will unfold new beginnings for the whole duration, the whole time frame, right, of 6 months. But the first 2 weeks after this new moon on the 14th, you should be paying attention to see what is coming forward for you. And it could involve some money because of where Mercury's sitting as well. All right, new beginnings in partnerships, marriage, audience, marketplace, and gains financially coming off of that as well. Now, the other energy coming into our sky after this lunation will be Venus sextiling Uranus. He's actually doing it as Venus and Uranus are forming a sextile as the moon is happening on the 14th, okay? But it's building up to the 15th as well. So what is it? It's the 14th and 15th, a happy surprise. It could be a surprise from a business partner or marriage person surprising you with a foreign journey ticket to travel, or with some good legal news, or with some positive developments around spiritual communities that you both belong to. And a positive surprise wants to occur here, dharmically aligned as well. And at the same time, Venus opposite Pluto is unearthing any toxic or darker or traumatic energies connected to siblings. And I will give you this: a sibling, one younger and or a sibling two older, for example, could be involved in what this unearthing, digging up story might be about. So a sibling, one older, two older, and one younger. I have to correct that. All of those sibling energies are highly activated here. And what is this surprise regarding those siblings that is positive? Okay, a positive surprise in sibling land here for you. A female in a distant land bringing a surprise connected to travel that surprises you, and it is connected to some other person, Uranian person, maybe solar, a masculine or a leader. So there's just a surprise. Love and money surprises is the short code for that around the 14th and 15th of the month. Then we move into the 17th, where Venus is doing the soulmate thing or the twin flames thing. She's trining Neptune. Now, Neptune can do us a dirty. You know, he can make us like fall madly in love with rose-colored glasses and be completely deluded. Or he can say, here's your twin flame soulmate divine complement. Gosh, he can go unconditional love, agape, higher love. Bring me a higher love. He's in the romance house, guys. This is love. So what kind of romance? It could be art, creativity, filmmaking, photography, stuff as well. Screenplay writing, but it can also be love down here. So there's your Neptune flowing and performing and acting. If you're an actor or in the film industry, you got an international gig, okay? Or a foreign person or director, someone's offering you an opportunity. However, if you're not that, then this is like, where is this dreamy love coming from? Is this person from like Italy and you're from like North America, but you cross paths somehow? Because this can bring you love from a foreign place with a foreign person in a distant shore, a far off land, dreamy, soulmatey, beautiful. For single Sagittarius, you're looking for that relationship of a lifetime. The possibility does open up for you on the 17th of the month. You want to go a couple of days before and after that. And because Saturn's there within the love house, the person could be significantly younger or older than you. All right. Not just a couple of years. So if you're already married, then creative projects, artistic creations, entrepreneurial gigs go really sweet. Or one of your children is producing a baby. So grandparenting, grandchildren stories, dreamy ones at that, come into your focus at this time. What about the idea that Chiron is crossing a sign boundary for the first time since 2019, last seen 50 years ago? Yes, this is a big deal for the world and you. This also is something new. What is it like to have Chiron in Taurus? You're going to feel that new energy opening a door through to September 17th, beginning on the 19th or 20th of the month, time zone dependent. And as Chiron crosses the sign boundary and opens up a door away from the wounds of love, romance, children, sex, etc., creativity and art and all of that, the muse moves into your sixth house and says, okay, time to deal up some new stories. These new stories are about woundedness to your health. Don't worry, it's not that bad. But with Mars there at the ingress, be careful you don't injure yourself, right? This would be like an injury or an inflammation, like a rash or a fever. Chiron moving into the sixth house can help you find the key to purpose through the work and livelihood, a job energy of your life. And it's going to take a 7-year story for that to be all worked out. But this is a testing of the earth, and this is going to only last till September 17th, but you're relieved of the wounds of romance. And if you're a single Sag and you've been really fucked up on romance, this is bringing you the dreamy love of a lifetime. And now you feel free of that wound. Yeah, the wound comes back in September 17th, and you're going to have to work with it till next April. That will be just tying up loose ends, but it won't be the same as it has been since 2019. At the same time this is occurring, the crossing of the sign boundary of Chiron, he does flow to the sun, who's getting ready to leave the house of significant relationships in your life and move into the chunky money story, including secrets, including investments, including banks and loans, etc. Now, with the sun here, with Jupiter, does a solar figure, father figure, grandparent, have money to pass on? That might be more when it's evident to you. I mean, and the sun is also the ruler of your foreign lands and houses, places, but also going to court, probate, legal stuff. So this could be a journey around the solstice, the 21st, where now there's legal and probate and health and wealth and land and property focus for you. But at the same time, Chiron in the sixth house of debts flowing to the sun says this will help you eliminate debts, or debts owed to you karmically or for real are paid back. That's what that is. That's around the 21st of the month. Could be a golden refi. It could be a paying down credit cards. It could be a debt elimination, debt repatriation, all of that. On the 24th of the month, the sun will trine the north node. The sun will trine the north node. And that is, again, is this a father figure legacy well? Or is there a chance you're going to move your home to another land, a foreign place? Are you going to finance or refinance property and real estate? Are you looking even to rent a property? Possibly that's true as well in this mini trine. And there's a new expansion, growth opportunity, rental property with money at hand to pursue that opportunity. And it could be renting something in a distant place as well, and or a foreign place as well. Foreign or distant, take your pick. Rent a property. Could be a short-term rental, could be very long-term rental. We're talking about you around the 24th of the month. On the 25th, Venus is going to stabilize money or love stories, trying to make them solid and formidably structured. She's going to trine Saturn. Well, again, are you meeting a long-term love? Are you getting a creative project published in the book publishing industry? A stable situation on a contract? Are you stabilizing relationships with children and grandchildren? Are there stories connected to love and romance and spiritual community, and finding an adhering common ground that you know you can marathon in that love story because you both share spiritual ideologies that are the same, right? That's a vibe here as well. This is your house of churches and synagogues, but spiritual belief. And it's flowing to Saturn in a romance house. Are you getting down there? This can involve siblings. It can involve a sibling two younger. It can involve a sibling one older or two older as well, in terms of what this dynamic is. But it's harmonious, and it's offering up a sweet touch of stability in those stories of your life. On the 28th of the month, Mars will sextile Jupiter. Now, Mars is in Taurus, debilitated like bulldozer here, and he's getting into a Jupiter hookup. It's still positive because Jupiter is exalted and carrying the happy load for poor, weighed down. I think of him like a plowshare horse, right? I mean, or a bulldozer just pushing through that Taurus soil. You probably have been grinding May 19th, right, to June 28th, grinding and working hard at something, or feeling like you have to push to eliminate debts or challenges with your health or the health of a pet. Yeah, May 19th to June 28th. Now, Mars loves up Jupiter, and something good is happening on the debt, finances, chunky money front, making decisions, taking actions in a very positive way, negotiating new contractual agreements, fine print, changing structures. And Mars is a very powerful ruler for you because he owns your house of digital income, borderless revenue, or he owns your house of good fortune, your fifth house. So financially, things turn around. Some area of struggle can look very positive for you. You're making these decisions after a long, long, arduous bulldoze through the house, say, of debts, for example, or pets or rentals. Some new decisions and positive luck are coming your way here on the 28th of the month. The last day of the month is a full moon at 8 degrees of Capricorn. The moon in Capricorn is in a condition of not feeling so good. It's a condition we call a debilitation. But nonetheless, we still have to live with those Capricorn moons, right? And it's a money moon. So a full moon in your money house can fulfill financial situations in a positive way. It could bring you more money, bigger money, larger money. It puts a spotlight on earnings and resources and savings. Okay. The money that you have on your pocketbook or your savings. And there's a big fulfillment. Go back to like December, January, when new moon energy was happening in Capricorn. So did you plant a new seed there? Did you start something new? What were you doing back then 6 months ago? Because this is now fulfilling itself. This Capricorn moon does flow to the nodes of fate, which bring positive destined fulfillment of money stories for you. We'll be diving a lot more deeper into it. It even flows to Chiron in the workhouse. Some of you may be getting a job or getting money to pay off debt or being able to expand your home into a better, bigger, more worldly success home because money arrives for you to do that. Yes, that includes money procured from the inheritance and in-law side of the family. So a partner, spouse could pass and that ka-chings up the joint resources you and a marriage type partner have. But it looks like a money moon to me. Now, we have a lot of other stuff I'm not going to bring to your attention. The asteroids involved, the stars, that'll be the Sabian symbol. That'll be in my deeper dive for that moon for all signs. So that's why liking, subscribing, you'll get a little bit more deeper content than I can cover in an overview. Thanks for listening. Don't forget, celebrate by any of my courses for 40% off with code CELEBRATE. Come study with me if you want to do the distribution through the bounce in the last week of May. And come check out the weekend of May. Come check out the Taurus webinar. I think I probably will price it at $9 bucks, but I'm tired of having 600 people sign up and take my webinar, ask for a tip jar, and 3 people tip you. You know, it's like, okay, forget it. I'm not going to spend 4 hours creating the webinar and then another 2 hours teaching it and actually take nothing in. I don't know why I was doing that for so long. Maybe I have a self-worth issue. See you guys on the other side. Ciao, ciao. On you. All eyes on you. All eyes on you. On your sun, your career, on your moon, your emotions and feelings and home life, and on your Capricorn rising, your character, ascendant, identity. But full flow to nodes of fate. Bring something positive and destined. Lunatic astrology. Hello, Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Are you getting ready to get rid of a wound about where you live and where you belong? And are you getting ready to really jive up some love and committed love as well? This is the month of June 2026, and this is looking really good on you. We have one of the luckiest months of 2026, and we have Chiron finally getting out of the spot where he's been wounding you since 2019. Let's break it down today, bit by bit, week by week, and welcome to my channel if you're new. My name is Lori Lothian. This is the Western tropical zodiac, not sidereal astrology. Yes, we also love our fixed stars and minor asteroids that always are in my main stuff, not this stuff, but everything else I put out, all signs astrology. Give me a try, like, subscribe, see if what I'm up to is your cup of tea. I would tell you if you're also already subscribed, look again. YouTube's unsubscribing a lot of people without letting them know that. So it's not just this channel, a lot of channels. I want to share my happy celebration before I tell you about your lucky love stories and also your great deep compression from the chironic wound. I have my celebration because it's my 150 mark on YouTube subscribers. I just crossed it in early May. And if you want to celebrate with me, use code CELEBRATE, all caps. I have dozens of courses in the back end of LoriLothian.com, my new website, all 40% off, finding people in the chart, past lives in the chart, your natural talents in the chart, your best career path in the chart. All of those courses, they're there, 40% off. Never have a sale like this before. It's just to celebrate gratitude attitude that I hit the 150,000 subscriber mark. And I'm also teaching a Chiron webinar. Check it out below. You might want to join me because Chiron's going to start a new story in Taurus, and it's not seen since 50 years back in the Jimmy Carter era. And I'm also going to be talking about my distributions through the bounds is the last class of 5 in May. If you catch this before the last weekend in May and you want to jump into learning a really cool timing tool called distributions, then come aboard. Circumambulations. I love that tool. You can learn that with me. I'll see you guys in the classroom and I'll see you guys in the YouTube land. And let's get started. I'm going to share the chart with you and we're going to circle the wheel together. I am a bit of a fast talker. That's just me because I have a lot of air and fire in my chart. Please consider slowing my playback speed down. I want to be here for you 30 minutes long and manage to capture the most important things for you. So if I talk slow, it'll be too long for me to do 45 minutes. So I'm speeding my own voice up. Just heard that. I read an article that said if you can talk fast without stumbling over your words and like do okay, you're likely not to have dementia or onset of Parkinson's and all that stuff. So I'm glad I talk fast. So you're looking at this Capricorn sky, and the first thing I want you to be aware of is there's an energy on the last 2 days of May, Capricorns, the last 2 days of May, and it bleeds into the very beginning of June, the first day, when we see a grand finale energy around the chironic wound of where you live. You could feel you don't belong to the people in your home. You're not one of them. You're the outsider, the misfit. Chironic wound around childhood and mother stuff. Chironic wound around feeling at home or having a home or belonging to your home. And all of those home wounds as well, and mother wounds and childhood wounds. You've been working with that since 2019. Now Chiron's getting to the grand finale, anaretic climax, and he's talking to Mercury in the end of May, last 2 days into the beginning of June. What is it? Information, news, could be a rental property opportunity. This is rental properties, could be debt elimination and home. It could be refinancing and home, but whatever you're doing here, a chironic wound around childhood or home-based matters is coming to a close. Animals are healers. This is the house of pets. There could be a news or opportunity to procure a pet, and finding that of all things, all you needed to do all these years was have a pet. And the chironic wound wouldn't have been so bad because you're in bed and the dog's licking your toes instead of biting your fingernails and sucking your thumb because somehow there's something wrong in your home. So this is changing. It's coming to an end. And you're going to have some information or news that shows you a grand finale of some kind. Grand finales are always intense, but very important. And Mercury in domicile, I think some of you could get a rental property opportunity or a professional opportunity, a job opportunity or an offer that will also maybe rehome you. As we move forward past that narrative, no, not by an hour, but by a day, we're going to talk about the Sun and Saturn on the 2nd of the month of June. It begins to be felt on June the 1st. That Saturn, who's been in your 4th house since February, is like, I have in last summer for 4 months, I have a feeling of solitude, aloneness, loneliness, or aging people in my home that I have to care for, or something like that. I feel maybe a little constrained. I want to be out here in the world doing something, but I'm stuck at home alone, home isolated, home something. The upside is durable home, lasting home, solid home, but there's Saturn and Sun in the house of rentals. Again, I don't know what's going on. Are you going to rent your home out, rent a room in your home, rent a property, or debt, money, finances? This is that too. Suddenly you're in a position to finance a home, get a mortgage, refinance it, eliminate debt by selling a property. All right, you could even sell a car under this, of all things. I know it's awkward, but Saturn rules movable possessions, and this is cars as well. So you may have an opportunity to buy or sell a car, and it's not a big deal, but it's somehow very easy, flowing, and positive. Okay, you could also come into a bit of a chunky money win somehow. Sun rules your chunky money that allows for this flow around this home, property, land, rental, real estate, refi, etc. On the 3rd of June, you're having Mercury trine the North Node for some good destined fated news. Well, squaring Neptune. Mercury always wants to bring you information, and it's just not coming from you. It's somewhere out here. This could be from a business partner. This could be from a significant love partner. This could be news or information dispensed your way from a client or audience member, but it's coming at you from Mercury. This news information is destined and fated, and it can increase your connection with a sibling. This could be any sibling or a sibling 3 older, 3 younger reaching out. That's this stuff. Or it could be connected to a cousin, aunt, uncle, niece, a nephew, where it's destined change from information or news that you're receiving. Part of the energy here is also because of the Jupiter-Venus conjunction that's building up to really love you up. It could be about romantic love. Now, you're going to have a lot of Mercury here till August 9th. He will retrograde on the 29th of June. If there's an old relationship that didn't close up loose ends and it needs to be reconsidered, I know that Minnow Pond says never go back to an old love, but I don't always agree with that. Because on June 29th, when Mercury retrogrades here, and this is happening, you could go back to a former love partner. And it might work out really, really well. This is also opportunities for short travel connected to other people. Someone is messaging you and saying, let's get together, or let's go on a trip, or let's go somewhere. Let's meet at the, spa 2 towns over, some travel going on as well. So, but there's a lot of destined and fated elements to the story. It's not just a small thing. It has the stamp of fate all over it. Okay. So you got to go with that, right? And possibly this person lives in a distant shore or far off land, but not necessarily if someone's communicating with you here, because Mercury rules the house of foreign places. All right. This is the lucky part. This is a Venus-Jupiter conjunction at 25 Cancer, and it's going to be on the 9th of the month. A couple of days before or after, there are immediate stories that may be about a burst of positivity around commitment, long-term love and romance, sexuality, for Venus is a ruler of your 5th house of good fortune and also romantic love. Major turning point decisions being made here with Mars at the turning point 15th degree, where we are at an apex turning point decisive moment. And this can open up a window that lasts a year, not just a day. So from the 9th of the month of June, you might find yourself going into a major turning point decision with committed love, relationship stories, or if you're an entrepreneur, business deals and partnerships. Whatever this is, it happens every 13 years, 12 years. It happened 12 years ago. So track back 12 years ago from 2026. You do the math. I can't. 2014. But also it happened last year as well in 2020. July of 2025. And then you track back to 2013. So 2013 and 14 vibes. But we don't always get a double hit like this. This is what makes it unusual. And this is I'll be doing a deeper dive into this exciting transit, but this is unusual. And so you're getting a double hit 2 years in a row of blessings in the 7th house. This one's different because of Mercury retrograding coming up on the 29th. Okay. And Jupiter will be still in the sign at the time. So there's just something about, not like last year, there was no retrograde of Mercury. Information, news, contacts may be emerging here on the June 9th hit. And by the end of the month of June through to July, you may be re-engaging in a former love relationship. A lot of you will, or business partnership that had been distant or inactive, and coming back to it as well. This is just lucky anyway. And Venus can translate the luck to your career success. That's why business partners and clients can help you here. Venus can transfer the luck to sex, romance, and children and fertility. Jupiter can translate the luck to travel short distance, getting in your train, plane, or automobile for love and romance stories. Jupiter can translate the luck or the goodness to he exalts this part of your sky, by the way, but he can translate it to distant shores and lands and far off places. You're either going to get a job or fall in love or move back to go into a relationship that is distant or far off from where you are probably currently living as a possibility. And this chart says it could be another city in your own state or province. This part could suggest it could be a really far off place, but none of it has to be foreign, just distant. All right, moving on for our love life stories, and I can't wait to see this for you. I'm expecting some results for you guys, and I'll be checking in the comments if you want to keep talking about it during the month. I'll see how you guys are doing. We go to Mercury squaring. Okay, now we move on to the 10th and the 13th. This whole time frame is not easy. Okay, it's kind of because both Mercury and Venus get involved in conflictual square energy. So Mercury will square Saturn, which will indicate something to do with information that's difficult or conversations that are hard. Now, interestingly, you're conversing with somebody who is important to you. It could be that business partner, the client, or the committed love partner, but this person has energy of importance and significance. And the conversation is about living together, where you live, the home. Could be a difficult conversation or negotiation regarding someone who wants to buy or sell a home or your home. And there's this like, it's tense. It's tense. Okay. But it's realistic. So a realistic, tense, solid, needed, difficult conversation. It could be with someone you live with. It could be with a marriage partner. It could be with someone who's in your home. It could be with an elder in the home. It could also be with a parent, especially if they're aging out and have dementia. So there's difficult legal agreements you might need to make regarding a demented aging parent or something like that. But all said and done, there's just tension here. Doesn't last a long time. You're going to feel it on the 9th, 10th kind of thing. Watch this. There we go. So it's really exact on the 9th, but on the 8th, 9th, and 10th, it's all mixed in there. Okay. Help take a couple deep breaths. Saturn's the Lord of your sign. He's doing his best in a condition of fall to honor you and bring you something positive, even if it's difficult. All right, then we have Venus now creating also tension, but with Chiron. Now, chironic wound of belonging in your home, mother wounds, childhood wounds, all that stuff since 2019. She's trying to work with it. She's a benefic. Something in the long-term love, business partnership house, audience and clients wants to have you squarely face that chironic wound, but in an attempt to bring something like the lemonade from the lemons of what's behind you. The past is behind you. And now you're getting the lemonade vibe. What do you got going is something that's trying to be good for you. And Venus will tell you in this energy that this is the end of the wound. I've got this for you. You could get a career opportunity, a job, a work environment, if that's been a part of your wounding, that could also allow for a rehoming in some way. Venus might also try to transfer this to the wound of love and romance and sexuality and heal that in and from home, especially if the things in your home have been in the way, like you live in a tent or a trailer or something, and you're looking for a quality partner and you're thinking they're never going to want to see where you live. Maybe you're going to get a better home where you can be engaged in romance that's not in the backseat of a car or something. So there's something good trying to happen in all of those fronts here, but it's a grand finale of a deeper chironic wound that you've been working through. Now, as we go forward, we're going to take a little bit of a yay surprise. Venus is sextiling Uranus on the 15th of the month. Well, at the same time, we have a new moon on the 14th. So both are true. So starting around the 14th, 15th, Venus brings a happy surprise. Well, the moon is new in Gemini. A new moon in Gemini is a new moon in the workhouse. If you're not employed, you will be. If you're in a job, you may change it. Suddenly surprising, swift-moving, exhilarating changes of employment and work. This is also connected as well to your pets, to your debts, to your rental property arrangements, and your health. Now, new beginnings in your health, new beginnings in pet environments, new beginnings in rental property environments are possible. Not just the day of the moon, the 14th, of course not, but in the couple of weeks that follow, and even more so in the 6 months that follow. This chironic wound is being soothed by this new beginning. So some of you, it's definitely debt elimination, property purchase, real estate, or rental properties that really stick the landing and you feel like you're in the right place. And again, new job opportunities absolutely available for those of you looking for them or those of you who want to upgrade where you're already at. Venus is bringing the surprise from the 8th house of chunky money. So you could get a chunk of unexpected money from somebody. Could be an elder father figure, for example. Could be a sibling 3 older and younger. This chunk of money coming in, surprise. And it's going to allow for ease around money owed or debts owed, any kind of debt, alimony, spousal support, credit card debt, mortgage payments, shifting gears, relieving you in a nice, gentle surprise on the 13th, 14th, 15th energy, right? On the 17th of the month, there is Venus trining Neptune, soulmate love, and divine complement, and higher love, and true love, and unconditional love. Okay, Venus is Leo eyes. She's a lioness, but she's in a money house, guys. So it could also be very beautiful money energy that just feels like divine flow. But from the fourth house of home, property, and real estate to the eighth house, or it could be property buying, selling, purchases, that kind of thing. Your dream home at last, in a hot place with water nearby on a hillside. That's that vibrate down here. So you may have this lucky break. Maybe you find this purchase opportunity or rental opportunity. But Venus up here too, if you're looking for a love relationship, then you might be calling in a soulmate energy here. It doesn't mean this person is arriving yet. This is the 17th of the month, like the star card in the tarot. I think that you might be calling in something. I'm going to try to say there's unconditional love here. There's spiritual awakening here. These are moksha houses. There's a fire under your belly for a spiritual enlightenment moment in and from the home base that could be really spiritually illuminating for you. If you have to divorce somebody and all of that, sometimes it happens when Jupiter's in the seventh, then this is the shared resources and harmony and ease in the parsing and separating of who gets the cat, the dog, the sofa, the house, the property, right? And there's a sort of a beautiful divine forgiveness and surrender and love here. If you're bringing in a soulmate, then you're going very, very deep. Right? You're like looking deep under the surface for where this person could come from. Could be close to home or in your homeland. But then this would also be keeping it a secret. Like you don't want to tell anybody for some reason. That could make sense if you guys end up going back to an old person. Maybe your in-laws or family or people aren't keen on that. So let me know how that goes. I'd be interested to see what happens for you here. We want to move ourselves in time forward as we must to the 21st of the month of June. Oh, and then Venus is excavating, unearthing, digging up the dirt here. This is money. This is a money axis. End of story. If there's money hidden from you, someone's absconded and tucked money under their pillow. If your spouse is hiding money from you, if there's been shenanigans in money, if divorce settlement monies and money from spousal support stuff, whatever that is, this kind of money, there's some kind of revelation, excavation, depth of understanding, and also your values about money. You can really transform your values about money because it is impacting your property, land, and real estate situation. And this could be a kind of an unearthing and a sort of like decoupling of your values and your self-worth from wealth and power. And you're having a turning point archetypally at a deep soul level and breaking karmic shackles that hold you back. Those vows of poverty, maybe, or something like that. So there's almost like stepping into wealth through friction, while at the same time it impacts property, home, and land as well, and where you live. And it could be secrets your partner in business or love is keeping from you about money. Those can be excavated and revealed as well. All right. Then we talk about, where am I? I'm losing my brain. I did Venus. Okay. Yeah. So now we're talking about the sun and Chiron. Watch Chiron cross the fence. Okay. Watch Chiron cross over the fence here. And what does he do? He jumps beautifully over. Kaboom. And now you've got another 7 years. This is going to be testing that principle from the 19th, 20th time zone dependent through to September 17th. You want to leave behind the chronic wound of childhood, mother, belonging. And now you're working on this and house. You're belonging. Now you're working on the wound around sexuality, your children, fertility, romantic love, creativity, art, inspiration. All right. We'll do a Chironic webinar on that. And I have a Chiron video coming out before this. You can watch that as well for all signs. Chiron here is now engaging with an energy called sun. And this means that as the ingress happens, the sun will shortly afterwards on the 21st, happy solstice, want to work with this new energy for you. The key to purpose in the house of your natural talents and gifts. Say, use your natural talents and gifts in this world, for God's sakes, don't waste them. And the sun says, bring them to an audience or marketplace. It would be an ideal energy to start a new project creatively, artistically, write something, paint something, dive into your abilities and talents. Venus says you might have psychic abilities, occult abilities in this chart, but you may begin to do something with them. And you could open that up to experimenting, bringing it into contact with an audience, also healing a Chironic wound around sex and love and romance for the very first time, connected to commitment. There's a story there for you as well. That lasts a short time. It's really the 20th to the 22nd. Well, no, it's not. It's the 20th to the 22nd where it's really landing here. Maybe the 19th in some time zones. On the 24th, the sun trines the North Node for destined illumination of one's fate. Yes, money. No, sorry, travel, third house, travel, short distance trips, local environment, cousins, siblings in general, sibling 3 older, 3 younger, destined, fated, maybe worldly success mechanisms ongoing here. Ruled by the moon in the 10th house, maybe something to do with professional advancement connected to short distance travel, siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles. Yeah, whatever that is. Sun usually represents a masculine principle. Maybe it is a male. Sibling wants to bring a bounty and abundance to you in fated, destined ways. That's another way to read that, actually. But it is short-lived. It's just fleeting. It's the 24th of the month. So take a look at that and tell me what you experience. That's what I got for you. With Venus exalting your third house, it could be opportunity to travel for romantic reasons connected to love and commitment, as well as sex and romance. And it's fated. So that's the 24th of the month of June. And then on the 28th of the month, 25th of the month, Venus is going to have enduring money and love, lasting money and love, enduring love, hard money and love, but love that lasts, love that lasts, money that lasts, money that runs a marathon slowly. So home, property, land, and real estate, and chunky money, banks, loans, mortgages, refinancing, shared resources, and in-law money, okay? In-law money, property, inheritance, flow, money coming from spousal support, separation agreements, enduring structures. You might want to restructure loan agreements. You might want to restructure inheritance agreements, so restructure money connected to payouts for spousal or paternity support or whatever that stuff is. That could help you do that. And ultimately, some of you might take that energy to secure a new home, right? To purchase a new home on about the 25th of the month, give or take a day or two on either side. And then we want to move that out of there and get into the energy of your 28th of the month of June. Mars flows to Jupiter. And we're going to have a full moon shortly. So you'll notice that Mercury's getting ready to turn retrograde. It would be nice if I was in your sign. So Mercury will be turning retrograde. That's where long-term committed relationships from the past are going to come back to you. All right. So I'm just going to give you a heads up. The end of this month and then all through July, you might be quite enmeshed in an old love story. But energetically, this story before that is that Mars and Jupiter are anaretic, which is completions and grand finale. Now, technically, it's most accurate here. Oh, guys, I keep losing you. Just bear with me. Trust the story. On the 27th, 28th, time zone dependent, Mars flows to Jupiter from your 5th house, not your 6th house, which is major decisions regarding children, sibling 1 younger, 3 older, or a sibling 1, 2, 3 younger. No, sibling 1, 2 younger, 3 younger, or 3 older, or 4 older. Those siblings could be involved in this mess. But major choices, major decisions. You've been plowing through here like a bulldozer. You're bulldozing through this soil May 19th to June 28th, dealing with this Mars transit through your 5th house, making decisions around creativity, art, love, children, romance. You might be trying to be passionate, but I mean, there's not a lot of passion in the dirt here for Mars, right? He's like plowing soil. He's not building a bonfire. It's been a struggle, but now here's a major turning point, and Mars is the king of decisions. So kind of like the 27th, 28th, you're making a major life decision, 26, 27, 28, regarding committed love, long-term love, relationships, bounty, and even marriage. Jupiter can represent marriage decisions as well. Or some of your children are having major life turning point decisions around family and children in their own lives, and you're just hearing about it. And then there's a full Capricorn moon at 8 degrees of Capricorn. This is a big deal moon. I like it a lot because it's going to be flowing to the nodes of fate, making it destined and somewhat positive. I'm going to lose you on the ascensional time. So you're just going to have to trust me. I'm going to point. It is literally a big light, a spotlight that you planted a seed back in like January, let's say late December, January. We would have had a new moon back then in the sign of Capricorn. The new moon was planting a seed in your sign, sun, moon, and rising. And where am I? I gotta like, what the hell? We want to move to June the 29th. Let me get us. It won't go forward without losing you. Let me just try. What am I doing wrong? It's supposed to go ahead by a day. Maybe the setting wasn't holding. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. Full moon, full light right here on you. All eyes on you, all eyes on you, on your sun, your career, on your moon, your emotions and feelings and home life, and on your Capricorn rising, your character, ascendant identity. But full flow to nodes of fate brings something positive and destined. And it looks like a destined anything, change of home, new city, new town, new property, new place to live, new neighborhood, shift, destined shifts there, destined changes with travel, destined changes with siblings in general, and fated and destined changes in a positive way, and also beautifully flows to the south node, which destined changes in international themes, legal and court matters, etc., fulfilling you. And also because this lunation, when it's right on happening here, is ruled by Saturn, some of these destined changes are about where you're supposed to live. And so there's destined changes in home. And now you'll find that news story tells you something like June the 28th, 29th, you know where you're supposed to go. Maybe even a day or two before the moon and up to 3 days after, 2 weeks after, but then it may take a full 6 months for the change of home or the destined features of home and maybe a new city, town, neighborhood to be made manifest. This is especially true for Cap moons and Cap risings. Cap sun, it's really changes in career that could also change your home. And that's what I got for you. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. I did talk fast. I know I was talking fast. I wanted to get it done because I've got a backlog here in my pipeline. Thanks for listening. Check out Celebrate. Buy any of my courses for 40% off. 2-hour courses on average, replays, PDF slides included at LoriLothian.com, where I'm housing all of my material at this point. I moved away from Padaya. Thanks, guys. Take care. See you soon. Don't look for love. Love will look for you. Why do I say that? Because Venus is in the 7th. You're not looking for love. Love is finding you. Love is looking right at you. Okay. Love is finding you is what I'm going to tell you. Around June 17th, 3 days before and after. Hello, Aquarius, sun, moon, and rising sign. What a month of June. We have the luckiest event of the year as Jupiter and Venus join together in the sign of exaltation for Jupiter. This is going to bring you a bit of fortunate circumstances when it comes to your health, when it comes to work opportunities, employment, employer stories, rentals, pets, and even elements to do with debts and recovery from debt. So this is going to be a good positive vibe for you starting this month ahead. At the same time, we are going to end up with a lot of Mars in the 4th house, could propel you to renovate, move, do a lot of stuff in the home that takes a lot of hard work. And we're going to make our final taste of freedom, all of us Aquarians, from the entry of Chiron into Taurus and getting the hell out of our 3rd house, where we've been wounded in relationships to siblings, neighbors, neighborhoods, things to do with our writing, communicating, and marketing, or teaching, learning, working with difficult healing circumstances there since 2019. We're about to feel the freedom, yay, of Chiron getting his ass out of there this month ahead and starting a whole new 7-year story in a new sign. So let's break it down for you this month ahead. And if you're new here and you haven't been here before, hi, my name is Lori Lothian. We're using the Western Tropical Zodiac. Yes, whole sign houses, fixed stars, minor asteroids. You guys know asteroids, not asteroids. You guys know the drill. And this energy that we're talking about today is general bell curve astrology. It is also not sidereal, but it is Western Tropical Zodiac. So come aboard for the ride of the month of May. And we're going to be dropping week by week, day by day information for you in the next 30 minutes maximum, I hope, together. And don't forget to like and subscribe and give me a try. I put out dozens and dozens of all signs videos weekly, monthly, around moons and eclipses and all that good stuff. And I'm celebrating that I finally reached 150,000 subscribers. So it's been a long climb to the top. And if you like what I put out here, you can celebrate with me. Code CELEBRATE, all caps, the word celebrate, because that is my 40% off any of the courses I've taught that are now being housed on my LoriLothian.com new website. And while you go over there, you can go on a shopping spree, get finding past lives in the chart, or the people in your chart, or your talents and gifts in the chart, or your best career path, or love timing cycles, and more. So those course replays are all available with PDF slides. Let's get started, shall we? I'm still teaching Divine Timing Masterclass. The last Friday, if you catch wind of this, you might want to sign up and get aboard late. It means you'll be able to take our last weekend's class on distributions through the bounds. This is advanced, beginner, and intermediate. You could also jump in for the whole 5-week program, but have the rest of the content 4 weeks you've missed as replay content. I mean, for your self-study. And I'm be doing a Chiron webinar, of course, because Chiron's moving into Taurus. Information about the webinar in June down below. All right, so I'm going to share the sky right away. I'm having a day. I've literally been recording since I got out of bed at 7 a.m., teaching my Divine Timing Masterclass Q&A, and then I'm rushing off to a chiropractor because I'm still recovering from whiplash from an automobile incident. I was not the driver. I am an Aquarius riser. It's okay. It's not as bad as it could have been. I'm an Aquarius rising, like you. Listening for sun sign in Aquarius, you're listening for career and purpose matters. Moon sign, home, nest, but also matters to do with your emotions and your thinking process, mind, body, the mind emotional complex. And of course, you're listening for your rising. It's your simulation avatar character in this game of life. It's, the sim, right? And so it's not the real you, right? The real you is your sun, but it's very circumstantially, usually quite accurate for prediction, value, and forecasting, because your character is living a story or a script that your soul wrote. Let's get started. So the first thing we want to talk about this month ahead, we're going to go chronologically, and we'll have 2 moons to talk about as well in Gemini and Cap, is that Mercury will sextile Chiron in a grand finale on the last 2 days of May and the very beginning, first day of June. We'll feel the energy of Mercury completing or finishing a wound story in your 3rd house. Mercury delivers messages. Mercury delivers news. I apologize. So look for emails or phone calls or conversations or information coming your way. The last 2 days of May and the first day of June, it may be about a child. It may be about a sibling. It may be about travel plans and opportunities. It may be about creative, artistic, and entrepreneurial projects, including writing. And whatever that is, it's going to help you feel healed of a chironic wound in your 3rd house, whole sign house, ever since 2019, where you've been coping with some kind of feeling of being unhappy here, some non-belonging energy going on, some outsider feelings here. And for example, just examples, right? Pandemic Central, Canada locked down all people who didn't take a particular protocol from traveling on a plane or train within our very big country. So there's a short distance travel, domestic travel wound, right, that I experienced as Aquarius rising, or a writing wound. I haven't been able to really write anything much since 2019, although writing on Substack is helping me cure that in the last year. So those wounds are easy, and Mercury's bringing a golden completion, a grand finale archetype. Look for the last 2 days of the month. And it could be some news about kids. It could be some news about travel and romance. It could be something to do with your art and creativity or your entrepreneurial stuff as well. Should be feeling soothing and healing, whatever this information is that comes to you. Then we move into the June in proper. The sun will sextile Saturn. Now, Sun and Saturn together are typically going to bring some sturdy, lasting, enduring results connected to creativity, entrepreneurial stuff, love, romance, art, children. And that's what the 5th house represents, where the sun is shining with Uranus here for the first time since 84 years, these 2 together in this part of the chart. So it's very interesting energy you're experiencing. Break free, break through, illumination of your art, creative, muse-inspired stuff would be one of those codes that you could use here. And this energy is picking up very exciting on June 1st, and it becomes exact on June 3rd. So it could even be some kind of professional opportunity connected to entrepreneurial or creative or artistic endeavors. And Saturn wants to make it enduring, lasting, and long strategy marathon. So, you know what I mean? Like somebody wants you to do something that has a long game strategy professionally. And I like it because Mercury has moved into the gains of the 5th, means it could end up looking like professional success for you, coming off of this little beautiful touch point, but it's a light touch of professional success, for example. It could also look like some really good news or information coming through in some way connected to siblings or children, and even some success in the life of a child, especially your firstborn child as well. Oh, and your secondborn under the sky, both. So there you have it. And if you're trying to finish something that's a creative or writing type project, this could be a kind of moment where you finally do finish it, or you understand the direction to go in order to do so. On the 3rd of the month, we have the North Node and trining with Mercury. And there's a destined bit of information or news or a communication going on here. It has to do with money because the North Node is in the house of money and the South Node is in the house of money, chunky money, earned money. Now, there's something about debts, refinancing, interest, investments. It could go on here. Some communication, some information. Quite possibly with the trine from Mercury to the North Node, there is a positive flow or increase of money connected to earnings from your job, from your work, from your workplace environment. Also, very positive, destined, and fortunate communications, thanks to Jupiter and Venus here, with employees and employer structures. And some of you might want to purchase something, a movable possession off of this. And it could be a car, it could be a pet. But if you do, it's connected to your work and livelihood as well. And destined turning points in the way you imbibe food or substances that are better for your health because you've learned or educated yourself in some way. Mercury will square Neptune at the same time on June the 3rd. Something that you were confused about, you can maybe get some idea of what's true and real and sober-minded and realistic. Especially if you're confused about something to do with neighbors, neighborhood, siblings, cousins, uncles, nieces, nephews, a bunch of kinfolk over here and neighbors. Mercury's in a rental house. Perhaps there's some kind of clearing of a confusion regarding situations in a rental home. Just something as simple that. And clearing and confusing things to do with writing and social media and media in general. And Mercury communicating with Neptune could be also professional directions connected to Hollywood, modeling, glamour, writing screenplays, fiction even, and some professional information or news at this time. But you're also getting a clear understanding of something at the same time. Venus will be in the luckiest month of the year as she co-joins with Jupiter. Venus and Jupiter together is something like a slam dunk in a good basketball game, or the arrow hits the mark in terms of luck. The luck that you're experiencing on June the 9th as these two come together is not the first time you've done this. It happened 12 years ago in 2014, but it also happened last summer in July because we had a double dip. There's something about last July through till now, just June, that's familiar to you. You had this luck here then as well. The sky is very different than it was last June with planetary placements, especially outer ones, but still it's the same luck in work, health, protection and luck and health, in employees. So I had never had a really decent, like all-purpose employee who does everything for me, like including my website and social media. And now he works for me. He came in after last year's conjunction in July. I think he approached me in October. So this is not just about the good luck of the 9th. You will experience lucky breaks and good things happening to do with prosperity, work, health, pets, rental properties, and debt elimination. All of these things will be highly activated in auspicious ways. Yes, June the 9th. Praise the Lord. Like if you get medical tests, look at Mercury. Results are good. Or you figure out solutions because your medical test shows you what to look at, vitamin deficiencies or something. So this is amazing. And yet at the same time, it's similar to last year. So you're doing a double dip, and it will take you all the way through till next summer. And you won't get this again for another 12 years. So it's a really nice feeling. 6th house is also karmic debts. You could be having some positive karmic rewards as well for all the difficult past lives you had, And of course, Jupiter rules the house of great career gains and can bring you reputation, success, fame, glory, riches, money, ascendancy in your gains of your career. Jupiter can translate this over to more money, more earnings, more cash flow. Venus can translate the lucky moment to international book publishing, global themes. And Venus can translate it to some good things happening in and from your home that are positive. Now, I did mention in the beginning that Mars is traveling through this part of your chart as a whole month begins, and he's here till the very end of the month. It's a lot of energy in the 4th house. Every 2 years, he's here for 6 weeks. I want to give you a little cautionary note and some advice, because Mars entered this part of your sky May 19th and will leave around June the 28th. This is where either you're really working hard in the home, you're moving and packing your home and changing your home. You could also injure yourself in the home, so don't climb up ladders or lift heavy furniture. But it also can be disagreements, disgruntlement, and conversations or challenges in the home with someone you live with, right? And someone you live with can move out of the home during this time. So the window of time that this is intense, again, is May 19th to June the 28th. All right. This looks like you could be moving to a rental home right here around, early June and also late May, which I will be doing. And it's a beautiful rental home. So that little conjunction last July of 25 bumped me into this place I'm in now. And then I'm moving again. Well, no, it's actually, I moved into this place in June. So July's conjunction brought me this a year later. My new place with extra room I'm moving into. Now, when the North Node and Mercury co-join in a trine, it's positive, lucky energies, right? Oh, did I talk about that? I did that already. Sorry. When Mercury squares Saturn on the 10th, and by the way, on the 13th, Venus squares Chiron, it means that around the 10th to the 13th, we're facing challenges, but we can overcome them. But there's going to be a little bit of grit in our shoe here. And so be aware of that. Mercury and Saturn mean difficult conversations, difficult news, constrictive and constraining news that's hard, information exchanges that are strained and contained. This is Mercury in a house that's connected to employees or employer situations, workplace spaces. And Saturn is in the social media house, right? So look for some difficult, realistic and structured conversations or information exchange right here. There could be some difficult conversations with a neighbor who's gnarly in the local environment connected to your home, where it might be a rental. That's examples, right? You could get a pet from a local SPCA that's Saturnian, meaning old, rescue, right? That could just be what that is. But if it's a conversation, it's not going to be a bed of roses. It will be a little bit like gritty and have a little bit of sharp edges to it. It could also be a conversation with a lover, a romantic partner, or a child. It could also be a difficult conversation, perhaps with a, mostly that. Mostly that. That's what I got. Yeah. Even though that conversation is difficult and it may be about money, it actually, in the end of the day, it's going to favor you on the financial front, especially if it's around job, work, employment, and employee structures. And then the only thing I can say is you're Saturn ruled. So stand your ground, right? You have, this is your planet bossing Mercury around. So you follow your inner knowing and go with what this conversation would be. Now, I can imagine my guy wanting to escalate me to some kind of, new level of social media stuff. And, with it comes like a, massive price tag. And I might be saying, I don't think so. That would be that. I don't know for sure. Well, I'll let you know how it goes. Venus is a goddess of money and love. She's wearing the chironic wound in the third house. Now, this could be interesting. You could heal a wound around love that's very intense because this is a karmic house. It's karmic debt that comes from something going on in the third. The wound in the third can be online dating, local neighborhood, and love connected to social media landscapes and stuff like that. So being wounded here in the past, since 2019, that's me. A lot of the dating I've done, I met people online and it really didn't work out. Not dating out, so just the vibe, And over here, this is like Venus wanting to soothe and heal, but it's gritty. It's got some grit. I'll have to give you that. If it's not about love and romance and dating and stuff, then it could be some gritty healing of a chironic third house wound connected to employment, employers, employment structures, connected to siblings, cousins, or social media. But also a chironic wound with Venus, Jupiter is like literally being fixed, right? The problem is being fixed. If you have a chironic wound about communicating things, teaching things, selling and marketing, learning, this is healing down here as well. Just something wants to heal. This whole, I don't belong to the third house, even sibling wounds with your siblings may have been predominant since 2019. And something is trying to soothe and heal, but with grit. The soothing is Venus, but the square is gritty. If you're getting a pet under this, it just means medical procedures are needed for the pet. Okay. Probably because it's a rescue. And it could just be getting spayed, really. But it just has a little edge to it. It needs urgent action and determined decisions around the 13th of the month, a day or two on either side. On the 15th of the month, Venus will sextile. Well, let's go back a bit and talk about there's a new moon on the 24th, on the 14th at 24 degrees. Okay, new moon on the 14th at 24 degrees of Gemini. Well, at the same time, Venus is also sextiling Uranus. So it really is a quite interesting time, this 14th of the month. Let's move ourselves there. I'm going to lose you, so let's take us back by an hour. So on the 14th of the month, the moon is new right here in your 5th house of romantic love. Children, fertility. If you're baby making age, you can make a baby. Okay. Otherwise, this is a new moon and you'd be unexpectedly making a baby. Otherwise, exciting, exhilarating, unexpected, surprising, new beginnings in sexuality, love, and romance. And with Venus in your 7th house, you might be meeting a very attractive, very charismatic, very charming person who rouses deep power within you and helps you excavate the depths of love and the power of love. And you're surprised. And there's a nice vibe. And the new moon is saying, I'm with it. Can we do this? Surprises in romantic love connected to eventual long-term commitment. So what I want to say is that if you're single, there's something around the 14th, 15th of June that could catalyze not just that day, a surprise about romantic love and commitment, or a surprise about creativity, entrepreneurship, and good fortune and clients, customers, audience, or business partners, probably female, but also at a deeper level, the moon would unroll a 2-week window afterwards where you could meet somebody and have them knock your socks off. And that will unfold as a new love story over the 6 months that follow and may eventually lead to connection. Certainly when Jupiter crosses into Leo at the end of June, and we're saving Jupiter for July because he's really a July story. But that it doubles down on meeting somebody of great power and importance and destiny, because a South Node will join there in August. So a lot of you are heading into a single Aquarian's new love. And if you're already with someone, then it's going to change the nature of the union. It's going to add something positive, more friendship, more fun, more romance, to more excitement to the relationship itself. A new moon here is good for starting new entrepreneurial projects and artistic and creative and muse-inspired projects as well. Mercury rules that. New beginnings in the art, creativity in the 2nd from the 5th, which indicates it could be a prosperous new beginning with new entrepreneurial ideas or new entrepreneurial or creative and artistic endeavors that use your natural talents and gifts. Use your pineal gland. Your third eye is going to wake the fuck up, excuse my language, over the next 7 years. Get ready for your third eye to be amazing for you. You can see the future, or you see the past. You're like the amazing Kreskin back in my era. All right. So this is a new beginning. Yay. Moving on past that new beginning, new moon structure. And I do like that the new moon is flowing to Chiron. It really does help heal some of those chironic wounds. Get more fun in life, more enjoyment, more pleasure, more play, more frolicking, more creativity. And it's going to help heal some of the wounds over here, which can be funny because you can write, communicate, market, sell, and teach down here, social media, but it may not be as inspiring. Like the 5th house is like the house of the artist, and this is the house of the marketer. So you're going to get deeper and more depth in terms of your muse and inspiration back again off of this new moon in exhilarating and surprising ways. Then we end up with another story because we pass the moon and we talk about this energy of a dreamy soulmate vibe. On the 17th of the month of June, Venus and trining into a love story here. Now, I'm going to say, if you're with someone already and you're in a relationship, that this can just mean there's going to be a dreamy trip, a romantic getaway with you and someone else that's coming upon you suddenly, excitingly, charging you up. See that little mini trine, sudden, exotic, romantic getaway. Well, Venus at the same time is going to be opposite Pluto, sort of unearthing some really deep intimacy, transformation, regeneration, and rebirth within your psyche. All right. With the person you've been with for a dog's age. This is a very important formation here that's forming here, this little basket. We'll be talking about it for the week ahead in that week of June. But this is also for you extraordinarily important. And I don't even know what to say what's going on here in the middle of June for you. But one thing I could probably bet on is dreamy romance or deep creativity in your writing or something like that. Now, the romantic stuff for single Aquarians is bar none exceptional. Jupiter will cross at the end of the month into the commitment house. He's in a house that can precede commitment, which is dating. You can meet a wealthy, prosperous, a king-like emperor type of female or male in charge of their kingdom. That could happen before that. But Venus here flowing to Neptune is indicative of something along the lines on the 17th when it's pretty exact, 14th to about the 20th. I'd give it a longer orb. Thunder, lightning, the way you love me is frightening. Mini grand trine to Uranus / Neptune, dreamy love, soulmate. Haven't I met you before? I feel like I've known you forever. You're mine. I know it right away. Divine compliment. I hate the word twin flame, but the vibe is there. Quite exceptional. You don't have to worry about, rose-colored glasses because you have a trine, the nature of Jupiter, and you have sober-minded Saturn telling you that what's real and what's not real. So there's a real sweet glow here. And it could happen that you're taking a trip with someone and it opens up doors of new depth of spiritual love, forgiveness, unconditional love with your main squeeze, that kind of thing. You could travel with a female and have an amazing trip that is like literally going to inspire your muse, inspire you into new heights of creative energy and entrepreneurial success. But for a lot of you, it's not a trip with a female, but it could be. Venus is a female, especially with the moon over there around the 17th. But it could also be about this incredible, dreamy love for singletons. I'd say don't look for love. Love will look for you. Why do I say that? Because Venus is in the 7th. You're not looking for love. Love is finding you. Love is looking right at you. Okay. Love is finding you is what I'm going to tell you around June 17th, 3 days before and after. It could be on the online world too, just because of the third house being online stuff. Or when you're traveling. Short distance, most likely, but you never know. Venus rules your foreign houses as well. So short or long distance travel and new love. And then we go on to the 21st of the month where Sun will sextile Chiron. Chiron has moved forward out of this purgatory of your third house. Now, third house energies you've been dealing with 2019 since now. Come to my Chiron webinar in June. Link will be to get in below, either into the webinar or into the wait list. No longer are you plagued by a lack of inspiration for writing, selling, teaching, learning, marketing, communicating. No longer are you difficulty with your neighbor's neighborhood and city that you live in and, not liking the vibe, not belonging there. No longer are you having difficulty with siblings. No longer are you challenged in all the third house manner. Now you're working a new story, a Chiron in the 4th house. So there's a lot to be said about becoming the key to purpose is Chiron. The key to purpose exists in your ancestral line, your childhood, your home, where you live. It exists at the depth and the roots of the chart. On the other hand, Chiron here could give you some chironic wounds around your feeling like you belong in your own homeland or even belong in the homes that you're choosing to live in over the next 7 years. Sorry, guys. I don't want to hear that either. After we had Uranus juggernauting us for 7 years behind us into different properties and homes, but we can become a healer in the home. We can use medicine in the home. We might be gardening and creating poultices and herbal remedies in the home, because of Chiron in Taurus here. So it's not all bad, I have to say. When Chiron first enters into this part of the chart, he's a soloist, right? He's like, I gotta be me, but he's also talking to the south node and the north node of fate. So destined shifts regarding your home, property, land, real estate, fate playing out. It's something about Chiron's ingress can between here, June 19th, 20th / to September 17th, Also help you forge new levels of success professionally in terms of money and income, right? That's going to increase your money from some kind of healing you're doing in and from the home. A lot of ways you can heal here, squaring Venus, heal things that are pleasurable but not good for you, including relationship. Some people might want to be looked at as a not good medicine for your soul, and you might be looking at exiting a difficult relationship, but it can also fortify and strengthen your own earnings and voice and vocation. When we see that the sun will then gallivant into Cancer season from June 21st, add a month. The sun is now shining in the house of work, health, and employees, but starts up with a nice little flow to Chiron. I'd say that you're having something really healing happen here and positive when it comes to your home life and your work life, when it comes to employee stories and your home life. Healing here when it comes to matters of pets. This is an ideal transit for getting an animal into your life. That would be a very healing move for you, is to get a pet under this transit. And again, we're talking about the 21st, the solstice. Maybe there's some rescue animal waiting to be rescued and you're the designated rescuer. Jupiter is like, don't get one, get two, get the both doggies or kitties. Mercury would say, buy one. So there's a kind of an animal vibe there for some of you. And also the sixth house is your health, more healing in the home that benefits your health, to bring greater robust health to you in tender, nurturing, self-loving ways, including what you eat and digestive health. So says the Sun North Node. You might have a wholesale dietary change under this, but it will heal you in and from the home. You've always thought you were fine with milk or gluten or legumes, and now you recognize you have to eliminate them from your diet. Just to be clear, I'm doing a food elimination diet at some point in June, the AIP protocol. And it was probably me coming off of that, realizing, oh yeah, I can't eat those nuts or eggs. No wonder I have arthritis, in my knee, that kind of vibe. So you're really coming to a clearing of, and likely a destined change to heal your body and be better off because of shifts of what you put in your mouth over here. North Node. I'm losing my track of what I'm saying. Sorry, guys. Then we're going to talk about the North Node, just trining the sun. I've kind of already told you about it. That's like, do you want to change your dietary habits? Do you want to make more money because you're lighting up your house of employees, or you could add more employees here with Jupiter, or you're lighting up your house of work routines and work habits, or you're lighting up your health and wellness, or you're lighting up energies to do with destined fated changes in the work structures and the work you do. If your IC and midheaven are on the 4th house, 10th house axis for whole sign houses, you could also be making profound changes of your career direction in order to be more prosperous and more healthy. All right, then we're going to talk next about Venus on the 25th of the month, trining Saturn, love and money. Venus, Saturn, enduring, lasting, but difficult, but persevering, that kind of thing. So this is going to be Venus coming into 13 degrees of your house of significant relationships. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to do. And she's going to be at 13 degrees. And so is Saturn. And it's going to be pretty exact on the 24th, but you'll feel it the 23rd to the 26th or so, building and tightening up and then finishing up. Okay. So let's go from about the 23rd to the 26th. You are looking at making some kind of responsible, serious, and realistic directional shift toward committing to a Venus person in an opportune, luscious, and abundant way. The Venus person could be someone you're dating. The Venus person could be somebody that you just meet. It could be someone you've been with for years, and now you wanted to solidify a kind of directional agreement, maybe just to yourself. Saturn rules you. This is something you want to make it work. You want to work with it in love. Now, if it's not a love story, and it doesn't have to be, and it's something else, Saturn is in like writing, communicating, teaching, marketing, selling, skills-based learning, siblings. Venus is a person that's coming your way. It would be a female. Venus is a woman. Yes, what is a woman? Mars is a man, a masculine, feminine. I'm going to call it like I see it. It's likely a female. She's actually a maiden, and the moon is like the mother. There's something about a female energy coming at you in a client relationship. an audience member, a business partnership story flowing to your third house of writing, selling, teaching, marketing, communicating, online and social media. So you could have an opportunity through a Venus person for something important. Could be a book publishing thing. Venus rules your Libra book publishing house. Could be an opportunity through some female energy connected to your home life, connected to your online life, or connected to your neighbors and neighbor. This could be a neighbor. You're going to meet a female neighbor. There's going to be a huge positive energy flowing between the two of you, a sense of fate, a sense of enduring connection. Saturn can bring fated energies, destined, karmic. Well, I'll be moving to a new building. Maybe I'll meet a neighbor and I'll really like them. All right. Now, just because Venus means love, right? Plain old love. You could meet someone in the neighborhood with an age difference. Third house is your neighborhood, your city, town, where you go every day. If you're still single at this point, then look to around the 24th to meet somebody in the neighborhood, which you're quite attracted to. You think they're quite good looking. And they might be older or younger than you by 6 or 7 years plus. All right. And that new moon still bakes in that story. That new moon that happens on the 13th for the singletons, that's going to roll out for like 2 to 3 weeks. So you're still getting that new moon juice for new love. So this could be an intersection in the daily life of you. Gas station, supermarket, restaurant, taking the dog for a walk, taking out the garbage, doing things locally, meeting a love vibe. And then we have Mars sextiling Jupiter and Mercury getting ready to go retrograde. But we're going to talk about Mercury retrograde next month, because he's going to spend forever and a day in your 6th house, right? Mercury will be in that 6th house of employee, employer, dogs, rentals, debts. He's going to live there for a long, long, long time. And he's going to be living there all the way until August the 9th. That's insane. I know. I hear you. August the 9th. So get ready. He's been there since May 19th. Will not leave till August 9th. So you're going to do a lot of negotiating, communicating, talking, marketing, selling, or in, some kind of process there. Now, sometimes it could be tests, like a bunch of medical tests, Mercury, but with Jupiter here, everything looks good. So I don't think you're going to be doing that many medical tests with Jupiter bounteously telling you things should be fine. But this would be microbiome, stomach, maybe breast tissue or something like that. All right, what's next? Or pets, all the stuff to do with pets is here. I lost my thread. Mars will sextile Jupiter on the 28th of the month. Mars and Jupiter are really good for commercial business success, that kind of thing. But Mars is still at the end of a very long bulldozer action in your 4th house. Remember, I warned you about arguing with people, but you could be painting, renovating, moving, hammering away in here, hiring people to do the work. And that has been true all the way through, because these are your worker people that you hire, your servants, and Mars could be construction. So maybe a lot of you were doing had servant-like people supporting changes in the home, including moving. That's for me. I hired movers, right? So what could this be? Well, first of all, it's about a grand completion. It's at 29 degrees, a very intense, very sometimes turbulent energy. And both planets are going to cross the sign boundary after this. Mars wants you to make an executive commanding decision in and from your home, or about situations in your home, or about homes and changes of homes. And Mars is also considering that as you make these decisions about and in and from your home, right, he does rule your career house. So this is going to, whatever you're doing in your midnight hour will impact your career. But it's a sextile, and Jupiter is witnessing and wanting this choice to be made. From the house of debts, Mercury says you could have a chunk of money coming connected to your legacy, your family of origin. That could be a story of paying off and paying down debt. But also Mars is like, let's move in this direction. And Jupiter says, let me make it blessed. And I want to show you why I think this is not just about home and debts, home and pets, home and rentals, all of that stuff, but also the fact that it's going to be that Mars will cross over, Jupiter will cross over. Just trust me. Okay. On the 30th or so of June. And then this energy translates to 5th house and 7th house stories. Can you go from the family of origin childhood stuff and karmic debt stories and servitude stories into creative artistic expression and reaching an audience marketplace, or passionately falling in love and being connected to a very larger than life love story. There's two things happening at one transition. So let's see how it plays out. Mercury will head retrograde in your 6th house, and you may go back on decisions you've made to do with health protocols, dietary changes. You may turn around, go back on decisions you've made around employment, employee strategies. Because when Mercury retrogrades, you may go back to jobs or work environments you've done before and you've abandoned, and now they return. That's going to be a story we're talking about in July when Mercury heads retrograde at the very end of June. And then you end up talking about, the July stories. Finally, sorry, guys, this is taking me forever. Finally, we have a full moon in Capricorn on the 29th of the month, and a full Capricorn moon. A full Capricorn moon is going to open up your spiritual life, basically. It's a big spotlight in your ashram of your solitude and downtime. A big fulfillment moon in a resourceful sign where you get money from international people, companies, places, and things. But borderless income, digital revenue, money that comes from long, far away places and people. This is fulfillment. You planted seeds for this potential back in the new moon season, which would have been December and January. There's a vibe that you planted seeds way back when, and now the fruitfulness is here. The harvest is here. It could have been fruit planted connected to your job, your work, also your employees, if you have them, and Jupiter was blessing you with that story. Big full moon, big bright light. The moon is actually flowing to the nodes of fate, especially applying toward the North Node. This is a moon that promises, not only in the 2 weeks that follow, but up to 6 months after, to really increase your financial well-being. Your earnings and money through work and career path is going to go up and up and up. Okay, it's going to increase dramatically or successfully. If you don't like the word dramatically, just successfully increasing. Okay, dramatically sounds a little scary, I admit. And I like the idea that if you are going to find a new love partner and anything is possible, there's a bit of a vibe there too. And it comes off of that Saturn, Neptune, and Venus combo, because Saturn rules this. It could still be about, whoa, would you meet this person because you're traveling or you're journeying to a far off place, or they're journeying and they meet you? There's still this vibe here. And the other thing I want to tell you about is if anything you do is like, okay, I'm going to write a book, or I'm going to, paint 10 canvases, and you need to be home alone, quietly doing something when no one else is around and you have time alone. Your alone time can bring greater prosperity to you. Okay. And it may involve a lot of stuff that happens down here, which is writing or teaching or selling. I'll be writing and teaching and selling all the time, but I'll be making maybe a new course or writing my book for my agent, Eileen, or something like that. So all said and done, there's a kind of solitude brings prosperity code for you at the end of the month, and it kind of leans into the 6 months that follow. Your alone time creates prosperity in your life. That's what it means. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any more of my videos. Thanks for being a part of Team Lori and Lunatic Astrology. Check out Celebrate, all caps, 40% off any single course I've ever taught that I have loaded into my LoriLothian.com website as a celebration for reaching 150,000 subscribers. Join me on the Chiron webinar if you want in June. Information below on how to sign up. And also check out Divine Timing Masterclass. If you get this video before the last weekend in May, you might want to jump aboard. All right, take care, everybody. So the luck is around you, the luckiest month of the year and the luckiest house of the zodiac, with Venus in her joy and Jupiter exalted. Slam dunk, you guys got this. Oh my gosh, Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. The luckiest placement of the year is in the luckiest house of the chart in your sky in June of 2026. And I am so excited to talk about your very lucky month of June 2026. And also get rid of Chiron already. He's been bothering you. You had a headache. as he's been pestering you with your financial wound, facial wound, maybe teeth wound since 2019. Hallelujah. Guess what? June, he leaves behind all of that problem, troublemaking, healing, wounding story and moves into another part of your chart. And we'll talk about what that might mean for you, as well as we'll touch lightly on the fact that you've got this bulldozer Mars action going on. We all do. And it's finally the pressure is really at the thick of it. I want you to understand what it's about. Let's get started today on the blow by blow, day by day, next 25 to 30 minutes for your sign. We're talking astrology and we're talking June. Listen for sun, moon, and rising. Sun is your career and purpose and your core nature. And your moon is your feeling, thinking complex. And it's also the energy that you bring to the world when it comes to home, nest, and safety and where you live. And the rising sign is your simulation game playing avatar. It's not the real you, but it works because in the simulation, things happen to the character. So listen for all three, cast your chart in whole sign houses and find your rising sign. How to do that? It's definitely available in my description box in the more. A lot of freebies are there for you. Welcome. My name is Lori Lothian. This is the Western Tropical Zodiac type astrology, not sidereal, not Vedic. This is my little slice of the internet. And I just hit 150,000 subscribers. I'm recording this in the first week of May or so for you guys. Don't forget, I am very all signs oriented, and a lot of astrologers just give you general overviews. If you like details for your sign for weekly and monthly and the moons, and you're in the right place, as well as some world astrology. So to celebrate my 150,000 subscribers, I've got a new code, celebrate, as all caps, 40% off any of the courses I've taught in the last 4 or 5 years. All now housed at my new website, lorilothian.com. Go over there, go check out what's for sale. Everything is 40% off until the end of June. And that's my big happy party for what I consider to be a very happy success to get there to 150,000 of you. Check that you're still subscribed. YouTube's dumping people like hotcakes on all kinds of channels, not just mine. I don't know what they're doing, but they are dumping a lot of subscribers who've been long-term subscribers, and you don't know that you're unsubscribed until you look. And if you're new, subscribe. Thanks. All right, guys, I'm going to try my best to tell you how excited I am without sounding like I'm going to be over the top or shrill, but it is a really good month for you as a Pisces sun, moon, and rising sign. I'm going to share the chart and we're going to go through it together. And if I talk a little bit fast, I want to get this all in a course of a short half an hour together. And I think that if you want to slow me down with a little gear icon box, you can, or replay me, you can do that. If you like this without ads, Patreon gets all my content early access ad free. Check below in my description box how to join that community. Or my members only here for other reasons. I hate promoting. Let's get to work. All right, guys, here you are. This is your sign. We pretend your sun or moon is here if we're delineating sun, moon, and rising. Now, this is the sign of the fish. The Pisces are mutable, flexible, mystic, and poetic. And you're looking at a sky this month that's extraordinarily powerful. It's mostly because of this lucky conjunction here, but we'll get to that in chronological order. As the month begins, you're going to notice that Mercury and Chiron are finishing up a bit of a hangover story. I want you to go back. I'm going to take us back a smidgen here to about 2 days before, the last couple of days of May, the first day of June, the grand finale of the Chironic wound in your face, your appearance, your voice, your earnings, your teeth, things to do, like even with just your face. Okay, the wounds there, you've been feeling like quite like you wanted to be on purpose to make money in a meaningful way, for example, but you couldn't quite stick the landing. You had issues with your facial appearance, with your dietary habits and styles. Even addictions could have hit you. Anyway, you're coming out of that. And it's mostly for many of you, some issues you feel wounded in your savings, your money, your earnings sector. And what's happening is that this is coming to a grand finale in the month of May. It's ending. And as this completion is happening, there's a salute from Mercury in his home kingdom of Gemini, superpowered, taking heed of Chiron, getting ready with both Mercury to cross the sign boundary. Ultimately, it's information, news, emails, phone calls, texts, conversations connected to fourth house, property, land, real estate, home. You could be negotiating a rental property. You could be negotiating a mortgage. You could be negotiating some kind of transaction within your home connected to money. You could be transacting to possess something like a car. There's something going on, but it feels like a healing of the deepest wound of feeling undeserving or unworthy, or somehow wounded in your ability to express yourself as a prosperity machine. And this is going to be changing. And this is a very positive way of having a grand finale. Phone calls and messages and conversations with your mother or parents or people you grew up with, including siblings, may occur here that also provide a healing around your own money, self-worth, and worth stories connected to your parents growing up and your ancestral line. Some of the wounds you have come from beyond your lifespan and belong to ancestors as well. And you could have some clarity. You might also be doing a deal or negotiating regarding property, land, money, and specifically rental as well with the sun here. And that's going to also feel very healing to you. We move into the second story of the sun. We'll be in a flow to Saturn. This energy, sun and Saturn, can bring some enduring and lasting positive home-based results. We're talking about the first 3 days of June. Those first 3 days of June, you might structure or commit dutifully and responsibly to something to do with your property and home and finances. With the sun ruling the house of rentals, it could be that you're the landlord or the leasee as well. And that's what some of these conversations are all about. But Saturn is realistic and he's also determined. And that realism and determination, you could even be determined to secure a mortgage or something or refi. This is what looks really good on you. Like you're working it and you're feeling like this can happen. This can work out. Sun rules your house of rentals. That's why I keep talking about it. But it may also be property sale, purchase, or things to do with vehicles. We move to Mercury in the North Node, meaning destined, fated circumstances of Mercury in your fifth house and the North Node and South Node axis. So you might be getting ready to let go of a marriage or a relationship. Mercury South Node. At the same time, it benefits you and it grows bigger, more worldly, self-centered, successful you. And energetically, you flip-flopping people, you fishies are like mutable. You're one of the signs that can't make up their mind. Well, you're going to try your damnedest to make up your mind because Mercury is the mind. And so the mind wants to move into this direction of the fifth house, which is good fortune, but is activating long-term committed love as well. I wonder too, if Mercury here could be a conversation you want to have with a long-term committed love relationship partner. And that could be the whole point, that it's a destined time to have that conversation. Like, hey, this relationship's not working for me. Or, hey, I think it's time we call it quits. Maybe. If you're single though, that's a different ballgame. You can meet a destined soulmate partner connected to past lives. Look at the lovebirds here. Look at Venus. So this would be the beginning of the beginning. And this could be a destined moment in which that online dating app shows up, or you take that phone call, or you go to the coffee shop. Who knows? This could be the beginning of a new relationship with a very fated and destined quality for the single Pisces out there. Now, you're going to have Mercury in your fifth house of dating, romance, love, children, creative and entrepreneurial projects. You're going to have the dude here all the way from the beginning of June until August the 9th because he's retrograde. This is a long story for you. This is not a one and done. With Mercury retrograding on the 29th of June and doing so through much of July, it's quite possible you're going to find yourself in the clutches of a former romance, that an old relationship, an old lover, an old sexual energy from someone in the past, not spousal, will come back to you and want to reinvestigate a connection with you. That applies whether you're married or not. So you're going to head in the end of the month towards that possibility. And by August 9th, you'll know what to do with it all. But in the meantime, the Venus-Jupiter conjunction, which we're going to get to, is so blessed that everything happening here is for you. Okay, not to you, for you, not to you. If you are watching me now, I don't care when you get this, starting on June 2nd through until June 2nd until May 19th. No, it makes no sense. June 2nd until June 13th, when Venus is still in her joy house here with Mercury and Jupiter. Okay, buy a lottery ticket. This is a house of good fortune. This is a house of winning. So again, I want Mercury there, June 2nd to June 13th is a very blessed tight window of good fortune that could be like winning money. It's also very fertile. You could have a child under this. You could get pregnant under this, or maybe one of your children could. So it's very fertile. It's good for art, creativity, entrepreneurship, business dealings in art and entrepreneurship. And Mercury can translate the juice of this North Node. Should he try to translate it, he could translate it to you coming into a chunk of money. So that's why I'm telling you to play, know your limit, play within it. But this is winning money archetypally, or being very lucky with tickets and luck and all of that. Okay, so let me know if you win the big like Powerball. Would you share some with me? Because I told you to win it, right? That would be really nice. I'd appreciate just a tip. So again, your lucky window for playing a game of chance, even a casino or gambling, but be careful. It's just don't do all your money in one place. June 2nd to June 13th. Now, Pisces, this is the big ticket here. This conjunction happens once every 12 years in Jupiter's exaltation in your fifth house. And Venus and Jupiter coming together here on the 9th of June happened last year because we had a rare double dip. So like this is going to be July of last year, go forward till now. How have you felt lucky in creative entrepreneurial stories? How have your children had good fortune and luck? How have you been lucky with fertility and pregnancy, art and creativity, entrepreneurship? Where has this felt like a good thing? Have you won money already since last July by buying tickets or playing games of chance? So something good about this has already happened to you. You've lived through it before. This is different. Of course, no planets are in the same place, but the vibe of the fifth house is still there. If you're artistic or creative, you might have had a really great year. And certainly if you're entrepreneurial, you were off to the races. And that would have been true last July until now. Now we propel ourselves forward. And we talk about this June 9th, and then we say, what about the next year? That doesn't mean that nothing good happens in June, especially around the 9th of June, a day or two before and after. Around that time, you might have a lucky strike, good for a lottery ticket, good for your children, good for pregnancy. Lucky strike is hitting you around the 9th of June on give or take a day or two on either side. This lucky strike is also tidying up loose ends of that chironic money wound that you've been dealing with, or facial wound, or an appearance wound, or dietary wound, but it's most likely money, for we have money here and money here. A nice touch point of healing the money wound with a stroke of good luck to let that money wound right away on a, high speed, super train to someone else's neighborhood. Jupiter would translate the luck as well, because he can carry it over to you. It's really good for you feeling active, vibrant, fortunate, being connected to gratitude and using your talents and gifts. Jupiter can translate the luck to your Sagittarius sky. Your career could take off here from creative, artistic, and lucky breaks. Venus can translate the luck to chunks of money up here. Venus can here's a chunk of money. And you just say thank you. That includes spousal support, separation agreement, inheritance monies. Jupiter and Venus can translate the luck to things that are fortunate connected to your siblings. Yes, your siblings' third house will bring you great luck as well, and short distance travel. And even cousins can bring some luck your way. So the luck is around you, the luckiest month of the year and the luckiest house of the zodiac, with Venus in her joy and Jupiter exalted. Slam dunk, you guys got this. Now, after that, we have a gritty window of time from approximately, I'd say, the 8th of the month until about the 15th. That middle time, 8th to the 15th or so, is activated by two squares. First of all, on the 10th of the month, Mercury will square Saturn. It is a hard conversation or a difficult bit of information that feels like you could give it anxiety or constriction around it, or it could just feel hard. Technically, there may be hard communications with a child, and it may involve money, hard or difficult conversations with a romantic love partner, dating partner, and finances, a difficult conversation with somebody in your family of origin, if I use the Vedic tool, and a difficult energy around money and creativity, money and adventure and pleasure and fun and inspiration. And you might just have to save money and not spend money when you really want to do something to do with something you want to sell or buy, likely buying. What pleasurable big golden thing do you want to buy? Unfortunately, you may not be able to. And that constriction would just be the price tag. But there's a constriction moment that serves you because you're asking yourself, can I be responsible and steward my savings and be responsible and steward my wealth? And this just might be a moment of deciding to do that rather than splurge on something. On the actual 13th of the month, Venus will square Chiron. Now, Chiron is the wounded healer, and he's still finishing his last big money wound for you, or earnings and savings. And he's landing a beautifully intense help energy. Venus will try to help a problem. So like I said, you might want to buy something, you don't have the money, but then Venus is saying, well, don't think of it as a wound. She's like figuring out a solution with Jupiter to the problem financially. If your children are asking for money or something like that, then maybe it's because they need an object of great pleasure in their life, or they're pregnant, or their partners are, and they're telling you that, and suddenly you realize, oh my God, I have to kick in for these youngins or something and help them financially. Venus here, though, Venus wants you to know that this chironic wound is ending on a positive note, and a part of it she could do is give you money from siblings or money from chunky money, like winning money or inheritance money, and that's all playing out around the same time. But the square means it feels a bit gritty, right? Feels a bit challenging, but it still wants to be good for you. It really, really does. And at the time that it's actually happening, which is the 15th of the month, give or take a day or two on either side, you'll notice that the moon, the lunation, the lord of Cancer, right? The boss of Cancer, is in the house of siblings and on a wealth star, Algol. It's possible that you could have some really significant financial uplift from a sibling, cousin, or extended family member like aunts and uncles around the 15th. Because maybe you have a financial hardship and somebody else is going to support you and step in to help you with the financial problem. That's what I'm trying to say. Feeling that around June the 13th. I need water. Give me a minute. Will you just talk for a living? Let me tell you, you need water. It's like, I think I have nodal vocal cord damage. Alrighty. Imagine when I was seeing clients all the time and talking to you guys here and teaching classes. My voice. Okay. We have a new moon, a beautiful new moon at 24 degrees of Gemini on June the 14th. June 14th, new moon in Gemini is accompanied by a Venus sextile to Uranus, bringing pleasant and exciting love and money surprises. The new moon in the sign of Gemini will occur on the 14th of June. I lost your sign, so I apologize. Good old essential times. We're moving quickly through that, aren't we? We're going to go ahead and go back to the moon on the 14th. So this new moon on the 14th, just trust me, it's on the 14th. It's going to be new, 24 degrees. It's going to be accompanied by surprises and unexpected developments. First time we've had a new moon with Uranus here in 84 years. It's exciting. It has to do with your property, your home, your land, your real estate. What you do in and from the home, including the internet, something could go viral. And the good news is that Venus in the house of work could suggest, if you work from home, some exciting developments happen. Maybe a viral hit on the internet, maybe an exciting development with your home-based work and your employment, maybe an unexpected surprising new beginning for a new pet, maybe an ability to pay down debt on your mortgage, especially banking, finance, loans, refinancing, debt relief, and debt elimination, connected to land, property, home, and real estate. And that can happen very unexpectedly off this new moon. So look for those like splashes of financial goodness. And at the same time, Venus is earthing up some deeper, darker issues from past lives and wealth. And if you've ever held yourself back due to karmic past life vows of poverty, chastity, or something like that, you're going to find that you're excavating deeper stories around your lack of ability to own the wealth you're capable of, potentially and especially professionally, right? Because Venus is creating an artitrine. So if you've never really been kick-ass making money in your job, career, earning structure, there's a healing, a depth going on here, a beautiful transition to something different in a surprising, exhilarating, exciting way. This lunation is a part of that. It's diving into the idea of the ancestral wounds that you have around your financial success in work and professional areas. Look in the 2 weeks after the moon for the potential of a new opportunity financially to rent out a room in your home, to rent your own home out, or to rent a new home. Some of you may find yourself having a move off of a new moon here, and you may be looking at a change of location, a change of neighborhood, a change of city, and even a change of country under this sky. But you might look at rental rather than purchase under this as well. Now, when we move past the new moon, which can unfold 2 weeks of proof of concept here, but also unfold up to 6 months to galvanize the whole story into action, I would say you could have a new beginning in your home because of romantic love. Okay? New beginning because you're going to come into a new love story. or new beginning because of children, and that might be your children or children's children. Mercury and Jupiter in this fifth could say new beginnings in your home because you're going to have a child. Your children are having children. New romantic love is blossoming and opens up a change of home for you. So the moon can unfold that obviously within 2 weeks after, but up to 6 months later. We'll be doing a deeper dive with asteroids and stars involved in this moon. So please come to my deeper dives for the moons by signing up to subscribe and like and all of that. Hit your notification bell. June the 16th, 17th. Now, if you're single and you want a soulmate love story, go for it. The Venus is in the pre-commitment house, which I call the dating house. Like, this is the sex, but you start dating someone and then you commit. So you're kind of on the runway for commitment. Venus is pleasure and love and romance, also money connected to work. And she's trining Neptune in a money house. So first of all, dreamy, beautiful, kind of dreamy come true ways in which you're able to bring money to you, especially if you use videography platforms that, show your moving imagery, Neptune, then this could be a nice real glow. You might hire an employee to help you with some of those things. You might just get a job offer or opportunity off of this, but you're just feeling good about my money and my work, and it feels dreamy and wonderbar around the 17th of June. And you can go back a couple of days before and after that, right? And you're excavating the depths of your own karmic vows around fear of wealth or debauchery and bad things that happen when you were rich in another life. And now you're clearing that up, see that? And you're flowing to Neptune. What's your dream job? What's your dream way of making money? What's your dream employment structure? Do you want to work from home? Is that a dream? This is opening up the ability to make the dream real and stabilize your finances as well. But if you're single and you want to meet somebody, it's probably in a work environment. 90% chance that you meet a new love partner in a work environment or an environment connected to pets. Either one, like, I don't know, walk the dog in the park. And that can bring you into contact with a dreamy, potent, romantic, soulmatey, divine love story. Okay. Higher love, forgiveness love, big love. And then as we move past the dreamy love stories, and if you're with someone already, I don't think that counts. It's not going to impact you the way it would a single person. I talked about the other meanings. Then we're going to talk next about you moving into a solar chironic flow in a new direction. Now, Chiron will cross the sign boundary. Come to my Chiron webinar. Check the description box for how to sign up. It is going to be a new story. You get all that money, facial wound, teeth problems out of the put it to bed. It's kind of done. Yes, Chiron's only here the 19th, 20th of June, time zone dependent through until September 17th. Yes, that's true. Okay. Yes, it's true. But this is the beginning of a new story. And you're really letting go of my face, my teeth, my food style. My voice is strained, my work and money and earnings. There's something wrong. It's not working out since 2019. Something's off here. Well, now you've healed that. You've gotten the key to purpose, to make money on purpose in ways that are meaningful to you. And now Chiron in your third house, he's like, well, we're going to introduce some chironic wounds with siblings. Thank you very much. Public service announcement. May not be your shit. It could be cousins, siblings, neighbors, and woundedness. Wounded and not feeling a part of the neighborhood, not feeling connected to your local environment, all of that. Come to my webinar. But the good news is you're going to start to see, as soon as Chiron gets in here, and the only thing he does is flow to the node of fate, which is like, and the moon too, but it's like fated, destined changes in your life connected to where you live and long-term love. That's what that's going to open up. By September 17th, you'll see it. Some of you are letting go of an old relationship and moving away from that person, moving away from where you live together. That might be true over the next year, but certainly there's evidence for it already, especially if your Pisces sun, moon, and rising is in the first 5 degrees of Pisces. You're likely to see a relocation change connected to the ending of a relationship. All you other Pisces will still see it, but I'm talking about this contained time frame between now and mid-September. Chiron then talks to the sun, and the two of them have a very pleasing conversation. This is auspicious, fortunate, and lucky in the sense it's a sextile, but it's light touch. A really golden opportunity for, let's say, a healing trip with a sibling, with a child, with a lover, a leisure trip, a leisure getaway brings like fun, pleasure, prosperity, and bounty, and healing. So journeys, it can be healing, studying online with a teacher in a passion project or an area which you have a natural gift and talent, the light begins of healing education here, and your natural talents and gifts. So you might be having a golden opportunity to engage in study in something local or online or skills-based learning. So say yes to take it, or you could be teaching, either one. Again, you're going to feel that to be true around the 22nd, 23rd, 21st, 22nd, 23rd of the month. Then on the 24th of the month, the sun is loving up the North Node of Destiny. Are you feeling lucky? Buy a lottery ticket here too. This is lighting up the house of good fortune. It's not as good as the earlier date I gave you, but it's still good. And it flows to the node of fate. Lucky breaks, fortunate circumstances, likely connected to writing, teaching, traveling, and communicating. Venus trining Saturn for love endures and money endures, even though it's hard. It's mostly money. Saturn is in a money earnings resources, and Venus is in a work and job. It's like, I'm going to work really hard in a measured pace so I can be prosperous because I don't give up. I keep on keeping on. I've got structure. I've got discipline, and I am good at boundaries as well. And I'm making money. And you kind of structure money and savings in a new way, but it's connected to your work, and it opens up a flow, a fire flow to how you want to make money and ways that you'll continue to do. You want to lock and load a new pattern of steadfast earnings and job and work success. And you're doing that here now. You could get a job opportunity with an amazing employer. Exactly. If greater gains are coming to you, or you could set up a new way of working that you're more disciplined and the money you get is more successful as a result. And that's around the 25th of the month. And it lasts about 2 days before and 2 days after. Mars will sextile Jupiter for commercial success, but it's also about choosing and deciding, and it may be about a sibling. So Mars in the house of siblings on the 28th sextiles Jupiter in the house of siblings, sibling 1 younger, sibling 2 younger, right? That's possible. Sibling 4 older, sibling 5 older than you, that's possible. Think big stories there around the 28th of the month, give or take a day or two. It gets pretty tight and pretty exact here. Now, this could be your children, Jupiter, pregnant fertility stories, for example, Mars decisions. You may travel to see a child. You may travel for romantic love, but this flow is very positive. If you work in the online social media landscape, you could have a really nice kind of commercial success here because your artistic, creative, inspired energies allow for something to really move forward. On the other hand, you've been having this Mars transit here for a long time where you could have been arguing with siblings, arguing with cousins, battling your neighbor who's bulldozing down your garden. That has been true, I'm sorry to say, May 19th to June 29th. The grand finale brings a blessing. If you've been patient with difficult decisions connected to siblings or to travel or to neighbors or neighborhood, or plowing away and working hard in your everyday online world, business, or something like that, you get a bonus point on the game board around the 28th, and you get a reward from Jupiter. You feel lucky, you feel grateful, something is trying to work out. And it could also involve travel plans. And now finally a solution is here, travel local, domestic, or even international, and a solution or a realization of a way to bring it to form, right? This thing here. Now, because the moon is in the house of international, telling Jupiter what to do, and this is a travel place. There is a full moon. Don't forget, Mercury will go retrograde in your 5th house of children on the 28th of the month of June. And that means most of July he's retrograde. And so we'll talk about that in July, but you might have a lot of back and forth. I think I mentioned that earlier, where lovers from the past are returning. I did. So you know that's coming, right? The full moon in Capricorn at 8 degrees is very nice. It's going to open up completions for things you began in December, January, where you initiated something new. Your Capricorn sky is your great gains of your career, long-range goals, wishes, and dreams, and the benefits you might derive from a sibling 1 older than you, and friends who want to help you. This full light, full moon does flow in a really lovely way to the nodes of fate. I don't think I can keep you, so just trust me. The moon will be here at 8 degrees, and it will open up doors of opportunity that benefit you in worldly success, while you let go of clients, customers, and business and love partners of commitment that are no longer true and right for you. You're opening up the doors of your long-range goals, wishes, and dreams. Sometimes it means letting go of a relationship, but it's going to strengthen strength in your own worldly success. So there's a great visionary leaning into a fulfillment of a long-range plan, dream, and goal, and a wish you have for your life. And as you do that, and the moon is here, you will find new levels of professional success will follow. The rewards and the gains of your career are coming into a big ripening and harvesting season. And you can go bigger than you've gone before. So that old go big or go home, that's what Jupiter's telling you. Jupiter will move into your 6th house of employment, employees, employer structures, work. And that will happen at the end of the month on the 30th. It'll run through July, and it's mostly important to talk about it then. But if you're looking for a job, then at the very end of June on the 30th into July, then finding work is a slam dunk for you. And you'll find the dream job, the dream employment situation, the dream pet. We'll leave that till next month. Thank you for listening. Don't forget to like and subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss a thing. Patreon community, early access, ad free, everything. Members only, extended content that I can't tell you about because it's demonetizable. All kinds of different places to find me. I'm teaching astrology. I'm always teaching a class. Sky Reader comes up again in September for intro brand new people. So thanks for listening, guys. Sorry if I talked a bit fast. I have to get to my chiropractor in 15 minutes and I have to walk there. But you'll notice that every video I did, I tried to keep it 30 minutes only for June because I've been going really long and I don't have the time for 35, 45-minute videos. So it's not just you. Big hugs to all my Pisces. I'll see you on the next video.
Lunatic astrology.